This is the motivation. This is the motivation.
Welcome into beautiful Bondi Beach. The sun's out, the waves have arrived, and we are at the final of the Australian Open of Surfing presented by Volkswagen. I'm here with Jess Grimwood. What a beautiful morning, and we're going to see some of the best talent, underground and QS, in Australia down here at Bondi Beach today. How excited are you, mate?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a massive day for Australian surfing. We were just having a little offline chat about the importance of this new series and the format, and of course Surfing New South Wales and Volkswagen commercial vehicles on board, and you know, there's some big companies that are backing this grassroots style of surfing in Australia, Dimmy, and you know, we've got Mad Mex, we've got the Cooper Surf Shop, and it's just a lot that goes into this, and it has that real raw feel of Australian surfing that we love here.
Yeah, definitely. And when you think about it, Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Queensland coming together to sort of build this circuit. It's like the old ACC, and what they've done is brought it into the age where they're trying to create that, innovation, creative, and really explosive kind of style of surfing that's not only good for the surfers, but visually good for the viewers as well. So today, $30,000 up for grabs. It's an incredible pool, and 10G to the winner of both the men's and women's. And when you consider that, that's nearly as much as you'd get for a QS, a high QS win. So it's a big day.
$10,000 for a half a day's work, pretty much, once you've come down to this final stage. I mean, we're kicking off straight away with the quarterfinals, and we're going to go into the semi-finals for both the men's and the women's, and then that $10,000 for the champion at the end of the series and the day. And we heard earlier on this morning, I was having a little chat and interview as we have a look there, nice little pan of live action from Bondi. You can see how much swell's coming in as well into the headland. It's just like a perfect day for competition, Dimmy. But yeah, little Lehani Zorik, she was saying she's 9 years old. I said, what would you do if you won $10,000 here today in the women's division? And she said she would donate it to the victims of the flood up in Queensland and push it all back into charity work. And I was really taken back by that, because I was thinking, I wonder how many lollies she's going to be tallying up, or what she's thinking of toys-wise to get. And she just blew me away. And that's just one of those beautiful things about this type of format and this type of event, Dimmy.
Yeah, very inspirational indeed from that young lady. And when you consider, we had a look at her Instagram a little bit earlier, her and her brother, they're only like 9 and 6, incredible surfers. And she's definitely going to be one to watch. And just the fact that she thinks like that and she wants to give back at such a good early age just means that, she's a very switched on young lady. She surfs good. Great to have her in the event. She's actually qualified through the series. We had 2 series events. We had one at Coffs Harbour. We had one up on the Sunshine Coast. And talking to the surfers and getting their feedback about the actual format, you really got this sort of the idea that they were able to unload and really sort of accentuate what they can bring, because the normal, 2-wave format sort of at stages creates that sort of that 2 turns, 3 turns to the beach, where in this format, if you go big, you're going to be rewarded. So that's what the judges are looking for. We're looking for big scores, big turns, big moves, and that's why bringing that innovation and progression into this format, I think it's going to go a long way to building this actual series moving forward.
Yeah, well, it kind of takes away that safety net, doesn't it, Dimmy? And like you were saying, just building that climax and that punctuation mark right on that, one turn or one wave. It just really, really removes all that safe surfing that we tend to see a lot, especially in the earlier rounds. And we're going to see some pretty hectic surfing. There's really good waves on offer too. You can see on the screen up there in the right how good the swell is. It's pumping into Bondi, and the boys are out there getting ready for the first quarterfinal of the morning, Dimmy.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday in Sydney, it was pretty wild in the morning, and at about 10 a.m. you saw that wind change that went around to the west, and it created on the northern beaches where I'm from some magical waves. And I knew this morning when I drove out of Manly that there was going to be good waves on offer, because there's such a nice little swell pattern, but there's also a very, minute bit of wind as well, and that wind is to the west, so it's going to create these opportunities. And talking about that with the wind, will we see a lot of air moves?
I feel like it's a no-brainer at Bondi. I don't know if it's because I'm stuck in that mindset of when they used to have the air show down here, but I think that it really, really offers up that kind of atmosphere and the little stadium set up here. It's like a big natural amphitheatre when you look down into Bondi, and you can't help, I think, but want to perform. There's little ramps. We've seen it all morning. There's a left rip bank. There's ramps on the shorey. There's a right running off the side of the contest bank as well. And I think we're going to see some pretty insane surfing going down towards this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. And when you think about the talent in the men's draw alone, you've got guys like Cooper Davies, former world junior champ Grayson Heinrichs from the local beach down here. Now, this kid absolutely rips. He's going to be definitely one to watch. And then you've got sort of the up-and-comers like George Pitter and Lennox Smith. It's going to be an exceptional day, and someone is going to walk away with 10G. And for someone like a George Pitter who's on the QS, 10,000 is going to do a lot for his ability to travel and obtain those points he needs to get on to the Challenger Series and, qualify eventually for the World Tour. So there's a lot riding on this result today, but what is this going to see? We're going to see this natural progression into a really exciting format that I think is going to be one to watch in the future. I think a lot of comps are going to go to this format in the future. I just think the way these guys are surfing, the men and the women these days, having that ability to really go for broke is going to really sort of play a part in the development of the sport overall.
Yeah, absolutely, Dimmy. Bang for buck in this new series format. And let's have a look at the highlights now. We've already been at 2 events for the series, Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen here for the grand final. Let's have a look at the COFS event where we started off this whole journey to the grand final, Dimmy, and it was a massive event for the guys up there at COFS. And I think it's just one of those places in Australia you always get welcomed with waves as well. There was heaps of opportunity. The boys really showed up, and there was just a lot of really great core Australian surfing going on in the first stop of the series.
Yep.
And there you saw that was the highlights reel from the first stop of the Australian Open of Surfing, and taking out first place for the men's, Cooper Davies up there at COFS, and Rosie Smart for the women. So that put them in pretty good stead coming into this grand final. Cooper also had another finals finish at Sunshine Coast, and you can just see the foundation to surfing is there. It started off with COFS, and then we went straight in to the next event on the sunny coast. So let's have a look at the highlights reel from there, Dimmy.
Yep.
We see the highlight reel there from Sunshine Coast Open, and just straight back to that. like we've been saying all morning already, grassroots surfing. Coco Cairns taking out the event for the women's there, and there were 38 male competitors all up in that event, 14 female competitors. So a big push up there on the second event, coming into qualifying for this grand final here today. Dimmy, Australian Open Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, and there I hear it. The
buzzer.
Sweet sounds of the buzzer to kick off to this morning's action.
Yeah, definitely. Do you know what? I was thinking just then, watching the highlights of both the men's and the women's from both events, how easy on the eye Cooper Davies surfing is. This guy has got so many strings to his bow. So it's going to be great to watch him. He's definitely coming in as the number 1 seed. He had back-to-back finals, and he is going to be one to watch. And like we said, all these surfers have come through the qualifiers. A lot of people competing at these events, so it's no easy feat to be in this position. And as I said, one guy to watch, definitely Grayson Heinrichs, who is the local lad. But let me tell you, he's had an extensive junior career, so he's not going to be a pushover. So it's going to be a great way to start the quarterfinals of the men. So 16 in the men's, 16 in the women's. Let's go for broke. 10 grand on the line. It's all about having a crack today.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about that much money too, and pumping $50,000 into the Australian Open of Surfing all up for this momentum and the 2022 series for all these competitors, like a lot of these guys are, you know, sitting in the rankings in that top 20 position in the QS in the world, like for the men's and the women's, and to have that 10 grand go into the pocket, like you were saying earlier, Dimmy, really goes a long way in pushing these young Australian surfers up into the Challenger Series or even that championship tour or the world title races. But, you know, the companies that get behind this important as well for us to note. Mad Max, Volkswagen, of course, and there we go. Casey Lane, just having a quick look at that one.
Yeah, what I love about that is the fact that, these guys these days, surfing has changed. It's evolved a lot in the professionalism of the sport, but it's been lacking of funds, I reckon, in the last 5 to 10 years, if you're going to be honest. Back in the early 2000s, there was a real push. Guys were getting big wages from companies around the world, and now they just don't have those funds. So even though these guys are sort of coming on in leaps and bounds, a lot of these guys have to work just to actually make their way onto the qualifying series. So if you could jag 10 grand, that is going to put you in a great position to sort of take the pressure off a little bit when it comes to the travel and and what it takes and the pressure of traveling and trying to make ends meet as well.
Yeah, and maybe not sleeping in the board bags or on the beaches in between those Challenger Series events.
You used to do that, didn't you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Like you said, I think it goes through the cycles, and there was a lot of cash for a little while, and now there's been a little while where there's been nothing. So it's great to see the crew that's Surfing New South Wales and even a bit of a collaboration, you know, with Surfing Queensland and getting those two kind of state organisations together and really pushing it for the greater good, and that is Australian surfing, and pushing these men and women up to that top of the conversations for everyone watching surfing worldwide.
Yeah, talking to Yatesy and Lukey Madden before, I actually get the feeling too what they're trying to create is that opportunity for grassroots surfers who might not, you know, you've got your established QS stars, but the guys who might not really want to travel the world, the opportunity to still compete at a really high level. So it's a lot about grassroots as well. You've got your club scene, but you've also got a lot of talent who just really can't afford or just don't want to go around the world, as we see the surfer in white up and riding. So this 30 grand in a day, like honestly, that's incredible. Such a large chunk of money, yeah. So it gives both the established stars and those up-and-coming guys and those stable grassroots surfers the opportunity to have a crack at this level.
Yeah, let's have a look at this wave replay here, Surfing New South Wales. Deep bottom turn there. I think maybe just a little bit too much on that first section. But like you said, Dimmy, it's just all or nothing here for the guys. So Casey Lane, just a little bit of a throwaway. But Grayson, the local Bondi wildcard with the 4.67 in the lead. And speaking of wildcards as well, a blast from the past, Cody Klein is going to be making her way back into the draw.
Did you surf against Cody?
Yeah. She caught my eye straight away in the heat draw because I feel like a lot of the younger girls that are coming through these quarters are not going to really know about her calibre of surfing or her experience. So she travelled the world on the QS, and she took it to, the women that are up now on the championship tour. So she's going to be hard to beat out here at Bondi. She's got a really serious backhand hook, and she's really quite a good, what's the word for it? A bit of an Australian mongrel competitor. She comes from the days before Priority. She knows how to hustle waves, and she goes for it.
Exactly. So right now it is the local boy with that 467. So if you've just joined us online, it's all one wave, and you can already see, Jess, the different thought processes. These guys are really set on having a crack at a lot. You saw Casey Lane. This is about his fourth ride, even though he hasn't got anything of substance yet. You can just see the mindset, knowing that it's all about just one wave, one opportunity. So it's going to be interesting to see what this tide does as we see surfer in yellow go to the air, what it does. But we saw before Casey Lane got caught at the top of the wave. I feel like there's a little double up in this bank at the moment. So I think it's about keeping yourself nice and tight in the pocket to generate that opportunity to get speed and flow into those turns.
Yeah, you're spot on, Dimmy. As we had a look at that wave replay there, they're right on the button with that intention. I feel like at the start of most heats that you watch, the first 5 minutes, you see a lot of little kind of safe taps, a lot of...
building.
Yeah, just building.
The house.
Yeah, just kind of softer warming up surfing. But right now, you can just see the guys jumping straight onto the front foot. They're chasing a ramp. They're chasing something explosive. And they know that's what it's going to take here if they're going to win that $10,000 at the end of the day for the Australian Open Surfing Grand Final. And I mean, what better place to do it too? I mean, for Grayson, the men's wild card, Bondi Board Riders in the Natural Amphitheatre, he'd have all the local guys and girls down here supporting him, as we go towards that semi-final. What a place to win the grand final.
Yeah, it is one of the most popular beaches, not only in the world, but or not only in Australia, but in the world. But when it comes to history, when you think of the old quickie or the boost air shows and stuff like that. But even before that, when I was a little grom, Jess, I remember one of the things that set me off was coming to my first ever professional surfing event down at Bondi. There was always the Coke Classic at Northstone and Queenie, but I remember my dad brought me over here when I was a youngster, and it was literally thousands upon thousands on the beach here. So this place has got a steep history in competitive surfing, and there's been some amazing surfers come through the ranks at Bondi Board Riders, even the likes of Perth Stanley. And when it comes to teams events at a grassroots level, Bondi is always strong. They're always in the ABB final.
Yeah, they are. They are really, really strong. They see Luke Brumby up and riding on his backhand. Ooh, nice big ending hook. Holds on with the toenails there for the completion. Score, definitely going to come in well. I think it's going to be a throwaway by the end of this quarterfinal. 12 minutes on the board. Wave replay by Surfing New South Wales. Just have a look, Timmy. What did you think of this?
Really love that last turn, how he held his rail and sort of just caught it in the lip, but really able to release as well. So I felt like it's probably going to be a throwaway at the end of the heat for him because he surfs so good. But yeah, a nice little sort of confidence booster, but trying to find his way in these conditions. And I think it's important too. You saw a lot of these guys early this morning just trying to find their position on the bank to give them the best opportunity to really unload.
I can see so much swell pulsing through too. We're pretty lucky we can just have a little sneak peek straight out the doorway here, and it's offshore. There's lines pumping through, and it is a perfect day here at Bondi. It's what you were saying before, it's iconic.
Here we go, surf in wide. Talking about a traditional sort of layback drop wall. That was sick from Casey Lane. But yeah, so just these lefts seem to be the waves that they're looking for the best opportunity to unload. And I was thinking to myself last night when I looked at the format, I was like, there's going to be no opportunity to build house in this event. It's going to be go for broke from the outset. There's quarters, semis and finals, and that's the luxury of making your way through the qualifying. You get the opportunity. Everyone in this event is going to take some kind of money home this afternoon, but someone is going to be absolutely flying. The Bondi Hotel might be on tap this Savo for a few of the boys, especially the one who actually gets the 10 grand.
Yeah, what a way to cap off a Saturday too. I love that kind of cream of the crop format, bringing in just the quarterfinalists and then having that just full grand final vibe about it. You know, that sudden elimination, like you said, everything on the line for the one wave, one turn almost sometimes it comes down to, you know, maybe a really nice tweaked out air reverse we're going to see, or a huge big hook or hanger we're not going to see. You know, that safe kind of surfing take out today, and it's just going to push that level of performance for these guys and girls. And that's what that's what I love watching about the Australians on tour as well. I feel like we've got a new charge coming through, you know, with Connor's back in the mix, Callum Robson, guys like that, Jacko Baker that came up through this Australian Open of Surfing series back, you know, just at the start of COVID when the guys were still running the events. They were able to push through them.
Here we go, surfer in white goes to the air and sticks it. Is that blue or white?
That was so easy peasy. I'm pretty sure that was
Grayson, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked pretty good. Let's have a look at the wave replay.
Really good rotation in the air. So it's a little bit glary, but you can see him just eyeing off this section and nice
So
punt.
sick. Yeah.
Good rotation.
Nice. Lofty too. No grab. Fins are really high over the nose.
I was thinking too, you know, the surfers are having to make these adjustments, right? But the judges, they're going to have to make the adjustments as well to bring it in line with what they're looking at. So it's not only, you know, a new format for the surfers, it's also for the judges to really identify what they're looking for when it comes to the big scores. We see Cooper Davies continue to sort of build his performance, a 5.67. But yeah, I feel like the judges are going to reward that really innovative kind of manoeuvre. And they're going to set their own scale as well, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And Grayson Hinrich, 6.50, single turn, own scale set. Like you said, the judges are as dialed in as these competitors are to that traditional 20 minutes, 2 waves format. But having this, it just brings that creativity up, and I love that front side reverse from Grayson. Just looked casual. He looked really lofty on it. I feel like that's just a normal Saturday morning down here for him, and I think now he's got that 6.5 under his belt in the next 7 minutes. He's going to be doing something a little crazier, maybe a little more tech, a little more tweaked out.
I love the old school kind of pads as well. He's got the old BL pad going there, the front foot and the back foot. But yeah, like you said, I definitely identified Grayson as someone to really sort of to watch in this event, not only because it's his home beach, but just because of how good he is. And it's in the last 12 months, I feel like he's sort of pulled his competitive surfing back a little bit. He hasn't been doing as many events, but when this guy is on, he's dead set, really so much fun to watch.
And the depth behind the Bondi border riders as well. Like you're saying, they've got so much history here. I was even reading a story the other day on the Inertia about some of the original guys, like back in the 80s.
Shane Horan?
Yeah, like some of those really core Bondi guys that you know, took professional surfing to the next level. You see, nice, big frontside manoeuvre there for Luke Brumby. He's looking for the inside connection, maybe something a little more dynamic if he can make it through. He's going to weave and hop and keep those rails in transition and look for this final manoeuvre. But nice big open carve. I think it looks pretty nice, but I don't think it's going to get him up above Grayson's 6.5.
Definitely. Now, you've just come back from the ISA World Juniors.
Yeah. No, I say World Games.
Oh, World Games.
Opens, yeah.
So Opens. So talk about the standard of surfing like worldwide at the moment in the ISA ranks.
I mean, when we look at this type of surfing right here, you can just see why the Australians are doing so well across the board. I think our depth really suits going on tour and the standard across the world. I think every continent seems to have a standout 1 or 2 performers, but they don't seem to have the backlog of surfers like we do coming from here. They don't have that. We could have like a B team, a C team, a D team, and etc.
That could match each other.
Could match, yeah, and could battle each other. And I think from the other continents, maybe bar America's starting to have a lot more depth, but they've got that little tiny crop of surfers, maybe 3-4 surfers that can meet each other at that top level standard, but they just don't have that big pool to draw from. And I think that comes from stuff like this, from Surfing New South Wales and Volkswagen getting together and presenting these type of tours, because the guys like what you're saying, Grayson and Cooper, getting the reps, getting some heats, getting some wins, getting some cash, that translates to getting on tour, QS, Challenger Series, Championship Tour, World Titles, World Games, Olympics. It's just like such a clear pathway now when I look at it for me, and when I see the surfing that's going on here today in Bondi versus, the opening rounds over there for the Worlds, Dimmy.
I actually think that Australia leads the way when it comes to development of junior surfers, and I've always said that. Just the amount of events, as we see Coops up and right in, the amount of events that we put on for our next generations is just incredible. I mean, Surfing New South Wales, their calendar, like when you're trying to fit in an event for them, it's near impossible. It's like there's nearly an event every week. And even though that's a lot of travel, what it does is it gives these kids the opportunity to learn the ropes and slowly but surely progress through what they're trying to achieve. And like I said, our pathways, I think, is the number one pathways around the world, as we see replay. I think of that last wave, it might be Cooper up and right in. And as I said, so visually easy on the eye the way this guy serves. But yeah, like you said, you could have 4 teams of Aussies and they all match each other on a different day, where other countries might have that really strong 2 or 3 surfers, but their next lot of guys are a different level. So to have a series like this, to have the AOS up and running, 2 events and the final this year, and I'm hoping in the next couple of years, by the sounds of it, talking to both Luke and Adam, I feel like they want to grow the series, and I think having events in major cities too is going to make a difference. If you had an event, say at Coffs, then you had one in Sydney, maybe one at Newey, and then a couple on the Goldie, I think the level is going to be incredible.
It's a nice little flow too, isn't it? Up and down the East Coast, and we can string them together. Like we were speaking about the old days with the ACC, and then there was also those pro junior circuits that used to go up and down the coast between all 3 states even.
Yep.
And they would just breed so much camaraderie, so much competitive nature between all these battling up-and-coming Aussies. And you'd get these friends in every different town. You go up and stay. You stay with your mates at Coffs and you do the event there. They come down and stay with you in Sydney. You go down to Vico, do it with the guys there. And it just already packs in that foundation and the experience, like you're saying, Dimmy, for these young guys. Here we go. Cooper
up and right in on a nice wedge and lovely backhand whip. But yeah, when you think of the 90s and the amount of talent that came out of the ACC, you look at the likes of like Jake the Snake Patterson, Danny Wills, even the Lee Winklers, the Trent Munros, the Richie Lovetts, the Nathan Websters, all those guys, that series was seriously next level world class. And it gave us the opportunity to have such an amazing group of guys on the main tour, because I felt like they'd done the hard yards and they'd actually, they'd basically learnt their craft before other countries have been able to do that.
And you couldn't throw them off the game either. No. Go across the world, boards don't turn up, no worries. We'll borrow someone else's. We've done this all before. Miss flights, I don't know, have too much fun in the town. They always seem to make it happen, though.
Someone takes your hire car.
Yeah, exactly. They're bred for it here in Australia, and it's just really, really exciting to watch this new crop of surfers come through, and then also match up against some of those, older guys and girls that we were used to seeing on the series and on the QS and in the Australian Open, coming back and forth. Cody, Grayson, he's out in the lead right now with an 8 now, so
he's absolutely looking sharp.
Yeah, you got to be looking towards him for the finals berth today. I know Dylan, one of the Surfing New South Wales crew, was talking about his picks. Sasha Baker for the women's, and Grayson was his pick, I believe, for the men. So let's see what happens. He seems to be on money.
That's a big call for a wild card, but look what he's doing. He's absolutely blowing up out there. An 8-point ride, amazing score. And, you know, that's what we were talking about, the judges rewarding that innovation progression side of this event, which is a one-way format. So we are down to the final 20 seconds, Jess, and it's looks like at this stage Grayson and Cooper, who comes in as the number 1 seed, are trying to hold off by both Luke and Casey. Here we go. It looks like Coop's up and right in and out, but yeah, what a great way to start the morning. Grayson Heinrichs just blowing up and showing up down here on his home beach.
Love it, Dimmy. First heat of the day, quarterfinal number 1, done and dusted. Grayson, the local Bondi Board Riders, and the wild card for the finals event, taking the first heat win. We'll be back very shortly with live action from the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles and Mad Max Surfing New South Wales. Be back with you very shortly.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Australian Open of Surfing Grand Final day down here at beautiful Bondi Beach, and we're in the heat number 2 of the quarterfinals of the men's, and it is Nada Osawa out there in the red, Josh Stretton in the white, Joshua Sherwood in the yellow, and George Pitter in the blue. And this, on paper, is a serious matchup. Welcome in. Good morning, Jess Grimwood. It's great to be down here with you down at Bondi as we see some of the rising stars of Australian surfing do their thing.
Yeah, thanks, Demi. It's pretty good to be here on the beach this morning in really good conditions. Lots of swell filtering in to Bondi. Plenty of people up and down the catwalk here as well. I saw a lot of serious selfies and content shoots going on early this morning on a beautiful sunrise. Let's have a look at the wave replay though for Surfing New South Wales. First wave for Joshua Sherwell, I'm pretty sure it is in the yellow. Just kind of some bit too stagey cutties, real...
Had to navigate that sort of fat section, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a weird wobbly right-hander. We haven't seen many of the rights go down yet, so yeah, he's maybe just getting his toes stuck into that first wave of the day for him. But we saw quarterfinal number 1, Grayson, Bondi.
Dialed in.
Wild card.
Yeah. Oh, seriously. He has probably surfed this place more than anyone in the history of this joint. This guy surfs all the time down here, so he'd know every grain of sand on the bank, and he dead set, dialed in nice and early this morning. Here we go.
Joshua Stretton. Big man, a lot more speed on this one for him.
Great roll.
Yeah, nice kind of like bread and butter surfing to open up to, up again into the lip. That's 3 turns on the board already. I think it's going to be a nice score. It's kind of...
That mid-range?
Yeah. It could go a little higher. It was a nice combo. I think it wasn't explosive, But it was nice surfing from Josh.
Great flow. I'll say that. Just for a bigger guy, this guy's got really good projection and flow when he's surfing. And you just saw that nice first clean turn. And even the wrap, it didn't lose any speed in that final manoeuvre as well. So I feel like that's going to be, maybe in that mid-5 range from the judges, going off what we saw in that first heat where we saw an 8 locked in. Right now, it is no real scores of substance in the system, but Nada was really aggressive in his approach up on the sunny coast. So he's going to be one to watch from the Goldie. And George Pitter, man from Manly, he is definitely a rising star of Australian surfing. So it's going to be a serious matchup that two exceptional surfers are going to make it through to the semi-finals. As you expect in every one of these heats, there's only 16 surfers in the draw, so you're going to get the best of the best. And when you've got 10 grand, wonder if that's playing on the mind of the surfers. Are they going, oh, come on?
Surely, 10 grand. That's a couple of months' worth wage for most of these guys and girls out here.
A lot of these guys are actually lifeguards as well, so they're probably all thinking, 10 grand. I don't have to stand on the beach.
Could be a new ski. New jet ski, 10 grand?
Yeah.
Or near new?
I don't know if you need skis when you live on the northern beaches.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Up your way, maybe. A lot of crew have skis up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of waves, a lot of little peaks everywhere that you can get to on the ski.
Now, talking about George Pitter, actually, I'm pretty sure he was in hospital on Monday. He had an operation on his sinuses, I'm pretty sure, so it'd be interesting to see actually if George is in this event. Because he definitely was due for a sinus operation on Monday. So if he's come out of hospital and ready to roll, he's a serious warrior. But looking at that score, we said about Josh, a 5.53 for Josh Stretton. That was that 3-turn combo. And George Pitter is out there because he's locked in a 5.33. So the powerhouse is ready to roll. And here we go. It looks like interesting to note that the surfers are now looking at the rights more than the lefts.
Yeah, massive shift up. That was a full scratch for Joshua Sherwell to get into that one as well. He's just kind of setting up here. The first big turn was out the back. He did well to get back around the front of it, but just some similar kind of surfing from him as well, up around that, 4s, 5s range. Solid, nice rail setting, flow down the line, and just dialing into this right. Let's have a look at the replay powered by Volkswagen.
Good angle, I felt, and instead of having that really fat section in the middle, I felt like he stayed nice and tight to the power source. So we'll see what the judges lock in, but we're looking at the commentary box. It is magical out there. What a day, Bondi. Maybe this afternoon after the 10 grand, we might need the Bondi rescue crew to rescue some of the surfers as we see a replay here. Look at this. Lovely jam in the pocket for the surfer in white. So the boys are bringing it.
Yeah, good hook for Josh Stretton too, wasn't it? On his backhand. I think that's kind of like setting the tone for that first half of the heat, like we saw in that first quarter final. The last 10 minutes or the last 5 minutes just really puts the pressure on for these guys. They're going to have to make it through. They want to stay alive, and it's one of those days where I think you blink, Dimmy, and you're just going to miss it. We're going to end up in the finals before you know it. It's already all halfway through the quarters here this morning. And
how good?
Yeah, it's so good. And the swell, like you say, there's lines galore when you look out to the horizon. You can see the guys out there on the ski as well. There's just a lot of swell pulsing on through, and it's in the perfect direction to sneak on through past the little headlands here at Bondi and, offer up some pretty nice looking sections, lefts and rights. We saw lefts predominantly this morning. Boys changing tack now, going rights in this quarterfinals so far.
Yeah, big day in Sydney today. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. We've got the Everest Carnival on, and we've got some of the best surfers in the country down here. So major events happening as we speak in Sydney town at the Australian Open of Surfing. And great to have a partner like Volkswagen involved in this event, along with Mad Max and all our partners of the event, of course, are bringing this series together. And just that change in the format, I feel like it's going to be a big, big change up in the way that would create some contests moving forward. As we see George Pitter, we haven't seen any of these waves actually, but he's got a 7 now. So the big man from Manly just slowly but surely, improving on his situation. As I said, he's just come off a bit of a battle in the hospital, but good to see him down here. And what are the waves looking? What are we looking for today in this forecast? Is this swell going to sort of hold up over the course of the morning?
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, it's east, kind of east-northeast swell pulsing on through this morning here, and west winds this morning, and a little peak in the swell as well. 1.6, 1.5 metres is what the offshore boys are reading here in Sydney, and 12-second periods as well. So that's kind of
wow, that's good.
Yeah, that's the perfect forecast when you're looking at a beach and a setup like Bondi, and when you're talking about events like this with the one-way format, you want that. The little pulse has come through this morning. It's holding in throughout the day. It kind of drops down to 1.3 metre offshore buoy reading, but it's beautiful. It's a beautiful day here at Bondi. Maybe east-northeast swell and offshore wind. So most of the day in this afternoon, it's going to swing more around to onshore. So like you said, Dimmy, we might look more at those massive, big kind of projected rotations, front side, back side, reverses, and different kind of aerial manoeuvres coming into play as we go towards the final.
Yeah, definitely. So it's due to turn the Sava, but I reckon we're going to be done by 1 o'clock. So we might get lovely offshore conditions for the completion of the AOS Tour for 2022. And it is George Pitter, the natural footer, out there with that 7-point ride. Hanada in the red, locking in a 5.83. So very tight battle at this stage. Josh Stretton down to third with a 5.53 as we see the surfer in red. Oh, lovely little dismount there. But yeah, good conditions. Exciting to have such a vast array of talent here as we see the surfer in blue. This is George Pitter. He's on the CI boards, of course. His favourite black. What's it called?
Arts?
Yeah,
is
something
that the Dark Arts or something?
I'm sure that Luca Elder and the crew up at onboard will tell me that for sure. But yeah, good to have George in the event. He went up and did the Sunshine Coast event, made the semis. Actually was basically leading that heat the whole way through, and Alistair and Cooper just went chung chung. And yeah, and seriously, I think they were all staying together. So 3 mates in a semi, there would have been a lot of to-ing and throwing. Would you be yelling out things like "Don't fall off"? Or
yeah, 100%. I'd be saying, if I beat you, I shotgun not washing up for the rest of the event. If we were away doing the Australian Open series, that's 100%. You'd be putting wagers on it left, right, and centre if you're competing
little
against
side
your housemates.
bets.
Oh yeah. 100%. That's what makes it so fun too, especially in a heat with your mates, and you can pay for the fuel. If I win, you're paying for fuel.
Here we go, George Pitter up and riding on his backhand. Iron off this section, nice turn in the pocket, but that wave is not going to better the 7. So the mindset of these guys when it comes to competing in this one wave format is basically trying to identify, if you've got a 7, trying to identify a wave that's going to offer you an opportunity to actually better that. So that changes the mindset of an athlete as well. So with a 7-point ride, you're knowing that you're going to have to do something pretty substantial to actually better that score. And he probably, from the outset, was looking to go to the air. He looked like he wanted to go to the air, but that wave just not offering a lot of opportunities. So very...
The looseness of that guy too. How's the looseness and the speed he has?
He's got a really... great body rotation when it comes to his surfing, and I feel like, that's one of the standouts of George. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be thrown out to an interview very shortly with the winner of the first heat of the morning.
We're down here with the winner of the first heat, Grayson. How did you go out there?
It was pretty tricky at the start. Then first heat, the heat was split in half. We were looking at each other, trying to figure out where to go. But I stuck to my plan down in the corner and got a couple little airs in, and yeah, good to get the nerves off in the first heat.
Yeah. And you're our local wild card, so you're pretty familiar with this wave. How do you feel going into it?
Yeah, so this is a pretty typical day at Bondi. I've been surfing these waves all my life. I'm pretty used to it. Yeah, I definitely think having a local advantage is definitely an advantage here. Like, yeah, the waves are different than a lot of other places, a lot weaker, a lot softer, and they bend in weird ways. And it's a tricky wave to surf.
And what about this single wave format? Have you ever competed with that before, or is this sort of new to you as well?
So the single wave format's totally new to me. I've never done it before, and I actually really like it. I think it just brings the best out of everyone surfing. Doesn't allow for anyone to hold back, and we'll just see some more and more progressive surfing being brought into competitions now.
Yeah, awesome. Well, good luck today, and well done on the win.
Thank you.
Well, Jess, Grayson, pretty stoked with his first performance, and when you sort of identify and break down that interview, you've got a good understanding of what he means about, that this place is a little bit weaker than most joints, very similar to Manly, where it sort of breaks on that north-northeast sort of swell lines. And what I saw more than anything was his equipment. I felt like he was on a board that was a little bit wider. So he gave himself that opportunity, as we see that nice, aggressive attack from George Pitter. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what all these guys are riding. Are they riding epoxies? Everyone? Because, I mean, it's pretty much no wind at all this morning, as we see surfer in blue. Nice rotation, just holding that rail, and as he sets that deep bottom hand turn for that second manoeuvre. So another nice wave for George Pitter. But yeah, Grayson sort of understands the way this place works, and he did say that it has these little bobbles and sort of different areas in the bank that will offer up scoring potential.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that little clue about his equipment. Shorter, wider, maybe a few more litres in volume as well. He's so used to surfing out here. It is a hard wave to surf. I mean, it's an easy wave to surf because it's soft and it's forgiving, but it's hard to perform really well, and it's hard 100%. To be elite in. And someone like Grayson, he was, surfing New South Wales work crew's pick, I think. We're talking off the books and unofficially, some of the guys are saying, you're not going to be able to beat that guy. Local wildcard, more reps at this home ground than any other surfer in the water. Equipment dialed in for these specific conditions. Pretty much a picture-perfect day when we look at conditions Bondi-wise. I mean, everything's in his favour if we're talking sports-wise. And I think about like a lot of football analogies. He's got everything lined up for him and home field advantage. Yeah, definitely. And having the ability to know what sections to hit too is going to be pivotal in a great performance down here at Bondi, because these waves do offer up scoring potential, but they also have these sections that are a little bit fat, a little bit bobbly, and what the judges are looking for you people online, they're looking for that progression, innovation, really radical surfing. And sometimes when you got a pretty weak kind of setup, that doesn't really come into the fray, does it? It's hard to do. These guys can actually turn in a bath, really, when you think about it. But to have that sort of that real visual that the judges are looking for, and that's what they're looking at. They're looking at the visual of all these different kind of manoeuvres. It can be tough out there. That's the perfect point too, Timmy, and that's what you asked me about earlier this morning with the level of surfing that's going on at the Olympics and the ISA qualifiers. Having those guys be able to generate speed in conditions like this. We saw it over in Huntington as well. Kanoa, Igarashi, there was like a no waves that he was pumping, generating speed, and then throwing down these huge big, 3-4 foot high reverses. Wow. Like crazy amount of technical ability goes into this elite level of surfing to be able to do that in these type of conditions. And that was the difference between those guys in the final and the guys that lost earlier in the rounds. Isn't that crazy when you think about that, the advantage moving forward in one's career when you've got someone like Kanoa doing those kind of air moves, and then he gets the platform on the CT where it's like perfect 4 to 5 foot, and people go, how the hell do those guys
create so much speed and so much height? Well, it's because they learn in these conditions that are very unfavourable, really, when you consider.
And you have a look here, it's Josh just up and over the foam and the lip there, pumping, jumping on the front foot and looking for nice little creative end manoeuvre for him as well. But yeah, it's watching those guys just hone their skills in conditions like this. I mean, I surfed every day after the contest too, Dimmy, and I tell you, the only people in the water every single afternoon, there was no locals, no free surfers, no anybody except Kalohe and Kanoa. Every single afternoon it'd be howling on shore, 2 foot, 3 foot, and they were just getting those reps in, putting in practice. And we're down to the Mad Max minute, Dimmy. The man from North Stain, George Pitter, out in the lead with the 7-point ride.
Yeah, going well at this stage, quarterfinal number 2. It is up to yellow and white. So Josh Stretton needs to better a 5.83 if he's going to get on through, and Josh Sherwood needs to basically get a 5.84. So the way it works is these guys are looking for that score that's going to get him into second or first. So with time running out, I think it's going to be red and blue progression on through. So George Pitter, a nice start for his campaign. And as we said, the standard of surfing is next level, and we are into quarterfinal number 2. We're going to throw off to a break very shortly. Luke Kennedy is going to be in the box with Jess, and welcome into finals day down here at Bondi Beach.
This is the motivation.
And a very good morning. Welcome back to live action here for the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles and our webcast naming rights sponsor Mad Mex. Myself, Jess Grimwood, and Luke Kennedy. Welcome to the booth.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jess. Fantastic to see an event like this of this stature back at Bondi. It's been a while.
Yeah, super iconic spot and pretty incredible conditions to show up to on Saturday morning as well. What did you make of it when you first hit the stand this morning, Luke?
Oh, look, it's just great to see that westerly wind. And I mean, I know a lot of the young surfers love an onshore ruffle these days, but for a classic surf mindset, there's nothing like seeing an offshore breeze first thing in the morning.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to rock up, especially the swell as well, pulsing through. As we have a look, first wave replay of this quarterfinal number 3. I think it is Mr. Dom Thomas there in the red jersey.
Yeah, just a couple of smooth turns to open up with. Looks like we've had a wave here from surfer in yellow, Harry Martin as well. Just a couple of combination backside turns. So a lot of action already. The east swell we've got, Jess, it's really funneling into that southern corner of the beach. As you walk around, you can see it. It's actually heading in towards what's affectionately known as the reef at Bondi. Believe it or not, Bondi does have a little bit of reef. People laugh when you say that, but there's a cluster of rocks out there adjacent to the iceberg swimming pool that we do refer to as the reef. Occasionally it gets a good bank too, but
You were giving out some little forecast insights as well on our little group chat, and I feel like when you look at it coming to Bondi, you see that swell prediction for east. Anything with east, and especially a little bit of northeast in here, it just suits this place so well. It's what I would be hoping for at least coming into the event today.
well, I mean, Bondi gets maligned a lot of the time. I think the publication I work for, Tracks, once called it one of the worst 10 beaches in the world, but. Being a local, my view's a little different, and it is a magnet. So anything from the south or east, Bondi is going to pick up the swell.
Mm-hmm.
And we've certainly got, reasonable conditions today. I think what we're going to see is things change quite a lot as that tide pushes in. So surfers are sitting on an outside bank now, going for those, big outside bank manoeuvres. We might see it push into sort of like an inside rip bowl shore break as that tide pushes in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's going to be about adapting to changing conditions today is going to be critical, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, reward for the adaptation, $10,000 for the men's and the women's champion at the end of this final. I feel like we were talking a lot in the first two quarterfinals too, Luke. Demi and I were chatting about that format and the ability for these surfers to go really explosive. It's kind of like that bang for your buck heat with that single wave counting, and we've already seen, 7s and 8s going down.
So it looks like surfer in white. Dane Henry having a look at this one. Little chubby on the open face to start with. Just whips it back off the white water into a cutback zone. Looking for a big section here. Wants to finish strong. Drifts the fins. More work to be done, Jess.
Yeah, nice looking turn from him. Oh, pretty beautiful surfing. I think that's probably the best right-hander that I've seen already this morning for sure. Coming in for him.
It's, there was an element of kind of multiple manoeuvres on a longer ride. It's going to be interesting to see today how the judges respond. That was kind of more of a classic contest wave. Have another look at it rather than just one single big manoeuvre. So I'm curious to see how the judges reward this one. Perhaps some of the turns weren't done on the bigger turns on the outside section, which they often like, but definitely gets the work done through the inside.
Yeah, that nice little tail drift there and then lining it up for that lip line kind of floater to finish off. He held on, kind of weird lumps and bumps too. I heard Grayson speaking about it earlier, Luke, how tricky this wave can be to perform on, all the weird warps and wobbles that come through. Do you find that surfing here, as a local, it's just kind of the more times you surf it and the more you get used to those lumps and bumps, it just really plays into that back pocket of picking off the best ones?
Yeah, it's certainly a beach with a lot of variables in the tide and a lot of variables wave to wave. Often it's sort of those super junk conditions that you've got to be able to deal with a lot of different situations. Even as we saw in the last wave of Dane Henry, like there was kind of two different waves within a wave almost. It's kind of that classic East Coast. Try and get a couple of turns in on the outside bank, manoeuvre through the flats, and then look for a finish on the closeout inside, which he pulled off. So still waiting for the judges to drop that score. There we go. It's a 4.67. So perhaps that'd be considered maybe a good backup in a regular contest, but as you were mentioning, there's no backups in this event.
Yeah, no times for safe surfing here, but I think you said it too, like that standard contest combination for him, getting that 4.67. We already saw Grayson and George just going really explosive, just offering up maybe something a little more creative, a little more exciting to the judge's eye. And I'm interested as well to see how they scale in this quarterfinal, especially going into the women's. The judges are just as used to that traditional 20 minutes two-wave kind of format, and I think today and this series just takes away that safety net. It really shows can these guys adapt, like you said, and then also can they be creative? Can they show up and blow up when the opportunity arises for them in this 20 minutes? And there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of swell coming through. There seems to be a lot of lefts, a lot of rights. There's waves in between, little sections everywhere. It's really on offer for them this morning, $10,000 for each winner.
Yeah, well, I think the challenge is there are like a couple of different peaks. So it's a little trickier because often it's easier for competitors if there's just that one set defined peak. I know where I'm surfing. I don't have to make any decisions around where I'm going to choose to sit in terms of banks. But today, and we've already seen it, our competitors kind of splitting in different directions, choosing different peaks. So quite a bit of strategy and wave analysis is going to come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're almost at the halfway mark here, quarterfinal number 3. We've already got two quarterfinals done and dusted and semi-finalists locked in for the men's side. We've got a really, it's a big day of competition, but I feel like it's going to just fly by so quickly, Luke. We've got the quarterfinals of the women coming up, the semi-finals, and then we go straight in to that grand final of the format. And Demi and I were talking about the importance of this in Australian surfing too, Luke, and I think you can speak to this a lot. You know, watching the big names that came out of places like Bondi and back in the day of the ACC and when all the junior tours were hitting the East Coast, the importance of something like the Australian Open of Surfing and putting this back into play for the Aussie surfers has got to go a long way for us making our names etched into this next generation of surfing on the World Tour.
Yeah, well, it's kind of it's huge. It's a double win. You know, you can claim the actual title today at Bondi and walk away with 10 grand. That's a big occasion, and that's a big result. But it's also something that's going to help you build towards a career beyond the domestic circuit. The more time that these competitors can spend competing at a high level in events, I think it helps with experience, and it helps give them a sense of, you know, surfing in Australia being something that's taken seriously and that's important.
Yeah, and I feel like I saw that really come through when we were watching a lot of the big tour events this season and at the end of last season. Like those guys, like the bread and butter Aussie surfers, I feel like I can refer to them as like Jacko Baker and Callum Robson and I mean Conor O'Leary. I'll put him in that as well. Just that really authentic, hardcore Aussie guys. I feel like they're bred really well through this series. And when they get onto that World Tour and they pull together as a pack, it's just so exciting to watch for Australian surfing.
Sure, it definitely creates an opportunity for more unity amongst the Australian surfers, and it really gives Australian surfing that layer cake. Now we've got really strong board riders clubs, then you've got this circuit which is on another level, then you go to the regional QS qualifiers, then the CT. So the layer for Australian surfers is now stacked all the way through. So there's a better pathway. Yeah,
the pathway is really well defined now, and even, you know, looking at how this could possibly feed into these guys' careers, you know, even talking about Olympics and stuff like that, it's not that far-fetched dream anymore. It's just this really specific pathway. I think a lot of other countries look towards Australia, how we run our circuits and how we run our junior development, especially board riders. I mean, I think that was the last time I saw you at one of the board riders battles, and that thing is that just goes off. It is one of the best events. It has to be. Oh, we just saw a huge front side lofty air there from, I think it might have been Ben Lorenzen.
You see surfing yellow drifting the fins, comes undone on the heavy closeout bank. So we haven't had a score yet for Ben Lorenzen from that last wave.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Ben there. You just saw the camera just catch him and kind of went really big, lofty frontside air from the goofy footer and really going for broke. And that's what's going to take out the grand final here today, Luke.
Yeah, it's go big or go home. That's the motto. Show up or blow up. There's lots of little catchphrases we can apply to it. But Ben, the current Queensland Open men's champion, so... Nothing. Queenslanders love nothing more than coming to New South Wales and winning. We know that. And he'd love a win. I mean, if you were a Queenslander to win at Bondi, it would really rub it in the noses of the New South Wales surfers, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Even Luke, the Surfing New South Wales CEO, and Yatesy from Surfing Queensland even threw that in straight away to the booth this morning. They were like, it's like State of Origin. It's pretty much like State of Origin. It's like, you know, the Maroons versus the Blue, and just bringing that that kind of competitive nature to it. It's got a good vibe. I love that. I think we're pretty used to it here from footy. I think, you don't want to see I don't want to see the Queenslanders go away with the win, but it'd be something well deserved if you can raise that $10,000 check above your head today and take it back home to your state.
Oh, there's no doubt it will be a win for the individual, but also a win for whichever state is being represented. It's an Australian circuit, so.
They were talking a lot about kind of coming together with those state organisations and really getting behind this series. This is the third year that the format's been run. And even all throughout the lockdowns and stuff, Surfing New South Wales were able to push through and get a lot of events done just because of the nature of our sport. Being, out in the wilderness, not locked up in any arenas or sporting spots. So being able to see the series pump on through stuff like that, I just feel like it's going to go from strength to strength. But someone who has gone from strength to strength, first quarterfinal under his belt, heat winner from that last quarterfinal, number 2.
We're down here with the winner of the last heat. George, how'd you go out there?
Yeah, I actually managed to kind of find a couple of those lefts that were running into the pool there, because I was watching Grace and the local, and I was kind of like, might just follow him. And then they managed to kind of suck up and give me a few sections, so I was happy.
And have you surfed Bondi before?
I have before. I don't often come here because you kind of get worse waves the further you drive here. And but I don't know, it's actually kind of a few waves out there, so it's a bit of fun.
And so it's a big day today. There's a lot at stake. $10,000 up for grab for the winner. How do you feel? What would you do with it?
Oh, I don't know what I'd do with it. I haven't had that kind of money in a while, but I don't know. I just try not to think about it too much, because you put like all this pressure on yourself to get the money. But I just want to get a couple of fun waves and have a good day.
Awesome. Well, good luck, and we look forward to watching you for the rest of the comp.
Thank you.
Well, there we are, George Pittard going to school on Grayson Hendricks, the local from Bondi. Just contemplating what he'd do if he won the 10 grand. Maybe he wouldn't make it out of Bondi with 10 grand. You could easily go down in the blaze of a big weekend, I think, with the 10. You'd have a lot of friends.
You have a lot of mates.
You'd have a lot of mates pretty quickly, I think.
I feel like he gave a nod to that. I love that kind of rivalry that goes on between you guys here. This side of the bridge versus the Northern Beaches side of the bridge, and you guys, that's been around. I mean, you'd know about it from probably generations before I was even aware of it. But I remember hearing stories and reading stories about it from, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, and that breeding ground from that cross bridge kind of rivalry. It's pretty insane and pretty intense at times.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back a long way. South side versus north side, and that almost got represented at certain times at the elite level. You sort of had Tom Carroll and Shane Horan dueling. Shane from Bondi, Tom from Newport. You had Pauline Menza with Pam Burridge and Wendy Botha, who were on the Northern Beaches. So those rivalries have, rolled out for decades.
There you see, big tail high reverse there. Finding that left-hander that George was talking about, that he was copycatting the local wild card, trying to find those ramp sections, and you can see, look at that swell pulsing in, and the swimmers out there enjoying a beautiful Saturday morning here at Bondi. I mean,
yeah, we've seen about 200 lap swimmers already this morning. It's a popular feature of the local culture is a lap of Bondi in the morning before a latte for a lot of the swimmers.
Yeah, it's definitely on the list too for all the tourists. I feel like anywhere around the world, like you're saying, is one of the most world-famous beaches. Of course, there's like the Bondi Rescue Show. I feel like heaps of people overseas love that. I know a lot of my mates that live in Europe just love that series, and it puts Bondi on the map. When you come to Australia, there's Harbour Bridge, Opera House, Bondi Beach. It's just one of those places, and I think it offers itself really well to surfing and competitive surfing. It seems like a natural amphitheatre, and you can really feel the crowd when they're up and down the catwalk here. I love it for surfing.
Yeah, it is. It's a great atmosphere. There's probably about 4 or 5 different subcultures that play on the beach at the moment. As we see Dom Thomas having a look at this one, drifts it up into the lip. Good combination of manoeuvres. Not too much time in transition, which the judges like. It's pretty tight heat at the moment, this one. Like, there's not even a point between each surfer, so I feel like it's really wide open.
Yeah, have a look at this. I like this second turn from Dom. You can see that cross lump and the warp in it, and that hang time there that he gets just over the lip and as he redirects and comes down. I love that. Big throwaway for... who was that in yellow?
That was Harry Martin in yellow.
Harry, yeah. Throwaway. If he's able to pull off something like that, maybe just chucking the grab in to hold it nice and close under his centre of gravity and be able to pull off a rotation on one of those warpy kind of rampy sections, that's gonna get the heat win out here. That's the 7s, that's the 8s, maybe even 9s when we think about what's possible out here this morning.
Well, yeah, we're almost down to the mad minute, as you say, and it's still wide open. One big manoeuvre will do it, I think. One of those rotations on a closeout section. It's still there, and it's really tight. So Dane Henry and Ben Lawrenson currently in the top 2 positions will progress, but it feels like there's probably going to be maybe 1 or 2 more waves ridden in this last minute. Dom Thomas and Harry Martin are scrambling around now looking for anything. The beauty of this format is that they can still win this heat with a minute to go. It's still open.
Yeah, I feel like too, with the Mad Max minute underway, they're not going to be gifted it as well. Those judges that they've got on the panel, I saw Kai Engels, pop his head in before. He's judging up at that Challenger Series Championship to a level. They're pushing these competitors as hard as these guys are pushing each other in the water and in the heats. They want to see what they can do. They want to put them up against the ropes. They're not going to gift them a 6 or a 7. They're going to say, yeah, I mean, that was cool, but
I think
you can do better.
What's the best score in the men's? I think a 9 maybe was given out. I think the competitor in the next heat, Lennox Smith, got a 9 at the last event. Was probably the highest, probably single wave score throughout the series. I don't think there's been a 10.
Yeah, they're hard to get, aren't they? They're as rare as anything, especially with the panel. The judges are so professional. Like, they take their craft as seriously as these young elite guys. And a 10, I'd love to see that go down on finals day.
Well, speaking of 10, we're down to the last 10. Dom Thomas having a look at this one. He's currently in the lead, so he wants to improve on his situation. Big layback jam.
Sweet, super stylish. I'm not sure if that's going to improve his 5.77, but I think if there hasn't been any other action, he's going to be, safe to say, moving on through to the semi-finals. Let's see for the official results after this. But right now, we're going to take a break from the Australian Open of Surfing presented by Volkswagen. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 4 of the men's right after this.
This is the motivation.
And welcome back to the Volkswagen Australian Open of Surfing. We're up to quarterfinal number 4 of the men's opens. Out in the water, Lennox Smith, Cameron McDougall, Eddie Hamadi and Blake Levitt. So Lennox Smith from Barrack Point had a big result at the last event. I think he finished second.
Yeah, he certainly did at Upper Cops. I'm pretty sure Cooper Davies won that event. So coming in here in good form, Luke, and let me tell you, he's definitely a young star on the rise.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the judges earlier, and he said, certainly Lennox is on track for a CT career, big raps.
Yes, definitely. And, for a guy that young, He's just got an incredible insight into our competitive surfing. I've seen a lot of him lately. Of course, he's got a really good staple ground down there, Lennox, with guys like Sammy Lowe and probably having Mick Lowe down there as well, sort of with that experience. Pretty incredible. But yeah, at junior events, we do a lot of junior events and teams events, and when you have Lennox in the draw, you just know you're going to have to bring it, because the way this guy drops big scores is pretty incredible for a guy of his age.
And he's also doing a lot of his, there's a lot of reef breaks right down there on the south coast where he's based, even Barrack Point where he's from. It's interesting that he's still sort of really thriving in the beach break conditions. Yeah,
definitely. And they got a really, like I said, about their grassroots sort of level down there. Southbridge board riders, like I hadn't heard a lot about them until about 3 or 4 years ago, where we started to compete at like Kira junior teams against them, and man, they've got such a big development program down there, and I'm pretty sure you're going to see a couple of really good surfers come through the ranks down there in the next couple of years. Like I said, Sam Lowe, he's just a replica of the old man, just a power machine.
Yep. So I was talking to Mick on the phone the other night, and he was, humbly, sort of quietly confident about his son's progress.
Isn't it weird when you sort of have the offspring come through, and just the, I watch Mick a bit, like when Sammy's actually surfing, and he's just so anxiety ridden, the complete opposite to what Mick was like as a competitor, because I think it's with elite athletes, right? You can, as an elite athlete, you can control the controllable because it's you. When you can't control it, it's pretty hard to do. So, yeah, he's got a really good young guy coming through, as we see the surfer in blue go into the air. Will he ride out? Yes, he does. So, yeah. How was Mick feeling?
Yeah, he was pretty good. He was on his way to work. He was in a good frame of mind. I was actually ringing him up for a few comments on Nathan Hedges' comeback, which has been great to watch as well.
How good's that? Wow, Hog.
Yeah, we've got a big feature coming up in Tracks on the Hog. And his story, which is inspirational for any surfer, whether it's a young junior or someone in the mid-40s. I think it's great.
You know what? What I love about Nathan is how much he's giving back to these younger generations. We see Lennox just blowing up on the backhand. And the fact is, he's as fit as he's ever been. He's as focused as he's ever been. And he just loves being around it. And I think that is really that energy level is feeding off the guys on the QS, because I speak to guys and they just say he's so encouraging, he's got so much insight, he's there for your heats, and he's just always on for everyone else as well, not only himself but just the whole generation coming through.
Yeah, there's definitely, as he suggested to me on the phone, that there's definitely some mentoring going on his behalf.
Oh, definitely.
But I think he enjoys the energy coming through from the youth as well. He's feeding off that. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of them that don't want to draw him in a heat.
No, they hate it.
Like drawing like the most focused, energetic 43-year-old man is kind of going to, that's.
Yeah, and you have to look at what he did at Newey. Like, honestly, he just absolutely, and just that, the energy coming out of his body when he'd get the score he needed or whatever. It's so good to watch Hog, the way he goes about it. But yeah, the younger guys, even though they love getting mentored off him, they're like, oh no. Because he's not going to give an inch in a heat.
No, that's right. So you see Lennox Smith having a look at this one. Drifts up into the lip. Crumbly section ahead, cuts back. Is he going to ride this one all the way through? I think so.
We were talking about this before. You're from here, Luke, so give us the insight how important it is to get across that bubble, as we see a lovely hook, and out the back Eddie Harmony also get into work. So there's a definitely sort of a deeper section in the bank out there. So how do you negotiate that?
Well, look, I think you've got to get that big opening turn first, and then it's worthwhile transitioning through the flats. You've got to have plenty of speed as you hit it. Hopefully like a slightly flatter rocker in your board, I think, to really get through. And then if you are going to sort of go for that kind of longer wave, you want to have a strong finishing turn on the inside. But as for the transition, well, Eddie does a pretty good job here. Gets a solid opening turn, wraps it back into the pocket. Now hits this kind of flatter section, sticks with it where it's powerful, and could have been a little bit higher in the lip on the finishing turn, I think, but We see another replay from Lennox.
I tell you, who did pick the eyes out this morning was Grayson. Seriously, like, he knew every corner to jam on. And that's the sort of advantage of being the local. People going, oh, he's a local wildcard. Let me tell you, he is world class. I said earlier, I felt like he sort of pulled it back a bit in the competitive arena in the last 12 months, but I encourage him to continue with that competitive sort of development in his career because, mate, the guy has got so much game.
Yeah, I think there's a consensus that Grayson does have the talent to compete at a high level. It's just whether or not he wants to choose to really zone in and focus on it. He has been doing a lot of free surfing missions lately, down to South Australia is his favourite haunt. He's made a couple of videos about it, which have been great and really entertaining.
He won a World Junior, didn't he? Former World Junior,
World Junior champion, that's right, over at Huntington. And, he did prove this morning that when he pulls a singlet on, he's still a major threat. I think certainly it does suit him being at Bondi. But, we had kind of those low tide conditions funneling into the southern corner. And, Grayson knew exactly what he was looking for. Kind of took it, kind of warmed up on the opening 2 rides and then just went for it. And, his surfing actually suits this format.
100%. Just
show
that
up
really,
and blow up, you can do it.
That aggression, progression, and innovation kind of side that the IOS is trying to actually, develop. And I spoke to Jess earlier about, Adam Yates and Luke Madden talking about having a series like the old ACC. I was talking to Jess about the names that came through that in the 90s and why was such a force on the world tour, because we had a series that was basically right up there to the world standards, and this I think we can develop into that again, because I think there has to be a pathway, not for the guys who are necessarily looking to qualify on the tour, but those underground grassroots surfers who are incredible surfers but just don't have the leverage or the actual funds to do the tour full time.
Yeah, and that's right. I mean, you look at some of the competitors in this event, and some of them are doing apprenticeships, some of them are studying, some of them are working as well, and this series allows people in that situation to really invest time and energy in competition because they're still at an elite level, but perhaps, as you say, don't have the backing or the support required to really go to the QS just yet.
Exactly, and we had 2 series events leading into the grand final, and next year they're looking to extend that to give more opportunity for people to compete. And having 16 guys and 16 girls in the draw for the final, $30,000 up for grabs today, 10G to the winner, and that is a major chunk of funding when you consider, how much these guys get for winning QSs these days. This is a big deal.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge facing some of the surfers is like, what do I do if I get 10 grand? It's like, do
you go to Bondi pub?
Do I have a good time over a weekend in Bondi, or do I, take the accountant's advice and save it for a home deposit? What do I do? So there's a couple of surfers that, there's no doubt ticking over at the back of their mind is, okay, I could walk away 10 grand richer after today.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with it?
Someone like Cooper Davies, who's actually been exceptional in both events, it would really help his, ability to travel. And even guys like Lennox, it's a great way to actually not only just boost your enthusiasm and your competitive kind of experience, but knowing that there's a big payday to be had here.
Well, as you said, you look at reasons why this circuit's important, and you hit the nail on the head by saying these guys need money to travel to do other events. So all that cash comes in really handy. You see Surfer in Yellow, Eddie Hamadi, just a little insider there. Probably not going to factor into the equation. But we're just sort of in that transition phase with the tide as well. Sort of pushing through a mid-tide now. We might see a little bit more action, move closer to shore on those inside rip bowls. Looks like that wind is just ruffling a little bit with kind of that strong westerly we saw this morning's backed off a little bit.
It definitely changed yesterday about midday, didn't it? Like over at Manly, it went from being total onshore to this clean, perfect offshore, as we see the surfer in blue having a look, the Manly surfer. So right now, with that transition of, tidal and stuff like that, we see these scores, they're sort of connected into that, mid to good range. So a 5.77 is the best so far for Lennox Smith, Eddie Harmony with a 5, like Blake Levette with a 4.1, and Cameron McDougall needs to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, it's kind of cagey, isn't it? Like, you're looking at waves and these surfers, that they're putting a number on it, and they're thinking, well, last surfer won the heat with sort of, a mid-range 5, and you're out there and you're going, well, I feel like this is a sort of contest where I need an 8 or a 7, but if I see a wave that's got 6 written on it, should I probably lock it in?
Yeah, 100%. You've got to surf to the conditions, and I think that is the adjustment they're going to have to make during the course of the day. There's definitely going to be these heats that are really pumping, then you've got heats that are tidal. So, yeah, it's really about, working out what is happening in the moment more than anything else.
Yeah, it's going to change throughout the course of the day. I love the fact that it's kind of let's smash it out in half a day on finals day too. I think it's
How
great.
good.
It's exciting for the surfers. It's great for the fans.
Yep.
And it means we get to go and have a bit of a party afterwards as well. So
that's right. And I think, like, from a viewer point of view too, it gives the opportunity for people to really lock in to a day or a half day of surfing that that it's not like that standard kind of competition where it goes for days. It's that real excitement. Even for the surfers, quarter-final, semi-final, final, you're into it straight away, and it's short, sharp, and fast. And I think that's what they're trying to create.
Yeah, well, once you see that at the end of the, at the end of the heat, final, quarter-final, semi-final, it's straight into it. So yeah, exactly that. You could kind of set aside your Saturday morning to watch the surfing.
So we're going to throw over.
Down here with the winner of the last heat, Dom. Dom, how did you go out there?
Yeah, I went all right. It was pretty fun. There was a couple corners, and I managed to get a good one.
Yeah, I think you're being a bit modest, but tell us about that single wave you got.
Yeah, I was in last priority, missed some of the boys, and I paddled down the beach and was lucky I got one and got 2 pretty good turns, and gave me a good score.
And how are you going to prepare for your next heat?
I'm going to rest up and drink lots of water. It's pretty hot.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Well, good luck, and we're looking forward to watching you throughout the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are back, and that was a very elated but casual as well, Dom Thomas, who put on a stellar performance. But yeah, he was talking about, it's a warmer day in Sydney today. It's been absolutely deplorable in the last month or so when it comes to just the weather patterns. It's been crazy, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really wet, but Bondi's turned it on for us today. It's blue skies and offshore winds this morning, which is great. We talked about opportunities for surfers. I think Dom is in fact doing his carpentry apprenticeship. So he's from Swansea, so kind of juggling surfing with getting his chippies trade, which is great. And as we suggested, a series like this really opens the door for surfers in that situation.
Definitely, I think that everyone needs a plan B, and and what the advantage of a series like this is, it gives everyone the opportunity to who may not be able to travel and take extensive time away from their study and stuff, and being a carpenter, as we see the surfing blue up and riding, it's great to have a plan B, and yeah, definitely, a guy with a lot of talent, but it's trying to work out where he fits in the system, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And there's a lot of strategies that you can take if you're a surfer who's just about to graduate from school or leave school, go on and study. I think there's a few surfers in this event. Actually, I was talking to one of the mums yesterday, one of the daughters, who's actually doing her HSC concurrently while competing. So a lot of surfers are at that stage of their career where they're like, okay, finishing school, am I going to have a full-on tilt at the competitive arena, or am I going to do some study? Am I going to do a trade as a backup? And I guess the beauty of this event and this series is that it creates more options for those surfers. You can actually work and study and surf, and it makes that option more viable.
Yeah, that's why I think it's really important for the AOS to continue to develop. For those kind of grassroots guys who might choose a different path, but also still have those competitive juices flowing through their body. As we see right now, it is Lennox Smith still with that 5.77. It's the best wave of the heat, as we see yellow Eddie up and right in. So nice clean projection into the lip and a nice flare on that second manoeuvre, and looking strong. But we just haven't seen the calibre of wave that we have in those first couple of heats just yet. So their mindset would definitely be, with 2 to go, just a 6 is going to nail it. Let's try to work through this and try to get that 6, try to give the opportunity as we build towards the final.
Yeah, I think it's about, as you say, adjusting expectations. It's about, okay, everyone wants to be exciting surfing. You want to see 7s and 8s, but at this stage, particularly if you're Blake Levitt or Cameron McDougall, as we see Lennox Smith just trying to hold on to that first place battery situation. Big backside hanger to start with. Follows it up with another jam in the pocket. Racing down the line. Really trying to extend as much as possible out of that turn. He's got the connection all the way onto the inside here, over that reef section. And he's almost in the icebergs pool when he kicks off. So we didn't see the start of this wave from Blake Levitt. He's obviously taking it all the way through. Going to be interesting to see if it does threaten to put him into one of those top 2 slots.
Yeah, I don't know about the body language there, but I can tell you Lennox would have felt strong. That first turn, his rail work is just incredible. The timing of this guy's surfing, and a lovely turn for the man in blue. So, yeah, we didn't see this wave because we were watching red, but yeah, so this will be interesting to see what happens with the surfer in blue. There was really only one opportunity, but other judges going to lock that in at over a 5. But look at this first turn. Bang! Just the way he held that rail. Nice 12 o'clock. Judges love to see that. And his read of, competitive surfing waves is pretty at the elite level, I consider that.
Yeah, just the way he kicked the board a little bit higher, even in that second turn, just kind of looking for that. Might have even been a 0.5 difference, but in this heat, that could be a critical factor. I think Lennox is going to confidently take out the win. It's going to be just waiting to see if Blake Levitt's last ride factors into the equation. Down to 10 seconds remaining. It was really only that first turn that had points in it.
Good turn, but if it's going to be enough to turn the heat, we'll have to see what the judges think. We are counting down the Mad Max minutes, so another exciting battle. We're waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. We're going to throw off to a break very shortly, and I would dare say it is Lennox Smith who has definitely got the advantage in that heat. So we'll be back very shortly at the AOS down here at Bondi Beach. Welcome back, everyone, to the AOS Grand Final day, Bondi Beach. We've got beautiful conditions, and we're into the quarterfinals of the women's side of the draw. It is Sasha Baker, Rosie Smart, Grace Knight, and Poppy O'Reilly to kick off quarterfinal number 1. I'm in the booth with Jess Grimwood, and it's going to be exciting to see what the women bring to the fray down here at Bondi. 10 grand for the winner of the women's. This is going to be exciting to watch. Will they be able to hold their nerves as they battle it out for 30 grand? We're giving out 30 grand cash today, both men's and women's. Wow.
It'd play with your mind a little bit. It's kind of better off not to know there's 10 grand on the line when you're sitting in the line up for a quarter. I don't know. Some people thrive off it, but
what would you do with 10 G?
Me?
Try it on the house.
No, I would get a new jet ski straight away. Sorry,
Would
El.
ya?
Straight to the jet ski.
I would be fuming.
Yeah. Oh, well.
The boss will be blowing
Yeah,
up. But yeah, no,
my
fair
10
call.
grand.
Yeah, your 10 grand.
Yeah.
You should ask for a wild card.
What, into something?
Yeah.
Into the challenge?
I would have given you one. You know. I would.
You win way more heat sitting on the commentary couch than you do out in the water. So I'm going to stay here and watch people like Rosie Smart go to town.
Yeah, exactly. A young lady with a lot of talent, as we see. Sasha Baker already locked in a 4.67 and Grace a 2.33. So, wow, love that nice tight backhand attack for our Rosie Smart. As we said, a real star of the future coming through the ranks. And I wonder, with the younger crew in this event, do they really get the scope of, of how big a payday this is?
Yeah, I don't know. I think like maybe that it's they have so many events these days. I think especially the younger girls like Rosie, even Grace and Sasha and Poppy. Poppy's the wild card too, but the younger women coming through, they have so many events. So this is just like another weekend, another Jersey rep, another heat win potentially, and then at the end of the day, 10 grand. Let's see if like mum or dad lets them keep it as well.
I'd be taking a fee for sure. So I think we're going to throw off to a bit of an interview with Sasha Baker. So see what she thinks of this event.
Yeah.
We're down here with Sasha Baker, top seed going into this event. Sasha, how are you feeling about today?
I'm very excited to surf Bondi today and get started.
And what about this new single wave format?
I think the new format's really cool. We've never had anything like it before, so it's been fun just embracing it, taking your approach to 20 minutes and just putting everything into the one wave.
And tell us a little bit more about this approach. Are you going to try and go big? Like what's the plan?
I think just selecting a good wave is really important, and like focusing on the quality of the wave, and then once I'm on it, just do some big turns.
And there's a big check up for grabs, 10,000. What would you do if you were to win that 10,000 today?
I think the possibilities are pretty endless with that amount of money up for grabs, but maybe add a few new circles to the quiver.
Yeah.
But I think it would just be really helpful to fund the QS for the following year.
Yeah, amazing. No, it's going to be a great day, and we look forward to watching you today.
Amazing.
Good luck.
Lucy.
Well, there you have it. Sasha Baker, number 1 seed going into the event, already locked in a 4.67, and she spoke about, if she got that big payday, and she'd use that, to continue her progress through the QS ranks as she looks to qualify herself. So interesting to get the insight of that young lady, but very talented, and she looked focused and ready to roll. I saw her down here nice and early this morning, so good luck to her and good luck to all the male and female surfers who are competing. No one goes home a loser, really. You get $250 even if you go out in that first heat, I'm pretty sure. Not a bad day's work.
That's so good. And I mean, it's perfect Bondi conditions. Luke and I were talking about it earlier this morning as well. It's perfect swell direction pretty much, good looking little ramps and little edges of the bank on the rights and the lefts, and it's a beautiful day. Great. I even went for a little walk just then down to the pavilion. It's just such
Did you
a
pay
nice
your car?
spot. Nah.
I just went for a walk to pay $9 an hour for parking. Are they kidding at this joint? Oh, what about that turn? Oh, wow. Loosening the tail. If she landed that turn, that would have been a good score. I was just thinking before, Rosie's got a 5.10 for those nice combinations of turns, really well executed series of manoeuvres. But you reckon that, they're looking at maybe just that massive big turn? I felt like, Sasha was really pushing the point on this second manoeuvre to try to sort of identify what the judges really want to see.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah. I think you're spot on, Dimmy. She's kind of dialed in maybe the best, or is the best in the number 1 seed, dialed into what the judges are looking for here. And she got that kind of like big girl kind of approach too. I always call like big girl turns, like when they really commit and they fully throw the weight of their strength and their power behind the rail work, like all for broke kind of turns that we love seeing. They're going to score way above those 4s. They're going to get those 7s and 8s. And beautiful. It's crisp. It's like technical surfing from Rosie Smart. She kind of reminds me of Bianca Buttentag on her backhand. She's real textbook, top to bottom. But she's going to have to be explosive if she wants to hold on to that lead position going all the way through the final.
Yeah, I feel like Sasha sort of has that kind of like that really strong power base. Someone like Sarah Bombs, you know, she sort of reminds me a bit of Sarah, like in the way she pushes a lot of water.
Yeah.
So it just means she's really putting a lot of focus on her back foot and how much pace and rail she's using to generate the speed. And like you said, for the smaller competitor, they're going to have to be more creative to get kind of the visual for the judges to sort of separate those power-based surfers from those surfers who might be a little bit younger.
Yeah, 100%. There goes Grace. Nice looking little right-hander on offer for her. Oh, a little bit fat as went through that inside section though. So I think that's spot on. I think those, when you talk about the smaller surfers getting more creative because they can't match the power of people that are kind of carrying that extra volume through their turns and displace way more water. I think of people like Huey Vaughan. I mean, he's tiny. Yeah, he's no weight on him, but he's
28 kilos.
So creative. Yeah, he's so creative. He's
watching him in like in a pro junior. You see all the older guys going, no, give me a break. And it's hard because he has to, sooner or later, he'll be like Joel. He'll grow into his body and he'll develop. But even at such a young age, he understands and identifies how, as a smaller surfer, he has to be more creative because the visual has to look better for the judges.
Yeah, and he does do some pretty weird, tweaked out stuff. Some different rotations. He spins on a different axis. He's got his
Does
tail.
he ever sleep?
Yeah, no, he surfs. He surfs.
And he surfs big. Hey, he's got guts. He's got some balls. He'll have a crack at anything.
Yeah, he's got some serious charging under his belt. At home, in big chunky beach days when no one else is surfing, he'll be out there pulling into closeouts at the moment. Almost halfway through quarterfinal number 1 for the women. And it is Rosie Smart in the lead, 5.68.
So improvement on the that low 5 before, and Sasha Baker in second. So right now, the good thing about this format, I feel like it allows the surfers to be a little bit more selective because they all know it's only one wave. So they're not even thinking about anything, but like Grace and Poppy's thinking, I've just got to better that 4.67 of Sasha to get myself back in the game. So in this kind of format, I think it identifies the fact that, you could come from the clouds. You could basically have a 1 minute heat, let's be honest.
Yeah, you could have a 10-second heat even. Literally, just 100% one turn. You're going to break that 6-point ceiling and end up into the next round, into the semi-finals.
I reckon this format would work for a lot of people because you see so many guys who lock in 9s and then lock in a 1.5. So for some people, I reckon it will work as we see the young gun up and right in again, just establishing that first manoeuvre to get herself back in the power source, comes over the top of this wave, now gets to work. Nice clean rotation on the backhand again. But as I said, Rosie is in that situation where she's looking to build on that 5.68 and she has to bring it visually as well.
Yeah, I think that just shows how well dialed in she is to chasing the qualifying series as well. That's two probably similar scores or 3 similar scores around that 6-point range.
And in the QS,
that wins you
that's
heat
a staple.
after heat after heat.
I love the way she reads this wave too.
Yeah, it almost looks like it goes overhead as she drops into this double up section too. She reads it really well, like you said. Drops to the bottom, connects with the top, just a nice slash. Nothing super crazy and technical, but yeah, any other normal format that gets you through heat after heat, but I'd love to see Rosie just throw some tail or get a bit more creative through the inside. It's in her
repertoire.
Go for a
big punt.
Oh, I'd love that. It's in her repertoire. She does it in the free
I know.
surfs. It's there, yeah.
I've seen her actually go to the air. Like, she has got such a strong game, all-round game, not just a competitive game, but she's also got that creative nature to her surfing as well. Right now, Poppy O'Reilly needs to get that 4.68 basically to get herself into our second position. Now, tell me, I was just wondering, what happens if you got 2 surfers on, say, 4.67? How do they separate that?
You go back to the second highest wave score, don't you?
But it's only a one-wave format.
It is, but surely, how else would you get split?
I don't know.
We'll have to
get out the boxing gloves and 2 rounds.
They might run the old crumb cutlet. Remember that?
Oh yeah, how
You
good.
have to run down, crumb cutlet yourself like a schnitzel in the sand, and then run back up to the judges' tower before anyone else. But I don't know. I think Kai and
they'll work it out.
The judging panel, they've got their plan.
They got there.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Volkswagen, of course, our naming rights partner of the event. And great to have such an amazing company involved in developing this series, the AOS. And of course, Bonsai, and big shout out to Mad Mex, the official AOS web partner. We see the Mad Mex Minute always come up, and Mad Mex is proud to be our partner of Surfing New South Wales across a number of the Australian Open of Surfing events, and they share that healthy passion for our healthy food and support some of Australia's best young surfers coming through. So great word to Mad Mex. Great to have them involved.
Absolutely, and a year's worth of free burritos too to the overall champs for this AOS series. And while we wait for the next 2 waves to go down, we'll go to the quarterfinal number 4 men's heat winner with a chat with Lucy.
We're down here with the winner of the last heat, Lennox. How did you go out there?
Yeah, there was a couple fun ones. It's super hard to surf, but there's still good waves out there, so try and get a couple.
Have you surfed Bondi much before?
No, this is my first time here.
And any advice who did you talk to before your heat?
I was just talking to Eddie, who was in my heat, and we were kind of just talking about how hard it is to surf, and we were just trying to get a couple.
And what about the single wave format? How do you enjoy that?
Yeah, I think it's really good. It definitely makes it harder for everyone because it's in your head, but if you can kind of think to yourself like you just need one wave, it's sweet.
Yeah, and so you got the first heat cobwebs out of the way, so what's your strategy for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous in that heat, so I'm feeling a lot better now, so I think I'll just keep it rolling and see how it goes.
Awesome, good luck.
Thank you.
Smith, winner of the quarterfinal number 4, saying he was a little bit nervous. So we did speak about that, about the fact that how are these guys sort of mentally coming into this, knowing that, it's another event, but it's probably a little bit different when you think about 10 grand for the winner. So, it's interesting to see that the youngster sort of trying to manipulate his brain to not think about it.
And not spend it 3 ways before you've even won it. When you're still sitting in the quarterfinals, just swiping the FBOS card 3 different ways at the store. It's hard. But at the moment, Rosie, you know what? She's so steely. I remember watching her through all the Woolies events that Surfing New South Wales run as well, and she is she is not tapped into what goes on in the contest. Like, she's not in the scene. She's not going back and forwards with everyone. She always just off to the side a little bit, really quiet, doesn't come in and get amongst all the chaos that goes on in the comp scene, and I think that's what's paying off right now. She just runs her own game.
I like that too. For me, I'm always trying to tell guys that I have anything to do with it. You need to separate yourself. You need to make sure that you're switched on when you have that opportunity before your heats, as we see Grace up and right in. And I think, being that way and being driven that way also creates that sort of that energy and really holds back the energy for what you're trying to do in the water. Because you do see it at junior events, they're frothing. It's a nightmare trying to... Imagine being one of the parents when they get home, they're still just sort of all frothed out. We just came back from the Kira Junior Teams Challenge, and I felt like it was like 3 days of hell.
Yeah. It's like
it
skating, surfing, eating, sleeping.
You're trying to keep up with the kids, and their energy is just... The only good thing about it at those kind of events, at teams events where it's 3 days, and on that 3rd day you can just see the cracks starting to appear. They're all starting to buckle as we see Surfer in red up and riding. Great fluency to the way this lady surfs. And again, just driving through that inside rail with plenty of power and flow.
Yeah, nice backhand on a good likeliness to Sarah. Like you said,
Here we
I
go.
didn't even think of that.
Poppy up and riding.
The wild card.
Yeah. Oh, nice turn too. So the Bondi crew will be frothing on that.
Yeah, that was a nice looking section. You can tell she's used to surfing these waves too. Grace was talking about it.
Yeah. As a local young surfer, you probably sort of, it's a real advantage to be in that position, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a good-looking wave as well. I think that she's going to need something big and critical when you look at Sasha's last wave and her score, the 513, how much water she was able to blow up into the sky, and it just looked really controlled and powerful. I think Poppy needs probably another more critical section out the back if she wants to match that type of surfing with Sasha. I think Grace, we saw one of her waves previously in the yellow, a backhand hook. She's on the right track. She's chasing down that little left-hand kind of section on the edge of the bank into that rip bowl, but only that one turn for her. So, 2 turns, she's back up around that high 4-point range.
How excited is it to see this next generation coming through? I mean, this is where it all starts for these surfers, where they're developing their skill set as they push on to the QS. And I wanted to bring up, the Challenger Series, and how good was it to see Mace?
Oh, yeah.
So good.
I mean, for us, like for Australians, but for North Shelley, for our board riders club at the moment, 1 and 2 in the world are from North Shelley. Like,
how the hell is that?
It just
incredible.
shows. It shows Australia. It shows board riders surfing, grassroots stuff like the Australian Open Surfing Series, all the New South Wales events that go on, feeding into the QS events, feeding into the regional events, and now 1 and 2 in the world from our own board riders club. It is like, for the young girls, you should see them coming through the club. Like, when we come to these Australian Open events, it's always the best part about it is I wait to see, not in the final, of course, because they've already been like qualified and handpicked, but in those opening events of the new season, so at the start of next year, I just wait to see those names pop up that you never heard of before.
Yeah.
I'll just scan the draw and I go, wait, hang on, where are they? And there's just new girls every single year, and they're just coming in droves. We've got, like, I can't even tell you how many women that are under 17 that are coming through our club at the moment.
Wow.
And I'll put that weight on the back of Macy and Molly because they're seeing these girls grow up in the same place, surf these events in front of their eyes like here at Bondi, surf up and down the coast in Australia, and then suddenly they're on, main TV. They're on like all the websites, they're on all the mags, they're on everything to do with women surfing.
What I love about those two is for me, they're completely 2 different identities.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like they get the best out of each other. And I feel like them both coming through together has given them the opportunity to really fire up as we head into the Mad Next Minute. And I feel like that's increased their ability in their careers because they are different. They're
people.
different.
They're very, very, very different competitors and different people. Yeah, straight up. And that's what you're going to see here with people like Rosie and Sasha. And they're pushing the bar on each other all the time. Like, Sasha's going to be waiting to hear this, look straight up into the pocket. Bit more powerful and dynamic from Rosie Smart. Opens up the backhand as textbook rail work from the young lady in the white with under 30 seconds to go. Dimmy, that's serious
bread
surfing.
and butter,
Yeah.
Good surfing. And let me tell you what I loved about that wave was how she held that deep bottom hand turn after that first manoeuvre as we see Sasha bang, coming unstuck. But yeah, I felt like that line into that second manoeuvre was the key to that score.
Beautiful surfing.
Great surfing.
And I think she's going to better that score. I'm pretty sure this is just after the buzzer, but great looking wave and section. But the local wild card popping go down on that one. Stick with us. Quarterfinal number 2 coming up. Live action at the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back. Live action here at the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles and, of course, Mad Mex, the webcast presenting sponsor here. Myself, Jess Grimwood and Luke Kennedy, back in the booth, locked in for quarterfinals action. Good morning once again, Luke.
Yeah, Jess, it's pulsing out there. We just kind of saw one of the biggest sets of the morning roll through a 4-footer. No one was really in position for it, but good signs. And it looks like action has moved over to what's affectionately known locally as skateboard rights or ramp rights. So as this tide pushes in, it's really starting to bowl up a little bit, which is good news considering we're moving through the day towards the finals. As we see, we've got women's quarterfinal number 2, Shyla Short, Jess Starling, Lillian Young, and Lucy Brown. Lucy Brown having a look at this one early. Wrapping back into the pocket. This one doubling up a little bit now, more cup in the section. Goes on rail. Doesn't make it through that notorious flat section though.
Nah, nice smooth style for her. I haven't seen much of Lucy Brown surf, but smooth from her.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of speed.
If you can be smooth at Bondi, you can be smooth anywhere.
Yeah, for sure. Interested to see how Jessie tackles this heat as well. She's got to be one of those top seeds, and I think for a lot of the younger women in the draw in this quarterfinals matchup, Jessie was kind of one that they wanted to come up against. It's like a measure for them. Shyla as well, but Jessie kind of has that name in women's surfing. She's from obviously like Narrabeen local, Sister True Styling. She runs a mag, online kind of mag and media outlet for women's surfing called Murmur Mag. So I think a lot of these younger women are trying to match up against someone like Jessie.
As we see surfer in red, Shyla Short from Ostermere up and riding. Good section in front. A little bit of fin drift through the section. Just didn't get in and out of the manoeuvre quickly enough to complete it, but definitely went for it.
Yeah, she's been one of those standout pro juniors and super juniors coming through New South Wales as well. Always see the Short sisters. It's not unusual to see their names in the finals. And I think she's got the right idea coming into this morning for the conditions. She's really targeting that big critical manoeuvre. Real point of difference, I think, between the last heat. We saw a lot of combination surfing, a lot of top to bottom on their back end. I think Shyla, if she can complete one of those manoeuvres, it's going to be right up there with that 6-point range that we saw from last quarter.
Yeah, I like the approach, and I agree with you, Jess. I think if she had completed that manoeuvre, we would have seen a really solid score for a single turn.
Yeah, it's I mean, we've been speaking about it the whole time, the format, that single manoeuvre, the power surfing, the pleasing kind of aesthetics of that displacement as well of all the water, and it comes down at the critical section. It's hard to shy away from a good score from that. Like, the judges want to reward that type of surfing. I think they value that one turn over 5 kind of top to bottom taps.
Well, I think there's a bit of an adjustment for the surfers to make this so, you know, they compete regularly on a different format that is a two-way format, and where a slightly different kind of surfing might be rewarded. So there's definitely an adjustment in your approach, and the surfers that are going to thrive in this format are the ones that can make that adjustment.
Yeah, absolutely. 15 minutes on the clock, quarterfinal number 2. We already got our semi-finalists for the men's decided. The guys getting prepped. I'm actually surprised at how professional and serious a lot of the younger competitors take in this event as well. I feel like the older guys are pretty well versed in this Australian Open series, and they're kind of in the flow of coming to the contest, setting up their spot and getting ready for the heat. But I've seen a lot of the younger girls like full Dre Beats headphones on, 4 boards in the quiver, mum sitting next to them. They got like the protein and the fruit getting ready. They're real professionals.
What's on the playlist, I wonder, Jess? What do you reckon? That's the key. It's all about what's on your playlist before you surf.
Before I surf, far out. Something weird, probably. Country music or something.
Oh, really?
Strange.
Yeah, a little bit of Casey Chambers or something.
I don't know, something like that. Maybe some Disclosure. It depends. It could be anything from like. I think about like Mick Fanning listening to Tool, something like Tool, or it could be like John Butler. I'm that bipolar with my playlist.
That's good though.
What's on yours?
Nice. Well, when it's surfing, I think I was talking to a friend about it the other day. Still stuck in the late 80s and 90s with TSOL. Definitely that's there. A little bit of Gangi Jang. definitely.
You still listen? You still prep before a free serve?
No. It's just kind of like if you're driving down the coast on a coastal mission. I think I've got a little playlist that's called Coastal Mission.
Oh yeah, nice.
Sunny Boys, as we see Lillian Young up and riding. Nice opening turn, back into the pocket. This one bowling up a little bit more now, really on rail. You can see Lillian trying to push for something extra with that last turn.
I love that casual. She looked really settled in between those turns as well for Lillian. There wasn't like too much wobbling and kind of jittering around in between. I thought that was a nice style from her. I think it's going to be her best wave. But
it's like she knew that next section was coming. She could be patient, could see the wave bowling up, so there was no need to force it.
How's all the drop wallets too? I remember the first one I ever saw of Tyler Wright doing that full kind of rail drop wallet forehand cutty, and now you just see like all these younger girls just they're mimicking it, but then they've got, once they get that down, they've got their little edge, their own little individual personality comes through in it. I think that's sweet. I love that about surfing, and I love that that's there now for women's.
Yeah, the layback slash, it is one of those maneuvers that does have personality, and it does really say a lot about a surfer's style and attitude. And as you suggest, everyone's got their own version of it. Sometimes we see the double-handed layback jam. That's great.
That's it.
Tyler uses that, and Mikey Wright's really good at it. Kind of need a big section to lay that one down if you can.
Yeah, a lot of water, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of water coming at you, and maybe a bit of a chunkier rail. That's actually something I thought about. I wanted to ask you, Luke. Talking about quivers and boards, when you're surfing Bondi, when these men and women are getting ready for their heats, are we looking to change up to epoxy? Have you seen that with the guys on the beach, or is it standard PU?
Well, look, I think, if I was competing in the event, I'd probably be looking at a board that's either probably got a slightly flatter rocker for Bondi because the waves aren't quite as steep and you're going to be transitioning through that big flat section potentially. And maybe something that does offer a little bit more lift than epoxy. There's probably enough push in the swell today, though, to kind of justify going for that PU. It's not super small and crumbling. But, it was interesting watching some of the surfers prep throughout the week, and you could kind of see who maybe had a little bit too much rocker in their board for the Bondi waves, I think. But
you saw a lot of the people here early?
Yeah, it's been good through the week. I mean, one of the great things about having a surfing event at any venue is the surfing that goes down in the lead up. All the local grommets get excited because they're surfing with some of the best surfers in Australia. The standard goes through the roof on a day-to-day basis. So, the whole town gets excited.
Yeah. It does bring about that vibe, and I just feel like it's just the perfect little amphitheatre. As you see, Lucy Brown, smooth style. I think she's chasing that big section. She looks comfortable to me. She doesn't look too nervous. She looks like she's kind of just picked the wrong waves. I think if she gets the opportunity, she's going to find that big connection through the inside. I saw Dom Thomas get a few really nice kind of critical sections on the inside in his quarterfinal, and I think Lucy's on the hunt for that little right-hand inside section. Lillian, 4-point ride. You can see the scores there. That's their best wave score. So if you're following on live heats as well, maybe you're at work or something, the best score coming up, one wave only counts here for the Australian Open Surf Series, presented by Volkswagen. And, I mean, so many different partners coming on board as well, Luke. So much money being thrown into surfing at the moment.
Great late takeoff from Shyla Short. Did really well to hold on there. Just waiting for a section to stand up now, wrapping back into the pocket. Steeper face to work with. Good on-rail approach. Still wants more in this last section and doesn't quite ride out to get the completion.
And while we wait to see the scores lock in for that last exchange and wave for Shyla Short, we'll go down to quarterfinal number 1, Heat 1 winner, Rosie Smart.
Down here with the winner from the last heat, Rosie. Tell us about that wave, the final minute.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for a good wave, like the whole heat, and I was getting a bunch of fives, but I'm glad I finally found one that ran off nicely to get a couple turns.
Yeah, and of course one wave is all it takes to make a heat here or take the win.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling progressing now into the next round?
Yeah, I'm super keen. It's a beautiful day and the waves are really fun, so I just hope it keeps getting better.
Yeah, awesome. Should be an awesome day, so good luck.
Thank you.
Well, we were talking about those surfers that have been down here practicing throughout the week, and I did see Rosie yesterday morning. Her mum was parked up on the sand. Rosie was out in the water, and her mum was saying she's sort of just finished school, doing her HSC at the moment, so juggling a lot, but it was certainly an impressive performance this morning, and that's exactly where she was surfing yesterday. So it goes to show that kind of having that practice surf on the bank where you'll most likely be surfing the following day, it can pay dividends.
Yeah, you got to feel more relaxed too coming to the lineup. I hate being on the back foot for anything. Like, you turn up to work and you're late, you already feel like you're behind the 8 ball. So yeah, that prep work, and I mean the level of professionalism, I just can't go past it at this type of series. Like, it's the ladies and the guys, they're getting the reps in front of the camera. You know, it might not be the full glass setup like on the Pro Tour, but it puts you on the spot. You're being recorded. A lot of the time it's live. You're representing your own brand as a surfer for a lot of these young competitors. They're putting through their reels to companies and people that back them already financially. So they're representing like a lot more than just that heat. And I think it just shows, like, once they get to that championship tour level, they've done this. They've done 1 million post-heat interviews. For Rosie, she's done 1 million of them. She's won so many heats this year and over the last few seasons up and down the East Coast. Like, I feel like she doesn't feel that nervous anymore in front of the camera in post-heat, and it's all part of that pro surfer package that we have now. So professional.
Yeah, every time you win a heat, you get some media training or some media experience. And you talked about how sort of, you know, seriously in a good way that the surfers are taking this event. It's a professional setup. It looks good. It's not just the big prize money on offer, a 10 grand winners check. It's the whole setup. It's kind of, it feels like we're at a major event down here at Bondi.
Yeah, it is really, really cool. I feel like the plans going into the future for this as well, I think it has that. I mean, we're right next to the bowl, the Bondi Bowl and the skate ramps there. I can just feel the festival coming on with Australian Open to surf.
Yeah, it's definitely set up for it perfectly, as we see Shyla Short looking for some steeper face to work with, hopping through to the inside. There it is, vertical snap to finish with. Be happy to get the completion on that final manoeuvre, probably the best move of the wave. The judges would rather see it on the outside section, but today you get it done where you can.
Yeah, she did well. She kind of wasn't carrying too much speed into that final manoeuvre as well, so to hang it up there and get the completion, you can just see she's got a lot of power behind her, a lot of skill. It looks like it's been a bit of a struggle for this first 15 minutes of this heat, though. Jessie's just trying to pick the eyes out of the situation, hasn't come up with a score yet. Here's a replay from Shyla. Just reads it well, handles the lumps and bumps, kind of mistimed, I think, in between trying to gather speed and put some turns in. She manages just to kind of throw it up there on the backhand. So it's got her in the lead, I think, at the moment. But 5 more minutes. I mean, she's got pretty high caliber out in the water against her.
So we see Lillian Young, current heat leader, single opening manoeuvre, electing to try and take this one through the inside. Doesn't get the connection. I think Lillian actually became famous worldwide for rescuing a kangaroo as working as a lifeguard. So,
wow, Insta famous.
Yeah.
Here's the wave replay there from Lillian. She, good approach. Straight up into the lip. Kind of a weird section. Didn't really give it any speed coming out of that turn. So doesn't set her up for any inside as well. But I actually think I'm interested to see Shyla's last score. I think it's going to come in. Ooh, maybe it was a 3.93. It's right up there. They're really sitting neck and neck. Here goes Jessie.
Down to the 4-minute 40 mark. Cuts back right into the pocket. And again, more of a classic approach to this wave. But once again, just can't hop through the flat section onto the inside. So haven't seen a score go north of the 5-point mark as yet. So it still feels a little bit open. Different strategies coming into play. What do? Do you catch a lot of waves and hope that one of them kind of comes off and just go for it? Or do you sit, put the anchors down and wait for the wave that really obviously looks like it's got scoring potential? Different approaches are available, particularly with this format. I feel like you have those surfers, like I think of sort of a Philippe Toledo, that are rhythm surfers that actually do best when often they'll catch multiple waves and eventually kind of one of them will pay off. That's an approach that you could take with this format. I think it's kind of not a bad idea to be rolling the dice.
Yeah, I think so too. Million ways you're going to find a little section. Here we go, Lucy Brown.
Good looking bowl in front. Big on-rail turn to open with. Drops that wallet a little bit, as we've talked about, up into the whitewater. Knows she's got a good score in the making here. Wants to get the completion on the final turn. Unfortunately, that section was just a little bit bobbly, kind of split into two waves, so it was hard to ride out of. But I think we're going to see some decent points for that first turn. Again, we get down to the stage now where, okay, maybe you're not necessarily chasing the 7 or the 8 at this stage. It's just kind of you've got to snag a 5 and you're through, or even a 4 is going to put you through into second position right now. So the tactics come into play. You've competed quite a lot, Jess. It's kind of like, is this where you have to actually put a number on the wave? It's coming through and you're kind of looking at it and just literally saying, that's a 4, that's a 5. What do I want, in this situation, I guess?
Yeah, I think, you're looking for a 6. I think you're looking for just a section, one big section, like you said, rhythm, getting the rep, like getting more waves under your belt. Look at that, Lucy Brown's 5.17. She was rewarded like dynamic, speed, control, a little bit of flair through that opening kind of tail slide, like wrap on her forehand, and then she just looked in flow of that. She had a lot of speed going in the second turn. She didn't get the final manoeuvre, but if I'm sitting out there, I'm looking for a 6-ish. I'm looking for a big section. I wouldn't even be thinking about the inside at this point. I'd just be thinking about dropping to the bottom and just like flaring, throwing as much water as possible, because I know it's going to match that 5.
Yep.
And then if something else happens on the end, bonus.
Yeah, the judges sent a pretty clear message with that score. Really, Lucy's all the points, all the work was done with that first manoeuvre. Essentially, it was kind of almost a 5-point turn. So we see Jess Starling, not so much of a steeper wall to begin with. Now it bowls up. Just a set-up turn, looking for a bigger inside section. Hopping all the way through, now goes back to the left. Still hasn't had anything really to work with as yet. Strong finish turn and doesn't ride out. So much work for no reward. In that scenario, you'd have to think maybe Jess would have been better off going, you know what, in and out. Kick off that one without getting the completion. You would have been better off kicking off early.
That was I thought every section, I thought, oh, here we go. It's about to wall up for it. And then it'd wobble down again. Like, so tricky and complex to read. And then there's another bit of a wobble and sidewall. And then it goes to nothing again. So I don't know. I was chasing it with her the whole time. And I kept thinking it was going to happen. But at the Mad Mex minute, where got Lucy Brown out in the lead, she's been able to find that critical first turn in the section, and Lillian yelling for situation update. Charlotte and Jessie, if they were to pop out here in the quarterfinal, I would say this is going to be an upset.
Here's Lillian, steeper down the line wall, big on-rail turn to open up with. Going to get a second section here, just a check turn to back it up at the moment. Definitely going to be worthwhile taking it through for the bonus section here. And rips another turn out of the lip. Really looking for the bonus score at the end. But, that may improve her situation. It may prove critical as we see Lucy Brown again kind of almost in blocking mode, it feels like, with that wave. Holding the lead at the moment. Didn't want to give either Charla or Jess a shot at it in that Mad Mex last minute.
Beautiful surfing. I don't know, is Lillian's better than Lucy's? Either way, I feel like both of those women are moving on through. We'll wait to see the official results of this quarterfinal right after this. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles. We'll be back with live action at Bondi very shortly.
This is the motivation.
Coming to you live from Bondi. We're in the women's quarterfinals. So results yet to be confirmed from that last quarterfinal. Couple of rides in the final minutes. You see surfer in yellow, local surfer Layla Rich up and riding early. It's been all about trying to get a big opening maneuver on the outside section and then find the transition through the flats into the famous Bondi Shorey.
Yeah, definitely, mate. And this is a big heat. Kyla Whitfield taking on Carly Shanahan up and riding right now. And watch Shiana Rogers. I don't know if you've seen a lot of her, but let me tell you, she can absolutely nail massive scores as we see the surfer in white. Just trying to establish that sort of foundation score for her to build on, but good waves. What about the weather? It's hot.
Yeah, it's kind of, we've had a lot of rain, a lot of bad weather in Sydney over the last few weeks, but this is probably the best day of the month so far.
What about the eastern suburbs? It's firing on all cylinders. I went out into the local establishments out there. The cafes are packed. The bodybuilders are in the gyms, and not only have we got the Australian Open of Surfing down here today, but New South Wales, we've got the Everest Carnival.
The Everest Carnival's on, okay. Yep.
Yeah, $6 million horse racing race today at Randwick. So the eastern suburbs is definitely firing on all cylinders. It was beautiful coming down the hill this morning from Bondi Road, and just that landscape and that beautiful kind of texture in the air. We knew we were in for a good day.
There's nothing like coming around that bend into Campbell Parade in Bondi. Yeah, it's a great view. But, yeah, well, 6 million Everest, but surfers are chasing 10 grand here each for the win. I think they'll be happy with that.
100%. 100%. And as you said, sort of, it was such a calm morning, and we had that nice little jack in the swell in the last 24 hours, and it's created this nice little inside wedge towards the south corner of this beach. And I'm pretty sure the sort of direction of Bondi is very similar to North Stain and Manly, where sort of, is it better on a northeast kind of easterly swell?
We tend to pick up any south swell and southeast swell, whereas Manly likes the east in the swell.
100%.
So we'll get because Bondi faces southeast, so it will really pick up any of that east-southeast swell. And we've kind of got a swell today that's pretty east. It's probably wrapping into the corner in Bondi with an angle, so we're kind of getting this wrong way right-hander effect off the bowl. Right.
Definitely Manly loves it with east.
Manly likes an east swell.
Hates a south swell.
Hates a south swell. Bondi can handle the northeast wind. Manly hates the nor'easter generally.
I was thinking
Manly can handle the southerly, but Bondi doesn't like the southerly. Yeah, they're kind of, there is opposites there. Yeah.
We're talking about iconic events that have been here in the past, and we're talking about the boost. It might have even been the quickie, the air show. And I remember on that day it was dead set 5,000 blueies, and guys were getting absolutely cooked, fighting it out for massive money. But they were all ready to have a crack. But yeah, when it's nor'east at Manly, you get a lot of blueies.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see any signs of the curse of summer show up today, the blue bottle. I'm much more scared of blue bottles than sharks, that's for sure.
Definitely.
Way bigger threat on the east coast of Australia. But, yeah, not what you want to come up against in your heat, that's for sure.
You don't want to have to think about that. As we see some scores locking in, Carly Shanahan with that first wave, as I said, just trying to establish sort of something she can actually lean to. And I've just dropped the coffee.
I could see that one coming. The coffee spill in the commentary booth. It's all happening. The cappuccinos are flying.
Mate, that's what happens when you're on an absolute angle. I feel like we're sort of getting seasick in here, but it's good to be down here at Bondi. And as we said, the waves are on, and plenty of people out there sitting down watching. You don't get a lot of major events down here when it comes to surfing these days. And
I think you talked about. I think the Boost Mobile was one of the last major events. Going way back, I can remember as a kid coming to the 86 OP Pro in Bondi when the World Circuit used to come here.
Do you know what? That's the funniest thing. That's the first event I ever went to. And I actually discussed that with Jess this morning, that my dad drove me over from Manly. First event outside of Manly. We used to see the Coke Classic. But, yeah, I remember driving down there. It was tiny. And I'm pretty sure Oku went crazy out here? But, yeah.
I think there was a final here one year with Nicky Wood and Gary Elkerton. Yep. It was a big year. I think it was another year maybe it was Derek Ho and Martin Potter. But I can remember being a kid and they all stayed in one of the local motels and we'd kind of climb up the stairs and knock on doors for autographs, which was great.
Awesome days. But yeah, that was my intro into professional surfing, and they just felt like they were untouchable rock stars. I did a podcast with Duma last year, and I was talking about how the effect of that 80s and 90s. Same with Tommy. I did one with Tommy as well, and TC was saying the same. It was just such a dynamic era where professional surfing came to the fore of the mainstream because of basically wide world of sports.
That's right. Used to be on TV. Remember on a Saturday.
Darryl?
You'd spend your entire Saturday afternoon waiting for the promised surfing section. I mean, you think about how much access to surfing content we have now. Back then, all you did was wait around all afternoon for 5 minutes of surfing on Wide World of Sports.
They'd go down there, have one interview, show one wave, and it was normally a bad wave. It wasn't even the best waves. But TC said it was such a generational kind of change in the landscape of surfing. And I reckon Tommy was basically the face of that, to be honest. When you think about it, I remember TC with the Oakley frog skins, and you know what I mean? Like when you filter back to that generation, that's what it was all about.
Completely. It was glossy. It was glossy. It was loud. It was entertaining. I mean, growing up Bondi was great because we were surrounded by some of the world's best surfers. You'd regularly surf with Pauline Menzer in the lineup on a daily basis, who of course became the 1993 world champion. There's a big Bondi campaign on at the moment to have a statue built in honour of Pauline, which would be great.
That'd be awesome. And of course, Shane Horan.
Shane Horan was still around when I was growing up. Big presence, Richard Cram, George Wales. Actually, I saw Robbie Sherwell yesterday, and although he's on the Sunshine Coast and his son's competing in the event, Robbie was a bit of a presence here in the 80s and 90s.
So I think we're going to throw off to a post-seed interview from the winner of the last heat. But yeah, just talking about all things Bondi.
All right, Lucy Brown, you just won your quarterfinal. Yeah. Point of difference for you, your surfing was steamed out. You managed to break that ceiling of 4-point rides. You went right up to those 5s and 6s. What were you seeing out there that everybody else wasn't?
So I was sitting a little bit deeper to get ones with more wall. I noticed a lot of the girls were just getting cutties and they went a bit fat. So I thought if I sit deeper and get the ones with bowl up, I might get a score.
Well, working really well. You look super relaxed as well. I really enjoyed watching you surfing. What are you riding out there in these type of Bondi conditions?
I'm riding a Spine Tech OG Flyer, and this is really good for when it's like under 2 foot and a bit weak.
Yeah, and of course there's that rivalry, north side of the bridge, south side of the bridge. You're coming from the northern beaches. What would it mean for you to take out the championship here on Bondi soil?
It would be so sick. I'm really grateful to get the wild card into this event as well, so it'd be really cool if I got a good result.
And 10 grand?
Yeah,
where's that going on the north side of the bridge?
Might buy a car.
Drew, you got your P plates now, 17?
Yeah.
Ready to get on tour, on the road with 10 grand, maybe the championship at the end of the day?
That would be really good.
All right, good luck, Lucy. Well done.
There we have it, Lucy Brown, just getting the job done there. And talking about north side to south side sort of rivalries, and been plenty of them over the years. Talking about Bondi these days, such a strong club, and at an ABB level, you guys are just the kings of making that ABB final. Has there ever been a final where you guys have not actually qualified?
I think we've made most of them. Where it's kind of like a bit of a pet event for us. If we don't do really well, we generally win the Good Spirit Award, because we certainly make our presence felt
What
at
about
all of those
that
events.
bus?
Yeah, in the past we've shown up with the bus, and a big shout out to Tony Spanos, who's done all the mechanics on the bus and driven it, whether it be to all the way up the North Coast or even just up to Newcastle. But yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic event. And Bondi as a team, we tend to pull together. We haven't had as much individual presence on, on the elite level for a while, but as a team, we tend to do well.
Mate, when you consider the quality of someone like Perth, like Stanley, for me, is always going to go down as one of those guys who I felt like if he had stuck around a few more years, maybe it could have happened for him. He was such a strong presence as a junior, and even coming into the QS ranks, I felt like Perth really had a lot to offer. And he's been a staple in this club for a long time as well. So along with Chris Friend. Yeah, Chris Friend's now roaming overseas. Perth loves the teams events. He'll take on anyone. I think he sort of had some success against Joel Parkinson in one of the teams events there a few years ago. So he still shows up for the big teams events. If you look out to sea, you might see him going past on a foil board. He's a complete foil addict now, as many of the sort of former pros are. They pick up a foil board. BL does that too.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of guys that are into it. Chris Friend's right into it. So
Where is
Tommy
Friendly?
Carroll loves it.
Where's Friendly these days? In Cali, isn't he?
I can never keep up with Chris Friend. He did move to New York to work on live heats, which is bringing us all of the scores today, which is fantastic. Great platform for competitive surfing, so that we can see the scoring.
He sort of brought that to you guys first, didn't he?
Well, because he was in Bondi Board Riders at the time, he kind of used our club as the guinea pig for the program. So we were kind of ahead of the game, which 100%. Was great.
I remember when I've had a long association with Chris since he was about 12, and used to be a part of the Volkswagen team back in the day. Friendly, and he used to travel with my stepson. And when he came to me with this, I just felt like that format and this platform was going to give club surfing and grassroots surfing a real leg up when it came to generating that kind of excitement for the younger generation, where they see themselves, they see their scores, and the platform now is basically the number one platform, I reckon, in the world when it comes to events. They do hundreds of events.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great example of an Australian surfer who's done something really innovative that's actually changed the face of the sport. As we go back to women's quarterfinal number 3 in the Australian Open of Surfing, Carly Shanahan holding down the lead over Oceana Rogers. The girls have been struggling to go north of 5 points during the quarters, so I feel like we're yet to see the best wave ridden in these quarterfinal matchups. I really want to see one of the girls going big on that outside section.
I actually really love what Lucy Brown said in that post-heat interview. She said, I went deeper on the peak to give me that sort of chip shot into really wallier, suckier section. And I think that's important. I feel like some of the girls have sort of misread the bank, where they're trying to just keep themselves into the open face. And like you said, those 5-point, 6-point range scores would then, if they can jag one of those good ones, might go up into the 8 as we see Kyla Whitfield up and riding. Nice bottom hand turn. And that was a great one clip there for the surfer in red.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big score. Only the one manoeuvre, but that's one of the better turns we've seen this morning. And you made a good point. Curiously, on this bank throughout the week, it's not the bigger sets that have been the better ones. It's the smaller, deeper ones. It's been more rice, but we're seeing Carly Shanahan up on the left. We'll bring it back to the right bowl now. Great U-turn decision. Almost gets a little cover up through the inside. Current heat leader. But it's going to be really interesting to see where the judges go with that single manoeuvre for Kyla Whitfield.
So let's have a quick chat about the the media these days. You're highly involved in it still, and what's going on in your platform?
Well, Trax is still very committed to print media. We love it.
Why don't you go back to the old school?
Everyone suggests,
yeah.
you know, the big A3 paper.
Oh,
Well,
how
you know,
good.
it is great, and you know, maybe at some point we'll play around with doing maybe one-off issues.
That'd be
But
so.
you know, like I just encourage people to subscribe to the magazine. There's nothing more exciting than getting a magazine in the mail. It's the best feeling ever. I mean, a lot of people don't wander into the newsagents these days, but a subscription is a great way to go. It's really it's like looking forward to a good wave. You know it's coming. It's in the mail, and you're going to immerse yourself in it when it arrives. So
You guys got, you know, you're one of the most iconic magazines in the world when it comes to our sport, but just your writers and the stories, you know, I reckon it's in this fast-paced kind of world we live in these days, I reckon getting a magazine and having that unique kind of opportunity to sit down and just sort of take it all in and take the adventures in is a real positive.
yeah, of course, it's great. I mean, Steph Gilmore just won her 8th world title, and it was kind of all happened really fast, and it was really exciting. But in the wake of that win, we sat down and had a really long chat with Steph, and that interview's in the magazine, this issue. She's on the cover, and it's just an opportunity to get some real insight into what it's like to win an event like that, everything that goes into it, and understanding a little bit more about the surfers. And
How was she going into that? Because realistically, a lot of people said it's going to be impossible for someone to come from as far back as she did in that final, you know, come in as the last seed, I'm pretty sure, and had to fight through a lot of rounds. So how was that a different kind of mindset?
Well, it was. I asked Steph about that, and you know, the year before she was in a very similar situation. She came in at number 4 as well, and she bowed out in the first heat, but approached it this time with a much different strategy. She had different boards from Darren Handley. She was consulting a trainer. She was consulting a nutritionist. She had Tom Whitaker in her corner. So the whole mindset, 2 weeks beforehand, she basically went into training mode and really zoned in on trestles. So, and she talked about having one of those sort of episodes that an athlete has where you just go completely into the zone and you feel invincible.
That's incredible, because when you consider the mental, the mental focus that had to be applied on that one day, when you consider how many heats she surfed, pretty amazing feat and well deserved. Did she speak about taking Lane's mantle as
yeah, we asked her. I mean, we asked her about that, and of course, there's a great rivalry between Steph and Lane. But I said, you know, did Lane get in contact with you and offer congratulations? And she said, oh yeah, definitely. Lane was straight on the phone, you know, congratulating me on what I'd achieved, because she really understood what it took to accomplish it. So,
especially in this generation, let's be honest.
It's a really competitive generation for surfing. And, you know, the critical thing there with Steph was that Carissa was nipping at her heels as well. If Carissa had won, then she was one closer with 6 world titles to Lane and Steph on 7.
Wow.
So now Steph has leapt 2 ahead of Carissa, which, you know, gives her a little bit of breathing space in terms of claiming that legacy.
Here we go, surfer in blue up and right in, and like I said, this young lady is definitely one to watch in the future. She's got such a strong...
Wow, how was that second turn?
What about that third? Oh, she didn't ride out, but yeah, her foundation of her surfing is just next level. She's got such an amazing read, Oceana Rogers, for someone so young.
Current under 18 state champion, I think, Oceana.
Yep.
But you can see, yeah, really low-centered bottom-hand turn, which, as you said the right thing, it's that the foundation is definitely there for her surfing.
Yeah, when you coach the younger generation, I always focus in on the importance of one thing and one thing only, really, when it comes to depth of the bottom-hand turn, and just that first initial movement is so critical in a surfer's foundation of what they're trying to achieve as they get older and develop and get the power. But I'm always into our groms about just getting nice and deep, nice and low, and just really coiling through that bottom hand turn.
Yeah, obviously, you know, the best surfers, everyone wants to look at the airs, everyone wants to look at the massive turns, but the bottom turn has to be there to set them up. All the great surfers have got a good bottom turn.
100% as we get down to the Mad Max minute. So right now it is Carly Shanahan with the lead, and Oceana Rogers getting to work, just trying to offload that 4.50
Well, 3 turns through the lip, not much in between either. Great combination of manoeuvres. Oceana Rogers working this one through for the inside, looking for a big finishing turn, whips it out of the lip, and, well, I think it was just short of being complete, but most of the damage had been done on the outside section. So we might see a lead change here in the Mad Max minute. Thing we love about this format is that even with 20 seconds to go, it's still anyone's. We get a little pulse.
You can have basically a 20-second heat, really.
That's right. I mean, you can paddle out and get a 10 in the first 20 seconds, and then you just kind of sit on your opponent. Hypothetically, it's possible.
Here we go, getting down to the last stage of this quarterfinal number 3, so we'll be wrapping it out. We're going to throw off to a break very shortly and pay some bills, but yeah, exciting day. Bondi has turned it on. It is beautiful in Sydney town today, and we're going to be back very shortly at the AOS. Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the AOS for 2022 down here at Bondi Beach. Of course, a massive shout out to Volkswagen, our naming rights partner of this event, and great to have such an amazing brand involved in surfing. Of course, Mad Max, their sort of philosophy on food is all about having that healthy environment and a healthy staple food to give everyone lots of energy. As we see the surfer in red having a look at this wave. A little bit deep on the peak is Raya Campbell. She's going to come around. I'm going to be joined in the booth by Jess Grimwood very shortly. Lovely backhand turn. Nice and patient, the surfer in red, just getting off to a start. And this is going to be a sick heat. And the surfer in red, very impressive indeed, because that wave took a little bit of time to eventuate. But once she got into the nice meat, and I was going to say...
what were you going to say, Dimmy?
The meat of that wave. I love how she was nice and patient at the start. I was like, get off that thing, Jess. But... just in the power source of the wave, and she executed nicely, a 5.83, so a lovely way to start. And when you consider what scores have been getting the women through these quarters, that is a nice way to start.
Yeah, pressure off for Raya. Sorry I was a little bit late there. I was just soaking up the atmosphere out there in Bondi. Luke having to do 2 minutes overtime for me.
I actually thought you might have slipped because we're on such an angle here. You might have need something like a pulley to get you back into the booth.
Yeah, I was rigging up a system because I couldn't take my eyes off the live action out there for Raya. I saw that just out the front, and having a little chat with Claudia as well, who's running a lot of this ship at the moment for webcast for Surfing New South Wales, and their plans. Job. Yeah, their plans looking good for Australian surfing and the AOS series. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of events and a lot of opportunity coming up.
Yeah, I think Luke Madden and the whole team, Rowan, Claudia, everyone Maddie doing a great job in just the availability of events for every kind of generation, the younger guys, the older guys, everyone. So these guys are so focused. Cody Klein, and we spoke about just that, she is a powerhouse, but she's also so switched on. She's had so much experience in her life when it comes to competitive surfing, and it's great to see her get the opportunity to have a crack here.
Yeah, Cody. She's from my vintage of QS, and we did a few.
Yeah, it's not even the vintage, dude.
What do you mean?
You
We're
got-
going towards 40 now, Cody and I.
I know, but you're still young at heart, and
Well,
you're still ripping too.
Well, Cody's still ripping. I mean, I'm pretty sure she definitely works in a corporate role. I think it might be in a bank. But she
Wow.
got the wild card here. Like, she made that move from the Goldie down to Sydney quite a while ago.
Yep.
And she still keeps, in the loop. She still surfs a bit, I think, and she's in touch with a lot of the girls that are touring. She was really close with New Zealand's Paige Harrop and a couple of those other girls when they were kind of like the travel buddies.
Yeah.
And
You always get that kind of pack of crew.
yeah.
Who was
you
your
split. I kind of went off with like Charlotte Hand and Bijou Bousset.
Charlotte is one of my
Some of
favourite,
your
yeah.
manly girls. We kind of
Oh.
split off into our own pack.
What a legend she is.
Yeah, but yeah, Cody was amongst it as well, and she's good at surfing heats. She's consistent. Here's Coco.
Here we go. Nice. Love the way she was able to just engage that rail again and open up the wingspan and try to generate, that nice flow and that energy through the rail. And I would dare say that, for the majority of both the men and women, they're probably all on epoxies at the moment, because I feel like the epoxy's giving them a little bit more spark, a little bit more energy, a little bit more speed and flow than your traditional board.
Yeah, and have a look at the replay here for Coco. Nice, smooth rail work on the forehand. Looks relaxed in between as well. Kind of cuts that turn short. She probably could have really laid into it a bit more. Something, a bit more points-wise, but it was still nice surfing on the forehand for her. She's already had a win in the series.
Wow.
Yeah, she's looking good in the quarterfinal. There you go, 338 under Cody's belt for that first wave on her backhand. It wasn't super critical, but she's a powerhouse. If she can find a bigger section, there's definitely no hesitation with her. And Coco, 4-point ride for 2 turns. So you can imagine if she had committed to that second manoeuvre fully, I think she was probably eyeing off that inside shory section. But if she had just let that bit go and committed to that second turn, she would have probably been looking up towards that 6-point range.
I was just wondering, I was just thinking in my twisted little mind that if Cody wins the event, 10 grand, would you be rocking up on Monday? Would you just go, can I get a week off? I've got COVID.
Yeah.
I need a week off. Here we go. The young gun. We spoke about this young lady earlier this morning. She's got such a positive outlook into her life. And what did she say to you in that interview? If she wins, she's going to donate the whole lot of the prize money.
Yeah, she'd split it already. She's 9, by the way. So I said, wait, you're 13? She goes, no, I'm 9. And I said, oh my goodness. If you haven't seen her, her Instagram handle is @the_mini_shackers, as in Shaka. Her and her little brother, I think his name's Atlas Orich. She's 9 and he's 6 or 7.
Where are they from?
Put me on the spot there. I'll have to look it back up on the Insta. But they're just like, I don't know how they're so mature, so professional already. She was straight off the bat. I was like, Lay, what would you do? 10 grand. She said, I'd give 5 grand to the flood affected victims and I'd give 5 grand to an international charity helping homeless people. And I was like, excuse me? Like,
You did look a bit
What
shocked.
kind of conscious mind thinks about that? 9, but here we go, Raya. Big
Looking
backhand
sharp.
attack. Yeah, look at it. Look at the power behind her as well.
Oh, nice connection with the lip. Yeah, that's pretty impressive for a 9-year-old. And you'll show me a clip of her brother. And
Yeah.
at 6, he's doing
Yeah.
like grab rail cutties,
Yeah.
like full holding the rail, nice and low.
Yeah, they're serious. I was actually really surprised too how she's obviously been practicing media-wise. Like, she wanted the opportunity to do an interview as well. Like, she was really keen to jump in front of the camera. And as we went through the questions and the feelings about the event, you could tell, I think she'd been practicing it. So let's have a look at the highlights. And maybe I had a little bit of a chat with her earlier this morning. They've got a little clip of it. Let's run it. Australian Open Surf Finals. You're the youngest competitor in the draw. How are you feeling coming into the grand final here today at Bondi?
Well, I'm pretty stoked because I never really thought I could do it, but then I just believed in myself and all of a sudden it just happened.
It did, and you're an incredible surfer, and you get the chance at this kind of competition to surf against some pretty big Australian names. How important is it for you when you're developing your surfing in your career, coming up against some of those older women that you've been watching on the QS and on the tour?
I find it really, really fun because you get to surf against all your inspirations, like Jess Starling and Rosie Smart. I really look up to them, and yeah, I'm really happy.
And in preparation to come to an event like this, what are you doing as a young woman in your training? Are you like getting ready at home in the gym, or are you just surfing full Grom style 10 hours a day?
Well, I do go to Taekwondo, and I go smooth starring down to Oakberry. Well, my family calls Stokeberry because we're always stoked when we get it. So I do that every time before a heat. So yeah, I'm really, thank you. Yeah.
And $10,000 if you win the event today here at the finals for the women as well. What would you do with 10 grand?
Well, I was just thinking I do 5,000 for the people who are homeless, and another 5,000 for all over the world, worldwide, for the people who have no supplies for food and water.
Wow, so a lot of intention going into this for this young lady if she wins, and congratulations, you've already kind of won in the eyes of many people. Good luck going into the final.
Yeah, thanks.
No worries.
Well, what about that, Jess? And what about the look on your dial when she said, I'm going to give 5,000 to the flood victims or the homeless crew, and you just went, wow, what an intelligent young lady, and such a great energy. She just loves being a part of it, as we see the surfer in white up and right in. But yeah, what a great insight to that younger generation, just how intelligent she is when she's thinking through everything.
Yeah, I just am really blown away by it. I think probably for her too, a pretty cool moment. She's surfing at Bondi. There's thousands of people on the beach. There's people up and down the boardwalk everywhere, and she's surfing against women that she watches on the tour. So for her, it's a huge moment in her career. And then also, I just can't help but see her in the future on that championship tour. I think that's probably where she's projecting, probably where the family wants to take her as well. And why wouldn't you? Traveling around the world and getting to surf and show off kind of her conscious mind and her personality like that. She's incredible. And here she goes, straight into this next one, Dimmy.
Yeah, so just a great young talent and nice and patient on the bottom hand turn, and can't believe how old she is, how good she is already.
Technique, textbook. The depth, if you look on her Instagram handle, the depth in her bottom turns, the technique that she pulls in, even her right arm, her backhand as she winds up off the trough in the waves and then hits the lip and goes to rail. It's pretty unbelievable for a 9-year-old. So I want to see her open up a bit more. I hope she gets another opportunity in the next 8.5 minutes.
I just love the fact just how patient she is with the read for someone of age 9. It's pretty incredible.
9, yeah.
What were you doing at 9?
Not that. I don't know.
You're good as a junior, bud.
I think I was like stealing shopping trolleys and riding them down the Baddo ramp at the beach and trying to launch into the bush or something. I wasn't doing this.
Here we go, Cody, up and right in the blue. Just a very experienced campaigner. And nice vertical whip into the pocket for the former QS surfer. And like you said, just the biomechanics of surfing in the young generation these days, I reckon he's just gone to a new level. And we were talking before, me and Luke Kennedy, about Steph's 7th world title, and how what an incredible achievement that is in a generation where I feel like...
Her 8th?
Oh,
or her
sorry.
7th?
Or 8. Right, got it wrong. But yeah, overtaking
did Lane tell you to say that?
I actually asked Luke about, he did an interview with her, and she was talking about how Lane was straight on the phone congratulating her, but with a voodoo doll and stuff like that. But yeah, like, to be honest, in that generation and the amount of talent, I think moving forward it's going to be to get multiple world titles if you're just coming into the sport at this stage. I reckon it's going to be really tough because there are literally hundreds of surfers who actually can get the job done, as we see the surfer in white. Coco up.
Oh.
Lovely style.
Smooth, hey? Great, like a lot of grace. Kind of looks like she rides a 20 or a single fin, like nice, different type of style. Not not that stock standard overcoached 3 to the beach style. She's got like real nice kind of unique personality.
Rhythm.
In it. She's got good word, rhythm.
She's got a really solid rhythm to her surfing, and it's it's so easy on the eye. That's the
Yeah.
other thing, It's not push. It's not, over tweaked, but it's just so smooth in the transition.
While we wait to see the last few scores come on in, quarterfinal 3 winner Oceana Rogers called up for a post-heat interview. We'll take that.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Oceana. How did you go out there?
I got a few good ones. I got one at the start and I waited a while, but the last one was my best ride and that was perfect.
And tell us about your strategy with this single wave format.
Just kind of keep bettering the score, I suppose, and just definitely be careful what race I want to choose, obviously. But I'm liking the new format.
And $10,000 up for grabs. What would you do if you were to win today?
It feels like so surreal at the moment to have that much money up on the line. I'm not sure. I suppose just take the comp as it goes. If I win, then see what I can do with that. Yeah.
Well, best of luck. Thank you.
There we go. Lucy Callister interviewing Oceana. And Oceana, also, if you're looking for content to soak up this Saturday morning and you're talking about women who charge, Oceana, she got some clips on that Instagram account that will make you kind of cringe because the waves that she paddles into down south are so heavy and so chunky, and she's got a fair few clips, so she really charges. Really, really good surfer. Dad's a shaper too. Good.
She comes from a good club down there with Lennox and Sammy Lowe, and she was a real standout at the Aloha junior teams, wasn't she?
She was. Yeah, she was actually. They're just good core surfing club, real foundation. You were just talking about the ability to win multiple titles in the women's division is probably slipping away. And when you see people like Oceana and that, and what they're coming from, and the people that are coming up behind them as well, it's easy to see that it's a new generation of women surfing. I mean, Steph's still on top at the moment. I don't know if you saw that picture going around with the new $5 notes after the Queen Elizabeth died, and it had the new Queen, and it was Steph's head instead. The new Queen of Australia. But yeah,
that's pretty cool.
She's a once in a lifetime kind of super freak for Australia, but we've got this generation coming up. As you see, Coco cans. Wow. Look at the flow. Highline trims as well. You could be mistaken to say she's running a 20 or a single fin with that style.
It's just effortless the way she goes about it. She's so, engraced in each and every turn, and it's just so fluent as we see the surfer in blue. That is Cody Klein, the warrior.
Warrior, yeah.
Warrior princess.
Kiwi warrior princess. She comes from the era none of these young girls would have remembered, but back before priority. Elbows were thrown. Yeah, the heckle, the jostle for inside position in a heat, especially at the start. Those older girls that Cody would have grown up surfing against, like Samantha Cornish and Lorena McGrath and Nicola Atherton and Jessie Miley Dyer, it was a full hustle for that inside position. Let's have a look at the wave replay for Cody.
Lovely.
Ooh, slash.
I love watching a surfer who just really gets those fins out of the water because they're pushing. They're pushing hard. And, yeah, she does come from that era where, you had to establish yourself. There was no, you had to be aggressive. You had to fight for everything out there. And I feel like the sport's gone to a new level now since we're brought in that priority situation, because I remember sort of thinking some years back that sort of trying to pick the eyes out of the guys who just weren't that interested in that side of the sport. Had there been priority in their careers, would they have gone further?
Yeah.
And there's no doubt there was guys who just went, nah, couldn't be bothered.
They don't want to do the heckle that used to be the QS today.
I reckon Reynolds was one of them.
Yeah.
Like Dane was definitely one of those guys who just wanted to let the surfing do the thing. And I think the advancements of professional surfing over the years has allowed that to happen, where it's more about the performance than the actual ability to hassle and create. Look at that. Lovely turn.
Created. Raya, I think she might better that 5.83 at the last few minutes too. She reminds me a lot of Sasha Baker. It's crazy how many goofy footers with that similar kind of powerhouse approach. Like you likened it to Sarah Baum. I was thinking Bianca Buttentag. It's just like full weight and power on the rail, and they're all goofy footers. Let's have a look at the wave replay here for Raya.
Yep, definitely got that really nice connection, and what's more is I just feel like she's got a great read on the ocean. So clearly she's identified this inside corner. Nice turn, but it's more of this final manoeuvre where she patiently waits, comes into it, and connects with the lip.
Yeah, and she really, that back arm too and the shoulder really rotated to get her that lift and made it look so critical. Here's the replay from Lehani. Zoric, just, the read. Look at her. Casual, style's good, board looks nice. She's all but 2 foot maybe. She's so tiny.
That first turn sort of took me back to a very young Carissa Moore. I'm pretty sure
Wahine, or what they were called in the Grum comps.
Carissa Moore, I remember I don't know if she got a wild card, but as we head towards the Mad Max minute, I think she got a wild card into the Quickie Pro on the Goldie.
Yeah.
And she was just this tiny child, and she had that really lovely connection straight up. And I feel like that first turn sort of, if I put myself back in that frame, that's where it was. But she might not get through this heat, but she's going to have a lot of fans moving forward. She's such a talent, and we're going to wish her all the best. Waiting for some scores to lock in as we head towards semi-final time. Wow. What a day. Bondi turning it on. The AOS finals.
Yeah, so let's see official results to come for the quarterfinal of the women's division here at the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen and Mad Mex. We'll be back with live action. First of the semi-finals of the men coming up right after this.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the semi-finals of the Australian Open of Surfing. As we see the surfer in white burying a little bit of raw there for George Pitter. This is going to be an absolute belter. Grayson Heinrichs, the local boy, the wild card in the red, George Pitter in the white, Dane Henry in the yellow, and Eddie Humpty in the blue. It is a beautiful day. Bondi has turned it on. We have nice, clean 2 to 3 feet conditions, and this is where I reckon the anxiousness will start to come into play as they head towards that final. Just first things first, you've got to get into that final.
Mm-hmm. But so close. It's gone so quickly already. Like, what time is it? Mid-morning. And we're 18 minutes away for 4 of these guys. They're going to book themselves a final payday, perhaps a big payday, and also just being the champ here, huge. Walk away with that. You'd be putting that on the surfing resume. That's going on the highlights reel to the sponsors for sure.
100%. Maybe they can help us out with our parking fees down here.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's the most iconic beach in Australia.
It's the most expensive beach to park in.
It is, but it's pretty. I don't know. That pavilion, that's a really nice little area. There's all these little nooks and crannies to sit there.
You know, they've just developed that. they've just done an upgrade to the pavilion, the iconic Bondi Pavilion. You can imagine in the 70s and 80s the bands that played in that joint.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
I can imagine. I can't imagine. It's a little
Well, you
bit.
can't because I'm a little bit older than you. But yeah, Dane Henry out there with that 4.67. And like I said, there's such an iconic location. Driving down Bondi Road this morning, it was so beautiful. And just the calmness before the storm.
Yeah. It does have that funny vibe about it because we're 15, 20 minutes from the CBD in Sydney. And it's just... when there's always the leftover chaos and debris from the night before on the streets, and all the cleaners are cleaning it up and the garbage guys are about it. A guy knows about that. Grayson. Oh, I thought he was chasing down that launch ramp there. Dimmy. I think we're just going to see full air show from that guy from Bondi.
I feel like their wind is starting to just make that little adjustment, that turn to the onshore. It's been pretty much just... no wind at all today. And if it goes onshore, I reckon the ramps will be even better for these surfers as we see Grayson again just pulling the trigger on the inside. Nice clean rotation as we sort of whip on through into this inside bowl. So he's identified the local surfer exactly what he wants and he's just trying to build. Now he's got a little ramp. Goes to the air and rides out. That is so sick. What about the root of that wave? You probably thought when he took off, what the hell is he doing on that thing? But yeah, he is a real danger weapon out here as we see Eddie Harmony. Lovely.
Nice surfing from him.
Wow. This is set the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, this is a whole notch up again. As we move through the rounds, you just see that level of performance raising. But I just love the flow, that wave from Grayson. It makes me want to go surfing. It's got that feel about it when you watched him just change direction and go down the line. Let's have a look at the wave replay powered by Surfing New South Wales.
How patient was he as well?
The read, the smoothness, just like seamless in transitions. He doesn't even hardly have to hop through that thing.
I love the way he extends through his turns as well. So look at the read on this thing. He's found that inside ball and he's clipped that lip right on the perfect section.
Yeah, that was sick. It was a really nice wave. I'm going to say it's probably one of the best waves of the day. Eddies as well. Hard wave to surf. Lots of lump and bump. Really late to all those sections, but still manages to put some turns in. And I think he's going to be I reckon it's going to be Grayson in first, Eddie sitting in second at the end of this last score exchange.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they are the two best waves of the heat so far. And these 20-minute shootouts, and like I said, $30,000 up for grabs today. 10 grand to the winner of the women's and the men's, and that is going to be a big chunk of funding for these guys to continue their run, either at a junior level or in the QEs. So here we go. It looks like Dane Henry up and riding. Wow, nice connection on that first turn. Comes around and jams away. So this young bloke, pretty sure he's from the Goldie. He hangs out a lot with the Kelleher's, who are now living up at, I think they're a Cabba these days. But yeah, so does a lot of training with young Fletch Kelleher. But yeah, definitely a performer of note.
Sharp too. Sharp through the lip on that first section. Yeah, sharp surfing. I don't know if it matches Eddie's. I can't see it going above Eddie's.
Base,
yeah.
Yeah, so Eddie did actually improve, and we said Grayson just jagged that inside corner and a 7.5. So that goes a long way to show you just how critical the local knowledge of this break is for a surfer. So 7.5, and I'm sure the local board riding crew would be frothing on that. Luke Kennedy would be out there with the pom-poms.
Yeah.
Cheering away.
Yeah, that's a beautiful score. I mean, I stand corrected too on that last exchange. Dane, 5.43, so 0.43 bigger than Eddie's. Maybe timing.
I actually think
crisper.
Yeah.
You liked it a bit cleaner and nicer to watch, perhaps.
I feel like you actually said it in the actual in the live, where he was a little bit caught behind, and there was such a lot of bump and froth on that wave. It had anything to do with the surfing. It was more about exactly what was on offer. And I felt like Dane Henry's wave was just the execution of those turns were a lot more dynamic. So Georgie Pitta needs to get a wriggle on right now. So he'd be looking at his next opportunity when it comes to establishing a solid foundation in this heat, because all these guys have been on fire this morning. Semi-final number 1. We're going to be running right through to the completion just after lunch when it comes to the AOS Grand Final. And it is going to be interesting to watch just how these guys can sort of bundle up all those nerves when they know what's on the line.
And with these conditions too, you were speaking just before about that ruffle, the texture you can see now coming across those wave faces. I think that plays into Grayson's hands once again. As the local wild card, as the Bondi guy, I think this is you can see he's got that air approach, he's got that front pad on the board, he's got the wide stance and the intention just to go high. So I think that air is going to accentuate whichever ramp he can find out there. And I can't imagine a final today without him already. 7-5. He's the only guy that's been able to find those sevens. He found it in the quarterfinal and he's found it again now in the semi.
Good looking wave here for the surfer in white, attacking that first section, but that little bit of bobble, will that play a part in the scoring potential of this wave? But what about how he held the rail on that turn? This is George Pitta from Manly and jams away for a lovely connection. So that is definitely going to be the surfer in white's best wave. And Eddie Hamilton just kicking on out. But is it going to be enough? I don't know, because there was quite a lot of downtime in that wave. I felt like the power was there and definitely the intent, but was it enough to get him into second?
Definitely very Mick Fanning-esque of him. He's
100%.
just so elastic and just generates speed.
He's
through
got a
his
pretty
body.
amazing coil. Yeah, and the way his body rotation, the biomechanics of his surfing is pretty much at the elite level already for a guy who's pretty much only just turned 19.
Yeah,
Engages that rail, really solid, lovely technique, and comes around and jams away in the pocket. So when you look at that replay, maybe I'd say it's going to put him in the second, or if not second, it will be first. I don't know if it's 7-5, but I feel like just for that final manoeuvre. But it's pretty hard when you actually know I know all these guys, but when you know someone of George's ilk so well and understand it, you can't be biased. But judges thought the same thing. It was a 6.43, so that was enough to establish him in second position. So I didn't want to talk it up too much, because after the Aloha Junior, I was told that the froth meter was a little bit out of control. Remember when he got that wave, he got nearly a 10?
Yeah, but...
And you were ripping into me going, oh, is it a 10? Everyone was like, you're an embarrassment.
Nah, but it's hard not to be so invested in all these. Like, regardless they're from your club or not, you're so invested in this young crop of Australian surfers. We watch them grow up through all the Super Grom comps. We commentate every heat of theirs coming through the QSs. We come to the Australian Series. Just watch all their heats, all their fumbles, all their wins, everything. It's hard not to stand up on the lounges and cheer.
I think the thing, you get so invested in how much time and effort they actually put in outside of the jersey.
Yeah.
And you want them to do so well because they're so invested, and it's so hard on a serious level to get a young guy who, 18 or 19, to have to make the sacrifices required to get him to that next level. I feel like George is definitely one of those guys, very intelligent, very focused on his schooling, got a good result in the HSC last year, but he also has that ability to really switch on. And even for a young guy, I feel like that crew that he hangs with, the Vico boys, they have this really, kind of mature way of thinking, guys. Yeah, where some young guys just want to party, these guys want to get the job done.
Yeah, I can't imagine trying to reel in an 18-year-old at at this stage, like going, hey, don't listen to what your friends are saying or doing. Don't have FOMO. Don't even look on social media. Just put your head down and work and come and lose a million heats until you finally win one. That's hard. That's a hard thing to do. But that's what it takes.
It's definitely a sport
hard.
that you have to make sacrifices. If you aren't willing to make that sacrifice, you're never going to get to that elite
And you have
level.
to lose. You lose and lose and lose and lose until one day you just have the breakthrough. But as we wait for the next few waves to come through for this semi-final number 1, we'll go to a pre-heat catch-up with Lucy.
Down here with Dane Henry. Dane, how are you feeling today? Big day.
Yeah, it's a big day. Down the Australian Open in Bondi, the finals. So I'm feeling real good. Yeah.
And how do you like this new format?
Oh, it's been awesome. Like you can just get one. If you can start off with one really good wave, you can, you know, it's a bit crazier in the later into the heat. Those more pressure themselves. So yeah, it's really cool.
And what approach have you taken to your heat strategy now?
So I've just been going first 5 minutes I've been trying to get more than a 7, just go big, and then after that just go even bigger and just put on a big show.
And the 10K up for grabs, pretty good incentive today.
Yeah.
What would you do if you were to win that 10K?
Oh, if I won that, I think it'd all go towards just future comps for next year. Just just going to the QSs, the Pro Juniors, and so.
Awesome. I think that's the whole purpose of the Australian Open Surfing Tour has been to sort of give back to the surfers and help them fund their QS campaign. So how have you liked the series?
Oh, it's been sick. Went to Coffs, got a 3rd there, had really fun waves, and then the next week went up to Sunny Coast. Didn't have the best but got it done. Had some fun waves everywhere, but yeah, just good hanging with all the crew.
And what about competing at Bondi? Have you ever surfed Bondi before?
I've probably had one surf here, never competed here, so I'm pretty excited with this. Obviously, later in the day, there's going to be millions of people here, so it'll be sick.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome day. Can't wait to watch you. Good luck.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
And he's in the water right now, Dimmy. 3rd position, 5.43 under the belt. But here we go, George Pitta. Whoa, that wrap, the smoothness. Like you said, the biomechanics that goes behind this guy and the commitment he has to his sport already at this age.
I do think if I was going to be critical of George in that instance, I don't think that wave was going to better a 6.43. And I think that's the subtle adjustments they need to make in this format, because sometimes it's really hard to switch off that, that normal kind of rhythm that you have in a heat where you've got to get 2 waves. So he'll be looking to better that 6.43 because he knows that both Dane and Eddie are capable of locking in big numbers. So with 4.5 to go right now, it is the wild card sitting pretty at this stage with a 7.5. And interesting, George Pitta, basically in that event he did up on the sunny coast, he was in a heat, I think, with Alistair and Cooper Davies, and he either led or was second all the way through into the last 30 seconds or 1 minute. So he'll be nervously wanting to know exactly what's going on to not let that happen again. And I will say he does get a little bit edgy.
Yeah, it's going to be the longest 4 minutes of his life. That it'll be flying by for Dane and Eddie, but for George, really, really long time on the clock. A lot can go down in even 10 seconds. We were talking about it earlier, but I mean, Grayson, 7.5, just a cut above at the moment for me. With the aerials, I just love that. I think it's so cool. I know George has it in his back pocket as well.
Yep.
I think maybe tactically he's probably holding on to that for the final or something. Doesn't want to show all his cards too early. Wants to kind of blow up maybe right at the pinnacle of the event.
Yeah, he's definitely, he can change it up. He can definitely take different levels to his surfing when he needs to. And in this kind of format, he's going to have to do that to win. But right now for him, it's not even about that. It's just about getting to that point where he's in the final. And this is a great looking wave. Unfortunately, that little bobble for Dane Henry might sort of play a part as we see the surfer in blue. Now this section, is it going to open up? And that's a shame because I felt like it might have had a ramp on it, but it might on the inside. Lovely turn. And this is Eddie Harmony looking strong. Can he ride out? A little bit caught up on that final manoeuvre, but is that going to be a 6.43? It's going to be close, but only time will tell. So it's out to Grayson and George in the lineup on their own right now. But yeah, strong foundation, and it's in this kind of format, I reckon it's about not playing all your cards too early. But you also want to make sure that you get to that pointy end of the event, as we see a strong series of turns for the man in blue.
Yeah, this turn right here, that's the money turn, but I almost felt like he was caught in between there a lot of the time. That first section, and then that
even
last
that money
section,
turn, I felt like he had to sort of, to get to that final manoeuvre, he had to shorten up that turn. So he couldn't really grind through the turn like he probably wanted to.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see how the judges sort of separate that.
I love his surfing, his style. He looks really sharp. He just looks like he hasn't quite gotten like that steep, critical section to kick off and then get into flow for the rest of the wave.
Yep, definitely, as we see the heat leader right now, Grayson Heinrichs, the former world junior champ, looking very strong and connected. He is dead set found every corner in this heat. He got a wave early and then decided to go inside channel, and he ended up with a 7.5 on that inside channel. This guy is so dynamic in the way he puts together a ride, and he can change it up as well. So the Bondi crew would be frothing on that. Here we go, George Pitt up and right in. Bang, nice power hack into the pocket. Again, dispersing a lot of water as he flows through this ride. Not a lot on offer through the midsection, but is it going to line up into this corner? He's riding a Channel Islands. He's a huge man. Big unit.
Big unit.
Eats a lot.
Probably big scores as well in the Mad Max minute there, I'd say. That was a really good. I think that'll go above Eddie's last wave. I don't know. It's going to go above his own 6.43, but Grayson's wave for me, like the amount of turns, the level of work, the change in direction, the energy all the way through to that final kind of creative layback manoeuvre. Sick surfing. Here we go, last wave for Dane.
I don't think that's going to play a part. So we'll have to leave it in the hands of the judges to see who gets through the final. I dare say the local wildcard is going to be one into the final. Whether it's George, Dane or Eddie, only time will tell. But we're going to throw up to a break, and we'll pay some bills, and we'll be back very shortly for semi-final number 2. And we've got a couple of special guests coming into the box as well.
This is the motivation.
Of surfing. I'm here with Adam Yates, the CEO of Surfing Queensland. Adam, was a big result for a local surfer in the last heat. Grayson Hendricks, local wildcard, really performing well in front of the Bondi crowd. A lot of cheers going up from the locals out there.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see that sort of, I guess, sort of filling in tide. We saw the that inside sort of manoeuvre. The crowd went wild out there. It was pretty cool.
It was great to see Grayson launching in the Bondi Shoring. We weren't really sure how he was going to perform. He hasn't pulled on a singlet for a while. Obviously a former World Junior Champion. You see, we've already had some action in this heat. We're just seeing a quick replay from the surfer in red. Through to the inside, layback jam to finish off with. Solid opening score. But yeah, it's been a while since Grayson's pulled on a singlet, but certainly fantastic to see him performing well in front of the home crowd, posting some of the biggest scores of the morning. Really making good use of this format, which utilises only the single best wave ridden by each surfer in the heat. You had a little bit to do with putting this format together, Adam. What was the logic behind that, going for one wave counting as opposed to the more traditional 2 waves per heat?
Yeah, I guess the belief behind it was to really have the surfers sort of push that progression element, and that way with the one wave, it was they could really just go for one manoeuvre if needed, and we've seen it on the World Tour stage. When surfers are sitting out in the lineup waiting for the sort of 2 scores, it really sort of changes the dynamic of their structure of the heat. So one wave is all it takes, and we've seen it. It proved to have worked on the Sunshine Coast and in Coffs Harbour, and now we're seeing it again here at Bondi.
So it definitely makes for exciting surfing, and that, there's no backup scores. But is it also a case of you're trying to create a springboard onto the World Tour for some of these surfers to encourage a higher level of performance? Is that part of the logic behind it as well? Yeah,
definitely. I mean, we sort of see in the upper echelon of surfing that the first manoeuvre is so progressive sometimes from our World Tour surfers, and I think this is sort of leading toward that fact. They really sort of push the boundaries in one wave.
And we've certainly seen some good examples of it today. Already in this heat, Dom Thomas out to a solid lead with a 7.17 opener. Here's Dom having another look at this one. Big layback slash, surfing with a lot of confidence now. Because he's got that 7.17, as you say, there's no backups. So he's at liberty to throw everything at these next couple of waves, which is the beauty of the format. There's no point taking off and kind of surfing safe now. He's got a better at 7.17. He's not looking for a backup. He's looking to go one better again. And I think we've sort of, looking at this, it's a little bit of a state of origin matchup, actually. We've got 2 surfers from New South Wales and 2 surfers from Queensland. It's kind of like obviously it's a winner-takes-all event. 10 grand prize money for the winner of both the men's and women's. But there's kind of like this, feels like there's this kind of default state of origin matchup going on. Adam, are you, I mean, you're allowed to be parochial here. Are you hoping a Queenslander comes to Bondi, perhaps the most iconic New South Wales beach, and claims the title in front of a big New South Wales crowd?
Absolutely. It's such an iconic location, and I guess the collaboration of Surfing Queensland and Surfing New South Wales working together and working on the structure over the last 3 years is testament to where this is right now. And I guess, there is a bias, of course, but to see a Surfing Queensland flag flying on Bondi Beach is pretty amazing.
It is, most definitely. And so who are you looking towards from the Queensland squad? Who's looking good?
Yeah, I actually think it's Hanada and Cooper in this heat. They've been 2 form surfers throughout the year and throughout the series. One from either coast for us. So Hanada's from Burleigh on the Gold Coast, and Cooper from Noosa on the Sunshine Coast. Cooper's been in amazing sort of form, and he's a really strong performer, and Hanada as well. If he gets a couple of these sort of inside lefts, we'll definitely see him go to the O2.
Well, while we're contemplating the state of origin matchups, we're going to throw to a preheat meet with Cooper Davis.
Ready when you are. Hey guys, Cooper Davies here, #1 seed for the Australian Open Surf. Cooper. You're coming into this format. You've been really experienced up and down the coast in the other events. How are you feeling with that one wave pressure on your shoulders?
Yeah, no, feeling good. It's I think it's a pretty good format, to be honest. So I was a bit hesitant at the start, but actually doing 2 events with the format's been quite good. Kind of keeps you in the heat the whole way through, so it's always pretty interesting to watch. So no, it's good.
And Australian Open surfing, I mean, it's the rise again of Australian surfing. How important is this kind of competition format and the tour putting together here on the East Coast for Australia's all around and yourself?
Yeah, I think it's epic. Like for us that you didn't quite get there for the Challenger Series, it's a good way to just have something going while there's not much happening for us. So it's good to kind of get us in a rashy and get us in heat. So no, it's great for all the surfers and it brings all of us together again. So we all don't really see each other much until the comp. So it brings us all together.
Great. And $10,000 for first place today. If you take out the final, what would you spend that 10 grand on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd probably just go straight to savings and then go from there. I don't know. Probably get a beer pretty quick though.
There you go, Cooper Davies, Australian Open Surf final today, and $10,000 on the line for the guys.
That was Cooper Davies before he paddled out for this current heat. We see up and riding. Dom Thomas has been really busy. He's holding down a 7.17. He's basically surfing against himself right now. He's got to go better than a 7.17. If the wave doesn't look like it's got that scoring potential, there's really not much point in him sticking with it. Unless, of course, a little bit of strategy comes into play and he's got a block. So we saw Cooper Davies there in the preheat interview before he paddled out, looking pretty serious about it all, Adam. Definitely. He's won one of these events in the series already in the lead-up. Have to be one of the favourites.
Yeah, I had a brief chat to Cooper yesterday and also just before this heat, actually, and had a look at his equipment. They've both taken sort of backup boards onto the beach, which is good. So they're actually really taking this seriously. And whilst sort of Cooper was joking about not sure what he was going to spend the 10K on if he took it out, I'm pretty sure that's going to go into some savings that'll lead into future events. And that's the ultimate goal of this series is these guys can, earn some money that can, pay for the potential to gain some further ratings points in other series.
Yeah, it's all about having the funds for future travel, which is important. Takes a little bit of discipline with the spending as a surfer. I think you'd probably have to, you'd probably shave off $1,000, wouldn't you, of the 10 and have a good time. At least, I think you'd have a good time with $1,000 in Bondi and then bank 9 would probably be the way to go. I don't know. It's up to you. See how they're going to rationalise as we see Cooper just hustling through to the inside now, through the flats, looking for the finishing manoeuvre. Just rides out of that one and kicking out in the shorey. So more of a solid wave. Be interested to have another look at that opening manoeuvre. You see Lennox Smith with his first ride, just carving back into the pocket, looking for this wave to stand up, fading the bottom turn. Nice slash. Really wants that one big section though. Still waiting for the money turn. Here it comes. Good solid turn to finish. More of a conventional approach. So it's very interesting to see the different strategies from the surfers with this format. Do they kind of anchor down and wait for the wave that looks like it's got maximum scoring potential? Or do they ride a lot of waves in the hope that one of them is going to pay off? Well, that was a strong opening turn from Cooper when we look back at it. So he's obviously factored in, I've got the good opening turn. It's really worth me pumping through the inside to collect a few bonus points on the inside. So really strong style and a strong way for Cooper. As we roll through the replay. So you're still confident, Adam? You're still confident the Queenslander can take the cup?
I am, but I think New South Wales has definitely got an edge here. As we see, beautiful last turn there. So look, I'm nervous. I'd be lying if I say I wasn't.
And what are you going to do to celebrate? We're going to see you waving the Queensland flag on the beach at Bondi. We're going to see you pick it up and hoisting it high.
Mate, it's all a secret. We don't show and tell, us Queenslanders. We'll just let our surfing do the talking.
There are some celebration plans. Okay, all right. Well, thanks very much to Adam Yates, the CEO of Surfing Queensland. He's now going to swap out for the CEO of Surfing New South Wales, Luke Madden. There's a little bit of rivalry here in the commentary box between these two, I can tell today. They're good friends, but it's like two coaches for the State of Origin walking past each other in the booth.
Thanks for having us.
How are you, Luke?
Good. Waves are pumping. New South Wales and Queensland surfers both ripping. Let's go New South Wales.
Yeah, well, I'll try and be as objective as possible. I'll just say I'll go for Bondi because Grayson Hendricks has been on fire, and it's great to see him surfing really well in this event after not having worn a contest jersey for so long.
Yeah, Grayson's been ripping. He's definitely got that local knowledge and got those inside bowls and going amazing, hey?
Yeah, he's definitely utilising this format that we've been talking about. So, tell us about your take on it, Luke. What was the brainstorm behind putting the series together and coming up with a format where only one wave counts?
Yeah, well, first we wanted to replicate the old Australian Championship circuit from years back and really get back to the grassroots of surfing. So whether a surfer is studying, has their family, or just a local board rider club ripper, that's what this is for. It's to complement the WSL pathway that we're running and really give back to the surfers that may not want to travel and really want to give back to them. So that's the demographic here, and give some good prize money to grassroots surfers to go on their career or just keep enjoying surfing. And then we want to ramp it up for that high performance and make one wave count. So if they've got a 6 or a 7 instead of getting back up as a 4, we want to change that psyche and get them to get a 7 or an 8 or 9 and push that surfing. And there's lots of different ways here. It's just a fun competitive comp, but also just to change that psyche and get them to go big.
Yeah, the format's great, and as you say, it's going to attract all different kinds of surfers. I love those matchups where you might see, a local tradesman who still rips coming up against someone who's going to be on the CT in a year or two.
Yeah, that's it.
There's that opportunity for that kind of underdog giant slayer. Australians love those kind of matchups.
Yeah, and there's so many amazing surfers. We're blessed with amazing wave-rich location, and we really want to make sure that we support that and all of our border clubs, especially in their talent.
Well, we're going to see a quick chat with the surfer up and riding now, Dom Thomas, about what his thoughts were going into this semi-final.
We're down here at Bondi with Dom Thomas. Dom, how are you feeling today? Grand final of the Oz Open. Tell us about your approach you're going to take today.
I'm feeling really excited and I can't wait. I'm going to be very aggressive towards the waves and try and go for some progression and try and get the bigger scores.
And 10K for the winners, how would that help your QS campaign or your surfing career?
That would be a big help to pay for the next year's QSs, and I'm just really excited to compete.
Yep. And the Oz Open of Surfing Tour, how have you found travelling up to Coffs and Sunshine Coast?
It has been really fun. I haven't really been up Sunshine Coast much, so that was a pretty cool experience. And Coffs, I've been there a couple of times, but the waves turned on for us and it was really good.
And what about Bondi? Have you surfed Bondi before?
No, I've never been to Bondi.
Yep. Battle a few hipsters on the way down?
Yep. Came across a couple, that's for sure.
All right, thanks guys.
Thanks very much. Well, Dom Thomas, yes, ducking and weaving the hipsters on the way to the lineup and putting his money where his mouth is, because he's actually in the lead with a 7.17 in an event where, he's never surfed at Bondi before, Luke. That's a big call.
Yeah, massive. And obviously right now, in between that, we've got Dom sitting with a 7.17. Lennox, go New South Wales, got a 6 as a backup there. And obviously Cooper Davies, we know he could pull something out. He's been amazing, ripping in this tour. He's won an event, got a 2nd. He's on fire. So this is a super tough heat. Dom Thomas, he actually won our under-18 state titles down at Sandon Point, pumping Sandon, and he's from Newcastle area. So yeah, really stoked to have that talent coming through our pathway, and again that demographic, such a wide range of surfers, juniors surfing in this, and trying to progress their careers earlier.
And tell me, so there's obviously a really strong presence with Queensland and New South Wales in this event. It's the default state of origin matchup. Is there a view towards expanding it out to the other states? We are calling it the Australian Open of Surfing.
Yeah, definitely. It's open to anyone. And we definitely want to have the view to have not too many events, but definitely possibly some events in either WA, South Australia, Tassie or Victoria. We definitely want to do a good amount of events, but not too many at the same time. So yeah, it's Australian Open of Surfing. Anyone can go in it, and it's to support the grassroots of surfing.
And I love the collaboration between the different institutions, between Surfing New South Wales and Surfing Queensland. But let's be honest, this is a bit of a state of origin matchup.
It is.
You can't help but barrack for New South Wales. Obviously, if you walk out there and a New South Wales surfer claims a win and Yates is out there on the beach at Bondi, you know, there'll be a little bit of it'll be like being the coach of the State of Origin team, really, won't it, as the CEO of Surfing New South Wales?
That's it, yeah, and we're really stoked on the partnership we've got with Surfing Queensland on this series. It's to give back to surfing, and we're both staff down here together, working on the event physically, and we're both promoting it digitally. So, stoked to keep this going year on year, and we're stoked to be back here in Bondi, and we really appreciate the local board riders, local community for having us here. So having the Bondi board riders supporting the event, obviously through the wildcards, connecting with them, and also the Bondi girls board riders. Thank you, Brenda Miley and their whole team there. So I really appreciate all the support from the locals for today.
So we see Cooper Davies up and riding, sitting in fourth with a 5.17. Well, it just falls off that one on the third manoeuvre, so probably not going to do it for Cooper, chasing that one big score. Yeah, it's fantastic to have an event of this caliber back in Bondi. I think you worked on the Boost Mobile event a few years ago. That's probably the last time there was a major surfing contest here in the east at Bondi. Years ago, I remember watching the OP Pro. I think it was 86 when the world's best surfers would actually come down to the beach, and you'd surf with them all the way through the week in the lead up to the event. And there was a little bit of that, this week. A lot of the surfers were here preparing, surfing in the lead up, and I think that's really exciting for a local community as well.
Yeah, we really wanted to bring back something amazing to Bondi, and we have plans to continue to support the grassroots, but also grow the event. We're working really closely with Bondi board riders and getting everyone's thoughts of what the sport needs and what the local community needs. So yeah, stoked on that support, stoked to be back in. I think it's researched it again today. It was 12 years ago, the Boost Mobile Air Show, way back. So stoked to be back here. It's such a wave-rich location, and waves are pumping today. So
yeah, we got really lucky with conditions. I mean, it's been pretty windy and wet in Sydney over the last few weeks, and I think the forecast beyond today looks a little bit dismal. So we've got like blue skies, fun 3 to 4 foot waves. I think the wind's gone kind of around to the southeast now, but it's only light, and that actual little bit of texture and ruffle is actually helping the surfers right now. It's actually going to improve the performance levels.
Yeah, and as that high tide fills in, there's definitely those little air ramp sections on the shore. So I think that a lot of people will love that as we come down to that 1 minute mark.
Yeah, it's the Mad Max minute. Cooper Davies needs a score. Big slash to open with. Back into the pocket. Really wants a section off the end here, though, to punch up into one of those top 2 slots. Lining something up down the line. Into a little reverse to finish with. Well, it was a polished wave. Did it have that signature big manoeuvre, though, that the judges have been rewarding?
Yeah, it'll be close, I think. It's a tough one. He's been on fire the whole series, and obviously that's how surfing goes, and you need to get those waves. But yeah, we'll see what that comes in as.
Yeah, as it stands, it looks like a 1 and 2 to New South Wales in the State of Origin matchup at present, but still 15 seconds left. We haven't seen a lot of action from Hinata Ozawa. Scrambling for a wave now as we can hear the beach commentary counting down. There goes the hooter. It's going to be too late for Hinata, unfortunately. So, unofficially, looking like Dom Thomas gets the win.
Awesome. Yeah, it's awesome to see that junior talent, be part of this series and progress their surfing against some of the older crew.
Well, a big thanks to Luke Madden, who helped put this concept together. It's a fantastic series, and it's only going to get bigger and better in years to come.
Thank you for having me, and thanks for all the local support.
Thanks very much, Luke. Go New South Wales. And welcome back to the Volkswagen Australian Open of Surfing. Coming to you live from Bondi Beach. I'm here with Jess Grimwood. Jess, it's been a great day so far. Some incredible action as we wind into the women's semi-finals now. I love that we get through this event in half a day. Like it's, it's like 11 o'clock in the morning, and now we're into the semis. It's exciting.
I know, it's really good, isn't it? It's not like those, I was talking to one of the new Surfing New South crew, and sometimes you get those, 7-day events that it seems to take forever to get to this point in the draw where you really look forward to watching this type of surfing that you see in the semis. So we're here in a blast. A blink, saw the sunrise, blinked, and now we're in semis.
And your vocal cords are still there. Those
for now. Yeah, those 7 days, especially when it's really good waves as well, and you're constantly on the edge of your seat, kind of screaming almost at the performances because it's so good.
We see Carly Shanahan on her backhand, slashing back into the pocket, just runs out of wave to work with there. I feel like it's sort of something of a split peak at the moment, but the right hand is going to be where the biggest scores are most likely. See Coco Cans taking off deep on the peak, which has been critical for the big scores. As we look at this wave all week, it's been the smaller inside ones that push across the bank that are offering the best scoring potential. We saw Coco squeezing in 2 solid maneuvers there on a steeper face, which is going to prove critical.
Yeah, she has really hunted down that behind the peak takeoff, hasn't she? And so smooth and nice in her transitions. She's got a lot of flow. Let's have a look at the wave replay here, powered by Surfing New South Wales. There you go, right behind the peak. Connects with that first section. Nice rail work. Drops straight down to the bottom and does a nice top slash too to back that up. So 2-turn combo. Just a bit of transition through this middle, but kind of doesn't get that finishing manoeuvre. Nice positioning for her, Luke.
There's been a bit of talk around the contest site. That first manoeuvre of Coco's was really just a classic carve or cutback, and it, some people are starting to think, has the cutback gone out off trend? Does it still score?
Yeah, you guys do articles on that, don't you? Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could do, but certainly, there's some. Richard Cram is from Bondi, so had probably the most famous cutback. Pauline Menzer had a great cutback. Still really good to watch, but I feel like, like the judges like to see you go bang, bang, straight up and down into the lip now, but nothing feels or looks better than a good cutty.
Oh, full rail tilt as well. I love seeing that when it's just all laid into it. There's a lot of chunk on the line and it's risky. You could bog a rail very easily out here. So, yeah, I do have to agree. I think that the judges they don't crucify you so much for the cutback, but they kind of just go, cool. Yeah. What else?
They call it a transition turn these days, but it's not a transition turn. Well, Coco Cans, they kind of like the look of that first wave, 4.27, which is a pretty solid score based on what we've seen this morning. Certainly in a strong position. Rosie Smart was a standout in her quarterfinal. She's been in Bondi all week training. Was with her mum down on the beach yesterday morning after a surf. I was sneaking in a lunchtime session when that offshore wind came through and it went all westerly and buttery. Had to stay out longer and
extended lunch.
Rosie was out there. Well, I kind of said, I'm working Saturday morning so I can have a half-day surf today. That was the rationale. But Rosie was out there really taking apart this right rip bowl where she's surfing now. She had her mum on the beach, who's kind of a maths and physics teacher from Sawtell on the mid-north coast. I guess if mum's a maths and physics teacher, she's probably, shadow scoring.
Yeah.
Can probably come up with some numbers.
Yeah, definitely analysing, even the rankings and stuff. And while we wait for the next wave to come on through, we'll pass on down to the pre-heat catch-up with the lady herself, Rosie Smart.
We're down here with Rosie Smart, the winner of Coffs Harbour Open. Rosie, how are you feeling today?
I'm super keen for the event to kick off. I've been practicing heats at Sawtell and I'd really like to win the 10 grand, so yeah, I'm excited.
What would you do if you were to win that 10 grand? What would that go to?
I would buy myself a car so I don't have to use my mum's anymore. And yeah, I'd use it to go travelling next year and compete in all the pro juniors and cadets.
And I believe you're in the middle of exam period at the moment. So how's that, balancing surfing and studying?
It's a bit tricky, but I'm just trying to do homework in between heats and stuff. And I've just been studying a little bit, so yeah, it's not too bad.
Nailing it. And this single wave format, how do you feel about this new one wave approach?
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna like make people push their surfing more, and once we get a good wave already, like you're not looking for a backup, so you can really just go big to try and improve your score.
Yep, awesome. Thank you so much and good luck.
Well, Rosie Smart doing English assignments and exam study in between heats. That's commitment.
That is commitment.
And I think we just saw her put in a committed turn as well. I'm just glancing out towards the live lineup, so kind of managing to literally juggle all the balls, Rosie Smart.
And buying a car too. That you can see she's just looking towards that qualification. I mean, she could buy probably a couple of cars with 10 grand.
Well, if I had 10, you know what? I wouldn't mind a Volkswagen. Like my first family car was a V-Dub Combi.
Oh.
And I can remember the trips up and down, the East Coast in the V-Dub Combi.
Mm-hmm. So was mine, actually. Dad used to drive us around in the Caravelle, like an old 86 Caravelle or something like that. It was so sick.
I remember it was kind of, a little bit different then. You could sit in the back and enjoy the road. I think ours had 2 lifespans. It started off red, then Dad painted it blue. It was a pretty basic paint job. It was almost like he literally just painted it. It wasn't like the
rattle can
kind of. So yeah, it had a couple of lifespans, but definitely a big nostalgic attachment to the V-Dub brand and the Combi.
Yeah, it's really it's like synonymous with surfing, isn't it? We had the Caravelle as well with Dad, and then we moved to I can't remember what model it was called, but it's like that round nose ute. It had like the big open tray and just the 2 seats in the front, and we had the big Captain Good Vibes picture on the very front, in between the headlights. It was like I drew it on the front for Dad because that's what he wanted, and we used to cruise around in that thing.
Look out! Here comes Captain Good Vibes.
Yeah, yeah. It just goes hand in hand with surfing, those old V-Dub things. And I mean, now this generation, I see a lot of their mums, like the younger girls that have to borrow mum's car. They got that new V-Dub coastal model. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's got the pop-up and it's got those swivel around office chairs and stuff. It's pretty mental. If you haven't checked it out, you should look it up. It's pretty sick.
Well, yeah, we know how prominent the kind of the van life approach is at the moment. You kind of want that vehicle that you can use day to day, but you can also jump in and go around Australia if you want.
Rosie Smart at the moment out in the lead, 617. I feel like she's going from strength to strength. Every heat she surfed this morning just seems to get a bit more. She puts a bit more into it. She shows a bit more. Here goes Carly Shanahan. Bit of a check set up there. Oh, such a fat little section. Nothing really critical for her there.
Probably wave selection letting Carly down a little bit. I mean, it is still kind of a big day for the surfers. You're going to surf 3 times if you do make the final. And it's going to be all about peaking at the right time.
Yeah, where's Lucy as well? She was a real standout this morning. A lot of flow. She was on that spine tech early. I think she's from Bungan as well. So
I have to say, like a lot of surfers at Bondi do ride. Here we go, Lucy now on that OG Fly spine tech model, which does work really well at Bondi. A lot of the better surfers here actually do ride that model. Seems to suit the waves. And we talked about the strategies that you can take in this format. Do you really wait for that one wave that's going to have maximum scoring potential, or do you kind of catch a lot of waves and hope that one of them offers you a really good section? I guess today it's not super clearly defined as to which is going to be the optimal wave. It's kind of like roll the dice a couple of times, see what happens with the section is maybe a strategy.
Yeah, and be ready and waiting and poised. If it does offer up in the click of a finger, you can just throw up a turn and end up with a 5.
That's right. That's exactly it. There's going to be like a split-second decision where you might get one really good section in the heat, and that's the difference between progressing and not progressing. It might just be that one split second.
Yeah, and these ladies, they're so close, 9.5 minutes away from a finals berth. It's so close, yet so far at the moment. Carly Shanahan, she's a powerhouse. I saw her a lot over those events, like the 1,000 events and the 3,000 events up and down the East Coast here over the last 3 or 4 years. And she is one of those girls that this format would probably suit. I saw her lose a lot of quarterfinals to semifinals with only one wave score. She couldn't find the backup against the older QS girls. And I think that this format just opens the door for her. She's really powerful. She throws a lot of spray. She's kind of like Sasha Baker as well, and Rhea Campbell. They're a really similar kind of approach. powerhouse Aussie girls surfing. I think it's really going to suit her. I think Rosie is going to have to up the ante if Carly finds a little wave under priority here. But, I mean, she still has to find it 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting to see which surfers actually really have approaches that suit the format. And, you know, I think I was talking to one of the coaches yesterday, and some of the young surfers struggling to get out of that mindset where I've got to get it back up. They've been so drilled in that for so long to get 2 scores that to kind of reorient the way that you're looking at things and chasing just that one wave. It does take a little bit of a shift.
Yeah, drilling is a good word, I think, too. I was lucky to chat with Barton a whole lot over the last few weeks about just that, like the psychology of going behind and into the training of these guys and girls, and from such a young age they're drilled and drilled and drilled and drilled, so it becomes almost like it's procedural. It's like a robotic response in a heat. It's like 20 minutes. They physically carry out what needs to be done rather than just react.
Well, there's that section you were talking about potentially for Carly. She knows she's got that turn that can really push her up into the lead. All she needs is the section to do it.
Ooh.
Strong finishing manoeuvre. It's going to be interesting to look back at this one.
At first impression, from the feeling of that, without looking at the replay and dissecting it, I loved it. I think it's going to challenge Rosie up in that top. But then as soon as you said it'll be interesting to look back, then I go, ooh, hang on, let's see. Let's have a look at the Surfing New South Wales replay, wave replay. That first turn, dynamic. It was sick. It was tight in the pocket. Quiet time in between. But steeper looking section there, straight to the bottom, kind of hung up a little bit in the lip, not super crisp. I think she's going to challenge Rosie for that first position.
I like the way she started the bottom turn super early on the finishing manoeuvre. Knew the section was coming. I think it's going to at least push her up into potentially second position at least.
Well, let's see. Scores to come for Larsa Carly Shanahan. While we wait for those to lock in, post-heat with the heat winner Dom. He's with Lucy.
We're down here with the winner from the last heat, Dom. Dom, you smashed it in that last one. How did you go out there?
Yeah, it was really fun. That right-hand rip I was turning on. It's getting really good and heaps of section. All the boys were ripping.
Yeah, it was a bit of an upset for us Queenslanders, of course. Cooper and Hanada losing in that one. Can you tell us about your strategy going into there?
It was just try and find the best double up you could, and I luckily got that first one underneath everyone, and I don't know, I just surfed it all right, I guess.
And you're getting down to the pointy end of the competition now, so how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I can't wait for the final.
Good luck.
Thank you.
How's the grin on his face?
Oh, he's so excited about being in the final. I don't know if he's kind of thinking, wow, I'm one turn away maybe from 10 grand. It could be as simple as that.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it hadn't sunk in quite with him yet, does it?
No, he's just excited to be there. So, and that's what we want to see, like kind of really ecstatic young surfers in this series. And I think he made a good point, like talking about the rip bowls and the dull. I think that's perhaps where the New South Wales surfers have a little bit of an advantage in that we kind of tend to get those rip bowl conditions a lot, whereas the Gold Coast surfers, it doesn't happen as much. They kind of, you talk to them about a rip bowl and you go, what are you talking about? Like, we don't really get those, you know?
Yeah.
So that concept of like a high tide rip bowl, I think plenty of New South Wales surfers are familiar with it.
Yeah, they love it. Throw in a run around, and now we're talking more Queenslander.
Yeah, that's right.
A good run around. They've kind of got that all-rounder Iron Woman or Iron Man approach to surfing, and then stretch them out on a long point break or something like that, and they're hard to beat with the way they link things, the combination and the flow. They're really, really tricky to beat. There's the last score. Carly Shanahan 4.43. So right on the cuffs there for second position because Lucy upped hers 4.63.
So very briefly, Carly Shanahan, as we predicted, would have gone into second position, but then Lucy Brown has trumped her with that last wave that was ridden during the interview with Dom. So currently Rosie Smart in first in a fairly, commanding lead with a 6.17. Lucy Brown back in second with a 4.63. Carly Shanahan 4.43. Coco Cairns 4.27.
I have a feeling
it's pretty tight. I mean, it's like we're obviously with 4 minutes remaining. It's going to be a real chase for second place at least.
Yeah, I just have this feeling about Rosie. I feel like she tends to sit there and she just waits for the girls to push up, but she doesn't oversurf.
Well, here she is now. Big section up in front. Really went for the manoeuvre. Wow. Probably one of the best turns we've seen all morning.
Oh, that's going to go. I'm going to throw it straight out there and say it's going to go towards the 8s.
One
Maybe,
manoeuvre. Yeah, I think so.
Maybe bigger.
I think it's going to definitely better her 6.17. That's exactly the kind of surfing the judges want to see. It was kind of an inverted backside snap right up under the lip.
Yeah, let's have a look at the wave replay powered by Surfing New South Wales. Bigger section, drops straight to the bottom, committed hook, nice timing, rides out cleanly. It really had it all there when we're talking about the format, the vibe of the day, the judging criteria. Let's see how she locks in that one. Here goes Coco.
Again, trying to get that spot deep on the peak. Smaller wave, hasn't had a steep section yet though. Now it's standing up a little bit through the inside, but Coco wisely kicking out. That just didn't offer the section she was looking for. The thing I loved about Rosie's wave really was the decision making. She realised instantly that she was only going to get the one section. So she's like, okay, I've got to really make something of this manoeuvre. I'm only going to get one shot at it. And once she'd made that instant decision, it's kind of like she really committed to the turn.
Yeah, I just see that from her, that she doesn't try and push the envelope of her own performance until she is kind of required to. She just sits quietly and doesn't like overexpend the energy in the heat until someone starts to put a bit of pressure on her and she starts to get towards those ropes, and then she starts, she'll throw a jab and then she'll swing a really big one, and then suddenly she's back in the middle of the ring and she just controls it and just waits for something. She doesn't overexpend that energy.
She does what she needs to do in the context. And well, we saw we were expecting the score to go a little bit north of that.
I would.
6.83, but still certainly, that's kind of a clear indication of what's on offer for a single manoeuvre.
Yeah, I was pretty excited by that turn. I thought it was big, it was committed. Still the best wave of the heat. She's putting the pressure back on the 3 other ladies in the lineup, and she's just closing that gap again, taking back control. I mean, the other 3 are going to hear that score come through and go, whoa. Like, if Rosie had got an inside section, then that's it. That's a finals winner.
This is where it gets interesting for the girls, though, now, I think, is that... we're down to the Mad Max minute almost, and it's kind of like I'm in second position. Probably got to start thinking about chasing that wave that's maybe going to get me, a 5 to 6 that gets me through the heat. If I can't find a score to better Rosie's, let me find that mid-range score that's going to at least let me progress.
Yeah, and don't if you're Lucy, I would be pretty nervous in the Mad Max minute. Carly and Coco, one turn for them. Rosie just got a 6.83 for one turn. Carly's as capable, if not probably more powerful, throws a lot more weight and water. So she's not safe. Lucy is not safe at the 45
I guess no one's safe with this format. I mean, the scary thing for Rosie, as good as that turn was, that she just proved to everyone else that all you need is one section.
Yeah.
So they've only got to be marginally better in the turn, and they leap her. So it's quite conceivable to go from first to third or fourth in the last Mad Max minute.
Yeah. I feel like that happens more times than not, too, in surfing. I always seem to watch heats, and in the last 30 seconds... fourth goes to first, and first has held it for 19 and a half minutes, and then they suddenly have lost out of the round, and you just go, whoa, what happened?
There's nothing worse than being in first with a minute to go and losing.
Yeah, true. It looks like Rosie's
down to the last 10 seconds.
Is she safe? I'd say so. It looks like unofficially that set hasn't made it through, and Rosie's moving on through. Perhaps unofficially Lucy Brown as well. We'll wait for the final results. We'll see if this last wave counts, but that is semi-final number 1, done and dusted in the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen. Stick with us, live action semi-final number 2 coming up right after this.
This is the motivation.
Here we go, back into it, live action. Welcome back online if you've just tuned in. It's semi-final number 2 of the women here, Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles. And of course, the webcast partnering up with Mad Mex. Oceana Rogers is here in the water in the red, Rhea Campbell's in the white, in the yellow, Sasha Baker, and in the blue, Lillian Young. Big heat for semi-final number 1 of the women's, and I believe it was Rosie Smart moving on through to the finals, along with Lucy Brown. We'll have to check on live heats to confirm 100% the finals, but these 4 women now battling it out for a chance at $10,000 for first place. 18 minutes, 15 seconds remaining here on the clock, and a big shout out to all our partners, Cooper Surf Shop as well. Plenty of companies, family businesses, and people coming on board to support grassroots surfing and all things Australian surfing. Myself, Jess Grimwood, Dimmy, sitting in the booth at the moment, but there are quite a few people floating around the contest here at Bondi, one of the most iconic surfing locations in the world. And at the moment, no waves ridden, just over 17.5 minutes on the clock. And looks like we might be shortly welcoming a special guest to the booth as well. As we wait to see the first scores locking in, this could almost be a final. And I'd like to say a good morning. I think still morning, 11:20. And welcome into the booth as we see Sasha Baker up and riding on the backhand. Finds the first section, goes to the rail to transition into the middle and looking for nothing else on offer there for her. So first wave ridden for semi-final number 2. Myself, Jess Grimwood, welcoming Sally Fitzgibbons to the booth. A very good morning, Sal.
Grimmy, back in the motherland, home country now.
We always
no more US.
Oh, we always find ourselves together in the booth for surfing contests.
Magnets, huh?
Magnets for commentary.
Yeah. I was at the other end of the beach with a learn to surf experience, and I could just smell what was going on down here. I was like, oh, give me a piece of that. So it looked like the waves are pumping.
Yeah.
Surfing's going on, and such a great format.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? I mean, we've just been talking about the importance of Australian surfing and this type of stuff for all the grassroots, as we see Rhea Campbell up and riding the goofy footer, solid backhand approach. We saw some really good waves from her through the quarterfinal, and now we're going to the rail. Looking for that critical section. These ladies have just been throwing some hooks left, right and centre out there. But Sal, just back from the World Games, from the ISA, back from America, settle back into home life?
100%. We've had plenty of waves, so just all systems go. And it's almost like now it's that pre-season kind of style, and all moving towards that kickoff in January in Hawaii. And so just so blessed to be on this part of the coastline and just absorbs all that swell.
And do you get to cruise on down to the hometown and lock in with the locals?
I've been known to just immerse myself in the burrow and just disappear. Barnacle on the rocks, and you see the replay. Talk us through.
Yeah, this is last wave for Sasha, I believe. A nice smooth rail work for her. Like good, you could see the intention going in. She's looking for that critical section where they've been able to find some real numbers on the inside for the women. But, it was Rhea. But, yeah, she just kind of got caught between that lump and bump from Bondi. And at the moment, Oceana, we didn't see the replay for hers, but a 6.67. She's been a standout from the South Coast as well. Charges hard, paddles into a few big slabs down your way.
Yeah, for sure. The Groms now, they're definitely growing up, and she was a little microgrom.
Yeah.
Almost like last time I was seeing her drop into a couple of crazy ones. But I am a little bit envious of this format. I think it's great for their development to sort of really put it all on the line for this one score. I think that lends itself really well to getting used to how much risk you need to really put into your surfing. And as they go through the levels and progress onto the world tour, they're going to be like naturals that, you know, you get that one shot, you see it coming, and you got to use priority so well and put it all on the line, but you know, almost look like it's effortless.
Yeah, like it kind of takes away that safety net, doesn't it? Because when you're chasing down that second score, you might only need, you know, that mid-range 4, 5 or 6 or something to make it through the heat. But like you said, it encourages that mindset to switch and to think about just risk it all.
And as well, like a lot of these girls would be really pushing their progression. You see a big hit for Lil there on the backside. And I think that's looking at the shape of this rip ball as I was walking around the beach, it looks like they really have to go really big on that first turn and then kind of put the pieces together and hopefully a big inside. But you tell me, you've been watching it all morning.
Yeah, have a look at this. She does so well to make that connection there. Mid-face slash and a lot of commitment at the end. Here goes Oceana on the inside section there. Takes off, looks to the rail, looking for a critical section to work with. And nothing else on offer for her, but exactly what you're saying, Sally, it just promotes that innovation. I think I see a lot of that coming through in women's surfing, obviously over the last 10 years. But for yourself particularly, I saw that come out in the ISA Games in Huntington. I saw you going to the air, I saw you chasing the ramp and just looking really comfortable in that position, just pushing that creativity in your heats.
Well, you sort of do get stuck in two minds. I really like this first belt.
Yeah.
But you do get stuck in two minds almost because you develop these things in training, Grim, and then it's like this moment in the heat that you want to go for it, but you don't want to compromise like your whole heat towards that or compromise your priority or your wave select looking for this manoeuvre.
Yeah.
So it's this funny balance of it naturally. Oh, imagine you stuck that on the sand. Bit of a finger under. But yeah, it's like it has to naturally almost be ready. You can't really, I don't know, almost bleed it into your surfing. You don't get that chance. So it's like this risk and reward kind of situation like at Huntington, or maybe you saw it at El Salvador too, where you're like, your heart's racing and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to go for it in the jersey. And if I don't stick it, I'm packing my bags and I'm going home. And that's the brutal nature of it, to not sort of knock your confidence and get back up and try again. And one of my favourite memories was El Salvador this year. It feels like the longest year ever, but back in El Salvador. and I sort of, put it all on the line because I was in that wildcard position and sort of went for sort of the bigger airs that I've been going for in the heat, and I was sort of in that mode. I was like so close. I went for about 3 and nearly made it, but there was this switch in even the people that were cheering in the heat, and they wanted me to keep trying, and all I could hear was like, go again, Sally, go again, Sally. And I was just like so pumped that they could sort of register, even though they weren't speaking English over there. They would kind of feel in that moment that like, okay, this person's really going for it. And so
and we love that too, don't we? I feel like that's a real part of Australian surfing and sport, is like you want to see someone just absolutely put everything on the line, and you applaud them if they don't make it, but when they do, it's like full people's favourite crowd, like goosebumps, everyone's cheering. It's pretty wild.
And it's that perfectionist nature for all of us where we want it to look all pretty and made and everything in your surfing's like perfected, but oh gosh, there's so much in just the attempts and putting that into your heat and going again and getting used to those attempts. And that's when you see like the make rate and the percentages of like the Brazilians or Italo and those guys that make so many in a heat, and you're like, they've been doing that since these got like the grassroots level in their competitive surfing. So
And what you see, like, coming through right now, like, Grommies, like we just spoke about, Oceana Rogers, 667 on the board. She's leading the semi-final. There's 10 minutes to go. Like, you've been around this style of series and competition for so long, coming up through New South Wales. How important is this to Australian surfing to be forming this and building this foundation for all these young women going up into the levels that you're surfing at now? Like, do you look back on this time for yourself as a grom in your career and think about the importance? As we see, let's put a pin in that for a second. Rhea Campbell, straight up into the first section, transitions to the second. Nice looking wave for her, and she's really hunted down this right-hand rip bowl near the skate ramp here at Bondi, looking for something a bit more critical to finish it off, and gets the completion as she changes a little bit transition, but I think that is going to go right up towards her campaign to move on through to the finals here, Sal.
That's so clutch.
Yeah, clutch. Good word for it. It is clutch, yeah.
It's that moment I think it's fantastic. We'll roll through the replay, but just they have the building blocks now to develop. I love just that approach, just straight off the bottom, knowing it's going to flatten out through the middle here. And just like her weaving technique and everything's on rail, has that moment of impact even on those little manoeuvres. So a little dig there, she rescued that super well, but just to complete that ride, what do you reckon? Come close to Oceana's or?
Yeah, I think she's going to move in a second. I'm going to throw it out. It's higher than Lillian's 4.73. I don't know. Without seeing Oceana's 6.67, yeah, there you go. 5-point ride moves into second. So Lillian and Sasha now, they're going to be looking for those 6+ waves, I guess. One, we saw Rosie Smart. I don't know if you saw her, but she got a 6.83 for one backhand hook. And I don't know, I'm sure that you do at your level of competition, you keep a little eye on all these new names coming through Australian surfing in the women's. You're just waiting for them to turn up on tour next year.
For sure.
They're relentless, aren't they?
It's the moment as you age through the athlete process that you lend yourself to wanting to be comfortable and have security that you have a job next year, but there's this amazing thing that you're always on your toes, and especially the new formats now from the top down. It's just like any of their heats or, seasons on tour could be your last, and it's just like, I just approach it like that. I just want to make the most of it, and these guys are just, they get me out of bed in the morning. Like if my alarm goes off, I'm like, if I don't get up, they're getting up.
Oh, yeah.
And they're the hungry piranhas now, and so,
yeah.
No, it's the good part about it, and even being over there at the ISAs, we had a younger team and being privileged enough to be the captain in that situation, and just learning from these young kids, but also being able to help in any other way too, or encourage them that they're on the path and they're doing well.
Now Rhea, she's really got the momentum here, throws it a bit harder into the lip there for the second turn. I feel like she's just really dialed into this rip bowl, and she looks comfortable to me on that backhand. I think she's really pushing Oceana for that first position at this point.
Do you think though, like in any other situation, getting that wave count up would help? But it's almost, I feel like in this format, it's sort of going to you, like trying to break you out of that cycle. It's like she needs that big turn out the back. So taking one sort of mid-sized one, it's not really going to better the 5. So it's sort of taking time. Oh, here we go. Some serious rail. Yeah. I think
drama.
You commentated a heat that I had in the US. We had a bit of a situation like that.
There was a lot of situations at the end of, those quarters kind of end of the ISAs where that priority comes into play, and you've got this beachy shifting peak. You've got the left and the rights, and then you've got second and third priority sometimes, or third and fourth, that just come at each other, and it's hard because maybe they didn't. I don't know if you can talk to this from the athlete's point of view, but you don't always take note of who's under you in priority, more who's above you.
Yep.
And so you end up in these situations where you go, oh no, is that person above me or not? Like,
yeah, and it does make you like look up at the board, almost like distracts you almost from the wave. The wave never really pans out that well, I found, when that's on your mind. But I just felt like this wave here, I could have she could have proved me wrong there and had a really mean combo and into the inside, but I just felt like it was that midway, it wasn't quite going to better the score, and meanwhile out the back, I just like the rail on this one, super searing, but then this situation does.
Yeah, smart. I don't know if Oceana had priority over her or not, but I guess like smart manoeuvre. She kind of, like that critical turn for her out the back was pretty sick. Let's have a look. Lillian, maybe a turn. I'm not sure about the completion there either, but at the moment, just over 5 minutes on the clock. I am joined in the booth by none other than Sally Fitzgibbons. And Sal, I mean, you are seriously a woman of the people. I've even been at Woolies Grom comps, and you've been somewhere hiding in the dunes, just keeping an eye, keeping the froth level going, maybe on your warm-up in the morning. And, how much do you get out of these coming down and then just kind of soaking up the vibe? I mean, you seriously get taxed at the events from everybody harassing you for photos, but you come down to these events and you just put it all back into the kids.
I just surrendered long ago, Grim, that I would be the eternal Grom.
Yeah.
Too much froth, and so it needs a home to live, so it just finds its outlet, and it happens to be the youth of these comps and just seeing kids on the local beach. Even then, I was taking, it was someone around my age and then someone a little bit older, and they were learning for the first time, and I was just so excited for them. I was like, oh, you've done that bit now. How about, like, can you try pumping? Can you try this? And I was almost like, settle down, Sal, don't scare them away. Just one step at a time.
Oh.
So, yeah, I just surrendered to it now.
There we go, Lillian Young, opening manoeuvre, tries to get a little bit more critical in that pocket for the second turn, but has to negotiate the deep section there in between the bowl and the shorey. So I think she's going to need something a little bigger, like Sally was saying, breaking that cycle of taking those medium waves and just getting that bigger, more critical section. Rhea, once again, really active in this heat. Just over 3 minutes on the clock. Oceana's looking solid in the lead. Here's a similar approach. You can just see the intention. She's really hungry for this inside critical section, and nice little hook. Looks comfortable.
She's serving really well. I like Lillian's action too, of like how she kind of positions in the pocket there. If she gets that on a little bit more bowly section or a touch bigger wave, like watch out. And I think Ray's surfing really well. Like it's just like the nature of these heats. You know what I mean? Like I'm just watching and learning while I'm watching, just going, okay, like even though she's surfing that good, it's just not going to necessarily equate to the heat win. So it's definitely where we got to move towards, is just what wave you're identifying is so crucial, whether it's this event or on tour level.
Oh, and there goes Sasha. I like the word you used before, Sal, searing rail work. I've seen that a lot, especially the amount of goofy footers that are coming through. Their backhand is so sharp and just really, really smooth transition for Sasha. Gets a fair bit of work done, but ooh.
How's that dismount? It's good she saved the ankles.
Yeah, splits onto the sand there for Sasha. She's looking for something about a 6.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the last one?
No, again, the wave quality. It's nothing to do with their surfing. And that's the biggest thing sometimes that frustrates me, because I love to catch a lot of waves in a heat. But sometimes it just isn't helping you, in a sense, to win the heat. Like, you can have all the surfing in the world, have the best free surf, train the house down in the gym, paddle out. And if you're just on subpar opportunities, it's just the most frustrating. I can feel it through the screen, and they're just going, but I feel so good out here, and then but you're still chasing that score. Wow, Rhea got the score, so she got 6.93. That was their last one, right?
Yeah, last one for White, Rhea Campbell 6.93. So we've
That's
been
huge.
Yeah, we've been kind of on and off a little bit with the scoring and the scale in the booth.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like the surfing's there, so
Yeah.
it just ends. Obviously, I walked in and wasn't fortunate enough to see Oceana's first one, so I'm kind of going off your sense, but yeah, I just felt that Rhea's momentum, that's what maybe it is, like catching those waves does give you the momentum, and the judges are being able to at least have scores to base off. If you're not surfing, there's no scores to be thrown, you know what I mean?
True.
So as I said, it's such a tricky balance to hold your position or keep surfing. So
It's like that. It's like the never-ending question of doing heats, isn't it? As we get down to the Mad Max minute, are you going to throw down anchor and wait for the bomb, or are you just going to get the ball rolling?
Adrenaline's going.
Are you nervous?
This is clutch. 50 seconds.
Yeah.
As we see, Oceana's kicking into this one. She's using her second prior, but could be a bit of a soggy one. But maybe a rebuild. She had to go.
Yes.
Wow.
I think maybe more so holding off Sasha and Lillian and just maybe holding on to that second position for Oceana. We'll have to see.
Wait, so 2 go through, yeah?
2 go through.
I thought
First
it was
and
winner
second.
takes all and one wave.
Or winner takes all in the final. 1 wave in the final.
See,
10
I'm learning,
grand.
people. I'm learning out there, whoever's listening.
Yeah, you're always learning, the eternal
yeah.
Grom.
So I'm just digesting, but this is a lot to absorb. I'm too excited.
Yeah, so first and second.
First and second, so phew. Okay.
Raya and Oceana unofficially moving on through for this semi-final. Thank you very much, Sally Fitzgibbons. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. I'm sure you'll probably be sticking around, and we'll be back very shortly with live action at the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back, everyone. We are into the final heat of the men's and straight into it, Dom Thomas, and it is game on here, Luke, and 10G for the winner with the AOS Grand Final here at beautiful Bondi Beach. The crowds are out, people are frothing. It's a beautiful day in Sydney land, and what a lineup we have for everyone to watch this incredible final. Just an incredible array of talent.
Section of surfers lined up for the final. I can see a big row of Bondi supporters showing up to see the local favourite, Grayson Hendricks, who's been a standout through the earlier rounds in the quarters and the semis. There's nothing they'd love more than to see a hometown victory. It's been a long time since there's been a Bondi surfer in a final at Bondi. Probably have to go right back to sort of Shane Horan, possibly.
Wow, and you know what? 10 grand to the winner. Now, the difference between first and second, $9,000. So you get a grand for second. Here we go, George Pitter up and right in and getting clobbered in the head. That won't help him. He's just come out of, he was in hospital on Monday with surgery to his sinuses. So that might open it up.
Didn't knock himself out then.
Oh, here goes a local boy. This guy's been on every good wave. Look at this, Grayson driving, just great extension through the body. And throwing a bit of innovation as well.
Well, just a really smooth rotation. I think the thing that will let him down will be perhaps the speed through those manoeuvres, but looked very cruisy. You could see him just hunting that big end section. But I think we can expect more from Grayson. We've got a little bit more time in the finals.
What does that do to you?
25 minutes, I think, rather than the 20. So just a little bit of extra time to chase that one big score. Just kind of missed the first opening manoeuvre there a little bit, Grayson. Winds through to the inside. Set up slash, but like I say, extension through the body.
Yeah, I love the way he extends.
Well, he's one of those guys, he's probably surfs at about 6 inches shorter than his actual height. He's kind of coiled the whole time.
Yeah.
Kind of that Owen Wright approach.
Yeah, judges will love that too, as we see the surfer in yellow, Dom Thomas, the young gun. You said before, he's... These days he's doing an apprenticeship?
I'm pretty sure he's doing an apprentice carpenter from Swansea.
Wow.
And you can see he was in a couple of the post-heat interviews just how excited he is to be in the final.
This is a cracker because you've got the style and class of Lennox Smith. Grayson Heinrich's a local boy who really has taken everything before him today, as we see Lennox up. The smiling assassin, I like to call him. Look at how vertical he gets and how clean that whip was into the pocket for the young man from the Southbridge Board Riders Club. And I'm pretty sure there'll be plenty of crew, Colin Gow and all the crew down there. Hope you're all having a great day. Your boys at the moment in the lead, a 6-point ride. So it's basically throw everything into it because there's no coming back from this heat. It is winner take all when it comes to the 10 grand.
See Don Thomas hunting a section. I don't think that wave's going to do it for him. Yeah, the boys back at Southbridge and the women at Southbridge Board Riders Club probably thinking, okay, if Lennox wins this, how are we going to spend his 10 grand? Is he going to throw 5 grand at the club?
I doubt that very much.
But there's certainly some big raps on Lennox as, one of the big surfers of the future for Australia. And then we've got Grayson in the heat, who hasn't really competed for a while. Up and riding George Pitar, working it through to the inside. Really stylish slash out of the lip to finish with. As we see Grayson getting busy again. Kind of feels like the energy levels have just gone up a level for the finals. We're seeing a lot of waves ridden. Currently Lennox Smith in the lead with a 6. With over 18 minutes remaining, it feels like we're certainly going to see something much bigger than that roll through.
Yeah, definitely. And the AOS was all about, changing up the mindset, that one wave. So it's only best wave only. And the scoring format has been introduced to encourage progressive and radical surfing from the competitors. And we've seen that today. And no one's been more radical than this young bloke. And as I said, we haven't seen a lot of Grayson in the last 12 months or so, but definitely when he shows up, he's ready to blow up. And right now he's in second, waiting on a score for George Pitter to lock in, or as 95% of the people who call his name, Pitter.
Pitter.
It's actually Pitter. It's
Right.
It's Aussie.
It's Aussie. It's not French. It's not Pitter.
No, it's not Pitter.
No.
And look, a 6.10, probably based on, just the aggressive nature and just the amount of water he dispersed more than the actual quality of the wave for that one. But I have a feeling that's not going to be there at the end.
No, it was more of a classic approach. Surfers are definitely chasing that big manoeuvre on the outside section. Judges don't want to see a lot of transition between turns, ideally. If you can lay down 2 big turns consecutively, you're going to get the big scores. We see Grayson using a little bit of local knowledge, looking for an inside left bowl here. This one doesn't stand up. We saw him get a wave like that in, I think it was the semi-finals, where he pulled off a huge rotation right on the shore, which had everyone cheering on the beach. Hopefully we see him get a look at another section that will provide an opportunity for him to go to the air.
What I'd love to see right now in this final is someone to have the nous to have a crack at an air straight off the bat. To make that, because we haven't really seen that. We've seen a lot of traditional surfing and we've seen some nice airs, but they've normally been on transition towards that inside section. I'd love to see what the judges, how they'd change their own mindset if someone could actually land a big air on a clean outside section, as we see the surfer in yellow up and riding, just nice rail work, but unfortunately coming unstuck. So, yeah, a lot of traditional surfing, based probably more on the quality of the waves at the moment, but it'd be good to see someone sort of throw caution to the wind, and then have another crack on the inside as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they can find a punchier section on the outside, we'll see someone do it, and that will really create a point of difference. And I think it would really shift the way the judges look at things as well. And that would really liven things up. Once one person does it on the outside bank, I think we'll see more progressive surfing come into play.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel that extra 5 minutes is going to also, as we see this replay of George Pitter, and as I said, the quality of the wave wasn't that good compared to what we've seen, but the surfing was definitely on point, and the judges did lock in at 6.10.
Yeah, really strong finish. I think he had a wave that actually hugged the bank a little bit more. It was a smaller wave, but it didn't run wide on the bank, and they've generally been the better waves throughout the course of the day and the whole week on this right-hand rip bowl at Bondi.
It's been pretty good all week, hasn't it?
It's been pretty fun, yeah. There's been a left shore, and then this right rip bowl's been fairly popular with a few of the locals and a few of the travelling surfers. We've got a little bit of texture on it now. Southeast wind rolling through, which is, I think, does lend itself to some progression. It's only a really light southeast wind.
Here we go, Lennox up and right in, nice and deep in the bank, trying to get himself in that open face. Got a great series of turns done on this wave, but just didn't finish off strong enough. And this could still be one of the better waves of the heat. And just that last turn, mate, I reckon that he actually would have gone into the lead had he landed that turn, but I'll see what the judges think. But
he made a clear decision, didn't he? He kind of forced it. He wanted to do something more than just a regulation finish.
Yeah.
He wanted to really drift the fins, trying to lift it a level, and kind of it didn't come off, so he didn't get the finishing manoeuvre. But
yeah, you definitely hear us say point of difference, and I'm pretty sure that's what he was looking at there. What a beautiful day it is. Look at Bondi just shining. As a local, geez, this place gets packed. I thought Manly gets packed. This place is next level.
Well, it's kind of more condensed here. It feels like there's less room between the headlands, so it all happens in a smaller area. And as I suggested before, you've got like about 15 different subcultures at play. You've got volleyballers and soccer volleyballers, touch football players, beach swimmers. It's all happening down here in one little kind of 1K stretch. So
Manly's getting invaded at the moment by volleyballers. We're looking to get rid of those volleyballers. There's too many of them. You can't see a thing. They're everywhere. But anyway, it's a great day, and we were talking a little bit earlier about just the history of this joint and that Bondi Pavilion. They've made some major renovations to that structure, and back in the day, that was probably one of the biggest venues for bands and stuff, wasn't it?
Well, it wasn't so much a band venue, but it's definitely a heritage building, and it's undergone a great renovation. Worth wandering down there and checking it out if you are in Bondi. There's also a good exhibition on there at the moment. The tracks are supporting the 1972, the year of 1972 for the Australian team that Andrew McKinnon's put together.
Wow.
So some great classic photos and stories on display at the Bondi Pavilion if you are down here for the day.
Definitely go check it out. It's a beautiful building, and it's been a staple here for a long, long time. And we spoke earlier about just the history of this joint. It's great to have an event back here. We don't see a lot of surfing events at Bondi, and you spoke about it before. It's a little bit hard on the parking, but the quality of our waves every time I rock up here, there seems to be good banks. I think that's the good thing about having a beach that's probably stretches 1.5 km, that you've got opportunities, and there's going to be opportunities everywhere.
Yeah, well, Bondi's facing southeast, so it gets all of the southerly swell, a fair bit of the easterly swell. Once upon a time it was regarded as one of the worst beach breaks in the world, but I think in the modern era there's a bit of a different attitude towards how surfing has changed, and I think it actually suits the progressive approach on a lot of days. You look at someone like Grayson Hendricks, who was a world junior champion and who's developed a very progressive approach to surfing by surfing out here on a daily basis.
Yeah, definitely. From a point of view where I come from, Manly, it's the same. I reckon that if you can really adjust yourself and surf at a really high standard at beaches that predominantly aren't that good all the time, when you get into that bigger arena and more perfect waves, it allows you to really open up. I think it's a great learning tool. I remember Dayan Neves spoke to me years ago about how he was just over the QS, and before he qualified, he was like, "I'm over it, we surf crap." I said, "Mate, you live at Manly. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You surf that every day."
Yeah, that's your bread and butter.
That's your bread and butter. But I reckon these kind of beaches allow that kind of different point of view and allow you to really have to open up and have a big crack, because they're not long wally waves. They're sections.
Well, it's we're at Bondi. It's the Australian Open of surfing. It's a big amphitheatre, and if you win this event today, obviously you're going to remember that 10 grand, but you're going to remember winning at Bondi. What a legacy! I've won a major event on Bondi Beach, the most iconic beach in Australia.
Yep, and a beach that has developed a lot of good surfers. And I actually saw Perth Stanley. We spoke to Perth about Perth earlier today, and he's actually injured himself. He's done his knee, so he's out of the water for an extended period of time. And I did say, mate, there's a rumour going around you're a foiler now. And he laughed. He knew where it came from.
Yeah, exactly. He pointed the finger squarely at me. But
yeah.
he's pretty good. I mean, I don't know how you gauge what a good foiler is, but he can cover some distance. He can. His idea of a good Saturday is to jump in the water at La Perouse and ride his foil back to Bondi.
Wow. Epic. So 10 to go in this heat. It is George Pitter out there in the lead with that 6.10, but this is nowhere near done at this stage because we are waiting for someone to sort of have that separation, that point of difference that the judges are looking for. And very tight right now. We've seen scores in the 7.5, 8-point range from Grayson Henricks all the way through the quarters and the semis. So he's definitely able to bring it, as is Lennox and Dom. So this is going to be exciting last 10 minutes. See, in this scenario, that extra 5 minutes could be the best 5 minutes of your life or the worst.
That's true, yeah. I mean, if you're the person who got the big score early on, you're like, okay, go out, let's get this thing done. I want it over with. But the great thing about the format is that really the whole thing is still wide open until the very last 20 seconds. We can see the leaderboard change multiple times very quickly. All it takes is one set with a couple of waves in it, and a lot can happen.
Yeah, definitely. So George Pitter would be looking to better that 6.1 because he's probably thinking to himself, yeah, that's a nice score, but it's probably not going to get the job done unless the ocean goes flat. We're down to 9 to go. Of course, great to have Volkswagen involved in the event. Without our corporate partnerships, these events will never go ahead. So good to have them involved as the naming right sponsor. Of course, the Mad Mex Minute. We've done a lot of work with these guys over the last couple of years. Luke Madden and the team from Surfing New South Wales, bringing them on board, and they're all about healthy, nutritional value in meals and stuff. So great to have them involved as well. So events don't happen, mate, without partnerships,
without
and
support.
we've got some of the best.
That's great. Yeah, we were talking about Jess and I, the Volkswagen before, and both of us grew up in families where the Volkswagen was the family car when we were young, and I just have such fond memories of trips up and down the East Coast in the combi. You know,
that Volkswagen noise.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
There is definitely the way that the Volkswagens actually sound on the open road. Pretty cool.
Yep, exactly. I've got a photographic memory for that from my childhood. It's one of the noises of my youth.
So here we go. The boys trying to get in position. It looks like Dom and Lennox are deep on the bank. So just that one turn, but he might be able to get himself into this inside corner. You spoke about this little rip bowl earlier. A lot of downtime, and he's going to look for
really
something
winding
big.
up.
Nice. Clean rotation. Is he going to finish off? I don't know if that's going to better the 6.
I think the factor was there, and you talked about it before, Demi, that it wasn't on the outside section. You know, we want to see it like as that opening maneuver. It's hard to find it, I know, but it kind of came after a little bit of downtime. So I think it's going to be solid, but solid doesn't mean anything. It's just got to be the best score you can find. What's good about that is it's broken up the pack a little bit. You could kind of throw a net over them there for the last 10 minutes. Hopefully this wave or this set will actually break up the competitors and give them a little more room to move.
So when you analyse this, there's basically a turn out the back and then that nice rotation and a little inside clipper as well. So it'll be interesting to see if it goes better than the 6. And if it does, I don't think it's going to put him in the lead by much. But we'll see what the judges think. We are down to the final stage of this heat. 10 grand up for grabs for the winner. And like I said, that is the great thing about this format. It's never over till it's over. You could have a shocker for 24 and a half minutes and get yourself one opportunity, and it's the person willing to risk it to get the biscuit.
That's right.
As Terry McKenna would say.
He loves his rhyming couplets, Terry. As we see Grayson just putting together a couple of kind of slashing turns. You know, he's kind of thinking in the back of his mind, okay, where's that Bondi Shorey? Where's my air section? That's all set up. This one trying to double up now. Steeper face to work with. He's almost out of camera and just didn't have the speed he really needed to launch. So the hard part there for Grayson is he's done a lot of work on that wave. He's way down on the inside. I guess he's still got 5.5 to get out the back and better it. But it didn't feel convincing to me. I wasn't convinced that that's the wave that's going to win this final.
Yeah. Good surfing. Like, definitely that, but it didn't open up like that 7.5 he got earlier in that semi where it basically came onto that inside boil and and he really got a nice aerial done. So
that's what he was thinking about for sure.
Yeah, he was going back to it,
Yeah.
going to the memory bank about what he actually got a little bit earlier. It was like basically the same kind of way, but just not enough opportunity. So we'll see what the judges think. You can see Lennox waving to the commentators going, did I better? Did I go into the lead? There is 5 to go. George Pitter, his heart rate would be going through the roof right now, trying to work out who got what on that last exchange.
So
I'm pretty sure there's 4-man priority, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. So I'm figuring, so what he's doing right now, okay, is thinking, okay, yep, so he's used his priority there, kind of like a blocking move, big opening turn, right in the pocket, puts it on rail. That blackboard looks really slick into the transition phase. So he's kind of decided, okay, yep, I've got a couple of good opening turns. It's worth finishing.
He's got such a power base. And what I love about the structure of his surfing is he doesn't lose momentum as he goes through the inside corner. For a guy that big, it's a good skill set to have.
Yeah, he's got, for someone, as you say, for someone so lanky, he's got a lot of flow.
Yeah. Mind you, he weighs like a 5 kilo weight in the gym. He's not that heavy.
Yeah.
He's actually trying to bulk up a bit. He has been for the last 2 years as his body has grown.
Yep.
But I particularly don't think he has to do much because he's got such a strong power base.
Yeah, it's all about the leg work, the plyometrics, getting that spring element into the surfing. Definitely got the style, definitely very easy on the eye. Is that a better wave than his first? Did he improve his position? It was very similar, really.
I like the first turn, but I felt like it was a stronger finish on his best wave. But we'll see what the judges think. Like with 4 to go, or just under 4 minutes to go, this is a really critical point, and I'm pretty sure it's Dom Thomas out there with priority now. So a 6.1, if you'd said to me at the start of the day a 6.1 would win this final with the quality of waves we've had all day, I'd say no chance. But it's just
It
what
could
the
be-
oceans.
it could get the job done.
Yeah, it's what the ocean dishes up.
Lennox Smith just 0.1 behind with the 6. Wow. He'll be watching the replays tonight if that's the way it goes down. So down to 3 minutes remaining. Surfers are still pretty tightly bound together. Hoping to see some more action. We feel like there's more in it than a 6.1 to win, but George Pitar currently in a commanding position. Dom Thomas has been pretty quiet, just having a look at this little ruffle.
So all those waves that have come in so far have not bettered. Lennox got a 5.47, George got a 5.47, and Grayson got a 5.47. So the judges are not really liking, and you can see the panic that is setting in for the current heat leader, George Pitter, who is looking to hold everyone off.
Right now, George Pitar's got 10 grand in his hand. It's like there, it's mine, and he just doesn't want to let it slip through.
And there's 3 dudes ready to go.
Yep.
I'll just have that.
It's a full smash and grab situation.
He'd be actually praying for it to stay, like, basically dead flat. But I actually have a feeling looking out the door, there is a set about to arrive. So this could be very interesting. So we have basically any of these 3 other guys needs a 6.11 to overtake George Pitar. I'm even saying
I reckon it's what they can. All of these surfers can almost do that in one manoeuvre if they get the right wave.
100%.
So we're kind of looking towards the horizon to see what's happening. Will they get one more shot at the title? 1:40 to go.
I guarantee his old man, I'm pretty sure Tony would be over in Vanuatu right now at the resort just gasping for air, because right now with 1:30 to go, all these guys only need a 6.11. Who is going to have a crack and who will get that opportunity? There is waves approaching. The boys seem to be in that little bit of a rip bowl down there. So are they out of position? Are they in the right spot that is going to allow? Because that's the other thing too. You've got to think about the ocean at play. Yeah.
Well, it's an incoming tide. The water's getting deeper and deeper. It's pushing in on the bank. Here's Grayson having a look. He's got to go. He's got to hit the trigger here. Needs something solid. Little bit lateral on the opening turn. Now this wave flattens out. Really, his only hope is to go back to his favourite left shorey. You can see him just eyeing off a section down the line. Now he needs to generate some speed. Throws the layback jam, but the body language doesn't look great.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a 6.11 just based on not only the body language, but just the opportunity on that inside ball. I feel like it was a really solid ride and a good, well ridden, well read, but is it going to be the 6.1? And right now you can see the boys out here. This is where it's going to get interesting because you got Lennox out there with priority, and he's found himself a right last roll of the dice. He's up into it. He's caught.
Hung up on the first turn.
Wow. What is going to happen on the inside? We're going to count this down. I'm looking out the door. I don't know if anyone else is going to get another opportunity. So Lennox Smith's going to have to do something pretty big on the inside to get it done. And I think this, as you said, that incoming tide. No. So it's going to come down to that last wave of Grayson to see who gets it done.
Did Dom Thomas get on his feet before that buzzer went?
I don't think he did. And waiting for the last score of Grayson to come in. He needs a 6.11. His last wave was a 5.47. And is it going to be George Pitter who is going to get the job done and win the 10 grand? That will be the biggest check he's ever received in his career. And it was not enough. It was a 5.20. So unofficially, it looks like the guy from Manly,
George Pitter with a victory lap in front of us. Was that a little kind of celebratory leap? Does he even know he's won yet?
No,
I don't think he does.
But right now, he'd be counting it because I'm pretty sure he needs a new engine in his car.
Oh, right, so straight to the mechanics. There it goes.
But
maybe he'll just get a new car.
I would.
Go for a Volkswagen. I'm sure they might cut him a deal after today.
But yeah, what a great final. It was a tight battle between first, second, third and fourth, and it looks like unofficially it was George Pitter getting the job done and taking home $10,000. Wow, what a great way to finish the AOS for the men's. We're going to be into the women's final very shortly. We're going to throw it all break. We'll be back very soon to wrap up the day.
This is the motivation.
And here we are, live action, the women's final in the water of the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen. And straight off to the start, Oceana Rogers in the blue jersey. First turn on the board, second rail transition for her. She's hunting down this inside section we've seen all morning, going to town for all the competitors. Super fun rip bowl here at Bondi, one of the most iconic surfing locations. Myself, Jess Grimwood, Adam Hennessy in the booth calling the women's action, and George Pitter taking the win for the men's.
Yeah, very well done. 10 grand going into his bank account as we see Rosie Smart. Already locked in a 2.33. She's been a real standout, and it's going to be a cracker of a final in the women's. Ryan Campbell in the yellow as we see a bit of a replay coming through and on a bigger wave. Wow.
Yeah, it just looks so fun, doesn't it? Like this bowl that's just hitting this inside section. Here's the replay of Rosie's just textbook surfing for that first rail transition.
Hit
Bit of a wobble.
bobble.
Yeah, wobbly.
Yeah. And this young lady, Shiana Rogers, getting into it, finding her rhythm as well. So there'd be a lot of anxiety out there right now because they all know that there's a $10,000 check waiting for the winner of this heat. So this is not a normal final where you grab a trophy and a little lolly bag full of prizes. This is a game on. It's 10 grand to the winner. What a great way to develop the sport in New South Wales and Australia from Luke Madden and Rowan and his team of crew, bringing the AOS to Bondi for the final. And it's been a crack of a day. And as I said, this is going to make a lot of, difference for one of these surfers just to continue to be able to travel, to be able to, afford to go away and put that 10 grand in the bank to use as part of their development program.
And these ladies right now, fingernails on that check. One fingernail, perhaps from one hand, just scraping that $10,000 check at the moment. Of course, massive shout out to all the partners that have come on board. Cooper Surf Shop, Mad Mex, the webcast presenters. We've got Bonsoy and all of the different partnerships that work along with Surfing New South Wales to bring about this grassroots surfing. And I mean, we even saw Sally Fitzgibbons in here. Australian surfer, Olympian, one of the top.
Legend.
Yeah, absolute. She is a serious legend of the sport, and it's crazy to think how long her career has spanned for, and she's still at the very top of performance.
What I love about Sal is she's all about putting back.
She is.
I've known her since she was, say, 10 or 11, and I don't think her attitude towards life and her attitude towards people in general has changed. She's never had a big head, always willing to sit down with you, have a chat, ask you how you are. She's just such a, endorsement for how an athlete should act and react in this arena.
Yeah, react. Really, really nice words there, Dimmy. React is one of her best qualities. I've seen her take some of the most brutal losses in her career, and she does it so with grace and sportswomanship and congratulates everyone. So really, really, really cool to see Sally down here at the contest for the finals of the AOS, lock in with a couple of the ladies, and she was able to call a heat and watch some of this action too. And she pinpointed Oceana, saying, she charges down there on those slabs down south, and she's one of that crop of Aussie women surfers that are coming through that Sal keeps an eye on. She keeps a little... just keeps a little check on them. They're coming over the shoulder at the moment of this part of their career. They're making that transition from juniors. Like, Rosie, Oceana, Rhea, Lucy, all in the same boat. They're transitioning from that pro junior into that fully fledged QS warrior that they've got to become if they want to be up there with Sally.
Yeah, definitely. And she's still got, even though, she's a veteran now, but she's still got so much to offer. And I know that fire burns within when it comes to the Olympics. I mean, I've never seen Sal so devoted than I saw her, because she holds Australia so close to her heart. I mean, she was such a talented young surfer that she could have actually been an Olympian in multiple sports. I remember there was a time where Sal had to pick which arena she was going to stick to. I remember she was really good at athletics. You see her running all the time.
Touch footy.
Yeah. She just had such an amazing talent that she ended up picking for for the betterment of our sport, as she picked surfing.
Yeah. Thank you, Sal. Thank God
100%.
she picked surfing.
She'll go down in the history books as one of the best ever. Whether she wins a world title or not, she's just a legend of the sport for the way she holds herself and the way she promotes our sport.
Yeah, absolutely. So into the women's final. 18.5 minutes on the clock. Rosie Smart, just a small number, has her in the lead at the moment. This is going to come down to it. Sally alluded to it as well earlier in the semi-finals, that maybe just that picking the eyes out of the conditions, just picking that one big wave is going to mean the difference for these ladies. We saw a lot of people making just multiple waves in their heat, and they're not necessarily of any quality. So sticking it out now, they've made it to this part of the day. This is the third surf on the board for them, and they've got to find that point of difference. They've got to find that big hook, forehand or backhand, and then they've got to find something maybe a bit more creative if they want to walk away with the win, Dimmy. And just under 18 minutes away from it. It is an absolute almost 10 out of 10 day here at Bondi.
Oh, it's stunning.
It is stunning.
And, it's been a really poor 2 months when you think about it, or right through winter really, with the weather patterns in New South Wales. We've had so much rain, but it's so good to see the sun out, the people are out, the local community's got right behind this event. There's literally thousands of people standing there watching it, and that adds to the spice of it as well.
Yeah.
Not only are you going for a large chunk of cash, you're actually having to compete in front of such an amphitheatre of people.
Yeah, and they watch you when you're warming up. They watch you when you're getting changed. They watch you when you're walking around in the jersey. All eyes are on you, so that just adds that weight on the shoulders, and you become really aware of it. I think as an athlete, you're just like, whoa, everyone is staring at every single little thing I do. It can be really off-putting, or for some people, it can be just that little bit of
the charge.
Yeah, that's the extra volts to ramp them up for a final performance. And some people, I feel like they're the best surfers that I've watched. They really get off in entertaining the crowd, whether it be in their heat warm-ups. I think of straight away people like, Laura Enover's warm-ups, Anastasia Ashley's, those girls on the beach that were super entertaining before they paddled out, and then they hit the water, and then they were just blowing up in the water as well. I find them really good to watch.
Yeah, I love athletes who can feed off the energy of what's going on outside as well. Some people, they get a little bit nervous, bit of anxiety, but where other people need that to charge them to their full capacity. So great to see. And as I said, when you look down the list of these young surfers, there's not a lot of experience when it comes to big paydays. This is definitely, whoever wins this final, this is going to be a huge payday for this surfer.
Absolutely. While we wait for the next few waves to roll on in for the women's final here at the AOS, we're going to pass on down to the men's champ for today, none other than George Pittard from Northstein.
Thanks, Timmy and Jess. I'm down here with the winner of the men's AOS, George Pittard. 10 grand Richard, mate. How do you feel?
Oh, I can't believe it. I'm so happy. It's been a long time between drinks for me. I haven't really got a result in a while, so it's nice to kind of finally win a comp and to get 10 grand as well. I'm so stoked. And yeah, just really thankful to everyone who put on this event, all the sponsors, Surf New South Wales, everyone. It's been good fun.
What are you going to do with that money?
I'll definitely save it for next year. All the QSs coming up, flights to ACOM and stuff, and then Taiwan just opened up, so I'll get a flight over there for that. And yeah,
Come on,
makes life a lot easier. Definitely a few drinks tonight.
Definitely. And do you really love this format with the one wave takes all?
Yeah, I actually really enjoy it. Like, it's kind of nice because you get your score and then you just have to keep surfing better and better. You can't just go, oh, I'll get a little backup, I'll get a 4 or a 5. You have to go, oh, I've got to get a 7 now or an 8, otherwise there's no point in taking off on the wave. So yeah, I like it. I think it elevates your surfing.
That was a pretty cagey final. Like, you got your best wave really early on. A lot of people didn't think it would play out that way, but that's how it did.
Yeah, well, like, with the calibre of surfers in the final, and then like going out and getting that like early score with a 6, I was like, well, we're gonna have like a lot of waves this final. This definitely won't be my final score. But yeah, it ended up getting pretty slow at the end, and just happy to kind of went flat. I was just like, please. It got to like 5 minutes to go, and I was like, I wish it was a 20-minute heat, not 25, and then luckily it just fully stopped.
Well, congratulations, young in there, and great job.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Well, there you have it. George Pittard in his post-heat interview, very elated with taking out the AOS for 2022. $10,000 will go into his bank account. And yeah, I did speak to Luke as we see Rosie Smart. We spoke about that extra 5 minutes, and I said it was going to be like, the best 5 minutes of someone's life or the worst. And in George's case, it ended up being the best, but that extra 5 minutes could have been the difference, as we see Surfing Red just blowing up. Coffs Harbour.
Coffs Harbour. I know Mayshow and Tracy and all the Coffs Harbour crew, Lee and everybody would be cheering her on. She's Sally used another word for her, as we see Oceana. She's found herself a double up as well. These ladies just dialed in a little more to that right. She can't make the connection. But for Rosie, Sally used the word, and I'm going to use it for Rosie again. She's super clutch. She doesn't shift up where she doesn't need to.
Yep.
She doesn't go too hard in the quarters or the semis, but you can see the intensity that she's brought about in the final.
She's definitely got a brilliant read on the ocean.
She does, doesn't she?
So it looks like it's effortless, but there's so much to it. There's so much style and, flawless through the transition as well.
Yeah, look how deep she drops to the bottom there too. And that could have been just a really weird one-turn section. She turned it into pretty much a 2 to 3 turn combo. Like that is what is going to win the final, unless one of the ladies can find a huge section and get looser and more dynamic and bring something more innovative to her.
Yeah, we saw those two waves. Oceana's was a little bit flatter off the start of that connection, due to the course that the tightest change is a rip bowl. And I felt like Rosie was really centered into the pocket of the wave, so the power source of the wave. And like I said, Sally hit the nail on the head. She can identify talent for sure, and a 6.5. So that has opened up the gap. So it's definitely a point of difference from the judges with 12 to go. So we're through the halfway stage, and keeping nice and busy is the youngster from the South Coast. But yeah, definitely that really solid connection onto the rail helped that score for Rosie Smart.
And look at these two paddle battling it back out the back with 11 and a half minutes on the clock here in the women's final.
Who's
Rosie,
the oldest in this
Oceana.
final? I reckon it is Raya Campbell, isn't it? Maybe? I don't think anyone's over. Are they all over under 18 in the final? That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, they're pretty young.
Yeah,
they're definitely still
final.
they're pro juniors for sure. And you can just see that the prize pool, the investment
pro
here.
juniors, they can be 13, 14, mate. Huey Vaughan and that.
Huey's like 25 now. He just looks 13.
Yeah. He's like Kai Otten.
Yeah.
When Kai Otten was 20, he looked 10.
Yeah.
And when he was 24, he looked 40.
Yeah.
He weathered so
Poor
well.
guy. Oh, look at her. There she goes again.
Oh, lovely.
Textbook backhand. She's going to be hard to beat if the girls go blow for blow. I want to see Oceana switch tactic. I love her forehand. I think she's got more flair coming through the back of the tail in her forehand turns.
She goes to the air too a lot on the forehand.
Yeah, I want to see her find one of those little lefts. I think Raya's got the power. She's got kind of like the full going blown rail work that's going to take the ladies down if she can find the section. And then Lucy's got a bit more flow. I think she's got that kind of Coco Can style flow about her on the forehand, on that spine tech.
She is a beautiful looking surfer when it comes to just technical side of the sport.
So it's it's a different matchup for these four ladies in styles and in approaches. And 10 minutes on the clock, it's super wide open. I can see there's so much swell pushing on through. It is up around the top of the tide now. I think it's coming in just after 12:30 or something.
Yeah, so that is going to be the issue when it comes to that top to bottom kind of, wedgy kind of wave. It's going to be the one who can actually generate and put themselves right in the power source that's going to be able to unload. And that's what the judges are looking to see. That's why you see the score line at 6.5 in the actual overall playing field. It's not a huge score, but in these conditions, it's a big one.
Yeah, it really is that top to bottom shape. It's so easy to surf flat in these type of waves, especially I think on your forehand.
I actually feel like the waves make you surf flat.
Yeah.
When it's like fat and like without any draininess to the wave. I feel like they're all surfing so good, but it's whether the ocean comes to the party as well.
So 9 minutes. Rosie Smart, she stayed out of the hype and chaos of the contest, and she's quietly been chipping away, looking to take her win here at the AOS. But here goes Raya Campbell, straight to the bottom, up into the lip. We've seen that bit of a trademark for her on the backhand. The goofy footer really powerful, but nothing else on that wave.
Yeah, I love the way she attacked that section, but as you said, nothing really of substance after that. So let's talk about the World Games you were just at. Wave conditions.
Same as this.
Yeah. Did it ever get over 2 foot?
Yeah, here goes Oceana actually. You can see she's got a lot of flair. She looks really light and electric on her board. I just want to see her on something a bit bigger. I think that was poor wave choice.
Who led the Aussie charge in the women's?
It'd have to be Sally.
It was Sally.
Yeah, it was Sally.
What about the energy she brings to our team environment as well?
She's
incredible.
You cannot buy that type of leadership that she brings. Like you said, her reaction, even in losses, you just can't.
You can't manufacture.
Yeah, you can't. You can't make that. That's just something that she carries as a person and the quality that she brings to the sport. And for these ladies like Rosie, Oceana, Raya and Lucy, like they would watch her. They would have been picking apart all of the Australian girls' heats over there at Worlds because it's a qualifier now for the Olympics. And I dare say most of these women are looking at the Olympics in their future. Like they're not
to be
here.
honest.
They're not here to muck around. They're here because they want to get these reps in. They want the win at the AOS. They want the win on the QS. They want the challenges. They want CT. They want the Olympics.
The Olympics is a huge deal now. And I'm wondering how the AOS is going to actually transition that. Are they going to allow surfing to stay? I know for Paris it's in. And I wonder what's going to happen after that. So
I think after Paris it'll go to LA. I think it'll be at Huntington for 2028.
Oh, that'd be good. And then
it's not official, but that's just my opinion.
And then it comes to Australia, doesn't it?
Well,
Isn't
it? No, the Commonwealth Games are in Brisbane, aren't they?
No, I thought it was the Olympics.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Imagine
you know more than me.
I don't know anything, mate. I'm as dumb as.
No, but it's like conditions like this. I think this is what gives Australia the edge as well, is that these ladies are just sharpening tools, just working and working and working in the same conditions that the Olympians in 2028 probably or potentially are going to be surfing in. So it's just a clear pathway. Luke said it earlier in the day as well. It's clear cut. They can see it in their future, and that's why they're some of Australia's best surfers. Here goes Lucy.
And I feel like they're getting into it younger as we see Lucy up and riding. Lovely first wrap again. That board looking very, very adapt to these clean little conditions. A little bit of downtime, but again, really nice engagement of the rail, but that wave just not offering a lot. So, yeah, she's been in good touch during the course of this event, and that's going to be a bit of a confidence boost because she's got 6 to go, and 6 minutes, when you consider it's only one best wave, that's a long time.
Yeah, that's super long, especially if you're Rosie Smart and you're sitting under everyone there. Look at her just edging under the pack, sitting just in a little bit further.
She can feel 10,000.
I'm not even sure. I'm not sure that you know what.
10,000 in one pocket, and then she's in the other pocket. It's a lot lighter. Here we go. Up and right in.
Oh, great tactical manoeuvre there from Rosie. Inside positioning, puts her on this wave, keeps Oceana off, and there she gets to work, negotiates the lump and bump. Technically sound, goofy footer from Coffs Harbour. Nice jam at the end there, and you can see her just relaxing into it once again. 5-minute mark.
Spicy final manoeuvre from Rosie, and yeah, that was a tactical move for her for sure, as we see a nice looking wedge. So this is a better looking wave for the surfer in blue. Getting around, nice fade into that section. And is it going to open up for Oceana Rogers? It's not. She is looking good. She just needs the opportunity.
She wanted that wave that Rosie was on. You could see her. She forced Rosie into that decision to take it with priority, and she wanted it because it held up all the way. If Oceana had been on that wave, I dare say Rosie would have been pushed for that first position at 4.5 minutes. I think Oceana looks hungrier. She looks like she's pushing harder, and I think that she would have put more risk into that wave. This is just a hypothetical, and pushed Rosie for that. At the moment, Raya and Lucy, they're needing those bigger sections. They need to get right under and behind that peak and find that first critical manoeuvre. The surfing's been there for them throughout the finals day here at Bondi, and now they're looking for it to happen. The clutch performance on the cards, 4 minutes to go. Grand final for the Australian Open Surfing Series, and hopefully it becomes a mainstay for us in an inaugural experience here at Bondi, one of the most iconic beaches in Australia and one of the best amphitheatres, like you said, natural little place to perform in surfing. Great vibe too.
Definitely. And the good thing about where we sit with 3.5 minutes to go for everyone online is that there's going to be no holding back. If opportunity arises, safe surfing is not going to get the job done. So Raya, Oceana and Lucy are going to have to really bring it if they want to take the win. Rosie Smart with the 6.5. So that is the benchmark for the final in the women's. And that last wave of Lucy Brown was a 4.93. So that put it in the second. And that, again, improves her position when it comes to the prize money, as we see Oceana just chopping away there.
Yeah, the confidence and her ability. Let's just see if she hunts down this ramp here. Look at the speed up and over that big section. She's looking towards something. the setup's there, but the speed's lost at this point, and she can't
Could
really...
she have done an air on that section? I actually don't think she
Nah.
carried enough speed into it.
No, it went into that fat section. Hey, let's have a look at the replay here, powered by Surfing New South Wales.
Very similar to what happened to Grayson in the final of the men's, where, you know, earlier on with that lower tide, there would have been more of a bubble to launch off, and I just felt like she was a little bit caught behind.
Yeah.
Bang. You know what I mean? On that section right there, just didn't allow the opportunity to go for the air. She's definitely got it in her arsenal. So
You can see the setup, huh? You can see
Yeah.
the intention, and she did well to fit that turn in anyway. But she's hungry. She wants something more. She wants the opportunity.
6.5 is the benchmark. Rosie Smart from Coffs Harbour up on the beautiful far north coast, or the mid-north coast.
Mid-north coast, yeah.
Of New South Wales. Comes from a very strong club, Coffs Harbour Club. Always strong in the ABB. I'm sure that there's a lot of people online watching, but right now, Raya Campbell up and right in. Bang. Lovely first manoeuvre. And for me, it's about opportunity for Raya to evolve into this heat. And a nice turn. Wow. That is a solid...
Answer back.
This is going to be interesting because... I don't know if it's going to be a 6.5. It's definitely going to be a best wave.
I reckon it's going to challenge that for first position. I'll tell you who would be good to have around, but who's just tuning in online at the moment, is the numbers man himself, Matty Allenszak.
The great man. Is he in WA right now?
Who knows where that man is in the world? But have a look at this one, Matty. Raya, answer back. Replay here of her last wave. She needs something better than a 6.5. Big turn out the back and clocks it a little late. A little dirty of a turn. Wasn't clean and crisp. I don't know. I'm going to leave it on the table.
It might be just under it, to be honest. If I was judging, I felt like Rosie's highest score had just had more of a cleaner transition.
Yeah, it's cleaner.
And more visually prettier on the eye. And I actually think she had one more turn as well. But it was a solid two-turn combo. We're not judges. That's why we're in the box and they're doing their job. But, yeah, a great fight back for Raya Campbell. As I said, just under 5.33. So there was a definite point of difference in red score to yellow score. So the judges rewarding that with a 5.33, but really well served.
Jeez, 5 seconds to go. Can Rosie hold on? And it's looking like a dream come true for the young lady in the red, Rosie Smart. And that is it, the champion this year for the Australian Open of Surfing Series Grand Final at Bondi, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles. I think she's trying to hear the situation, that wind to be blowing all the sound back from beach comms, but it is the young lady from Coffs Harbour in the red taking the win in the women's division, along with the $10,000 prize money and 12 months of free burritos from Madmex. There's Oceana. I think she might have finished in 4th position and second to 4th in the matter of 2 turns from Raya. Really, really nice fought final. It was all down to those last 2 exchanges, and there she is.
The champ.
Victory lap for the champion, Rosie Smart.
Now she knows she's won. Look at the smile on her dog. She's going, 10 grand? What am I going to do with this cash?
Well, she did say she wanted to buy a car so she could stop borrowing her mum's car and she can drive herself to all the events coming into the 2023 season for the Australia-Oceania region. So one to watch, the champ for the Australian Open of Surfing, Rosie Smart. Congratulations, $10,000 in the pocket. And we're going to take a quick break and come back to you right here, Bondi Beach, Australian Open Surfing presented by Volkswagen.
This is the motivation. This is the motivation.
And then we have it done and dusted. The champion for the women's, Rosie Smart, for the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, and of course partnering up with Mad Mex to bring you the live webcast here Saturday afternoon in Bondi Beach, very close to Sydney CBD in Australia. And there she is, the women's champ, Rosie Smart, on screen. Taking out the men's, it was George Pittar from North Stain, $10,000. There's the infamous Bondi icebergs as we look across one of Sydney's most iconic beaches in Australia. It's been a beautiful day of surfing. And we're going to pass on down to champion for the women's, Rosie. She's standing with Emma.
Rosie Smart, Cossa, the local, congratulations. You've taken out the Australian Open of Surfing Tour, presented by Volkswagen 2022. Talk to me, $10,000 in the bank. How does it feel?
Oh my God, that's so much money.
Yeah! Yeah, I'm so happy. I was like stressing in that heat. I really wanted to win, so I can't believe it.
Amazing. What are you going to do with 10 grand?
I don't even know. I might buy a car.
Yeah, amazing to get you to all the comps next year, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. So, what did you think of the format?
I really liked it. I think it pushed the girls to like do big turns and really push their limits. So yeah, I think it was sick.
Amazing. Is there anyone in particular you want to thank?
Thanks Coffee Riders for supporting me, and thanks to my mum for taking me down.
Yeah, amazing. Thanks so much. Congratulations.
There she is, the ever hype girl, Surfing New South Wales. And Rosie Smart for Coffs Harbour Board Riders, taking home 10 grand along with the Champions Trophy. Thank you very much for tuning in for this day, grand final day, the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, and of course Mad Mex, webcast sponsor. Plenty more great Australian surfing coming up over the next few months, so stay tuned. Make sure to check Surfing New South Wales calendar for all the dates. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you next time.